Oke guys, kembali lagi bersama saya Oksa. Oke, mampir jangan lupa memberikan like dan subscribe. Untuk sekarang jadwalnya kurang lebih kita itu Sergi melawan apa tadi ya? Apalagi ntar. Pembuka pertama Sergi lawan kayaknya bukan Pro Esports ya. Ke tim ya. Nah, kayak oh, pertama itu Sergi pembuka Sergi Kikai, kedua Yangon sama Pro Esports Onyx nanti jam 7 malam, tapi bisa percepat jadi 18.50 atau 18. Berarti mah kalau akhirnya ini 2-0 mah ya menurut gua mending nggak sih. Ini kan yang nggak di expect gitu tiar gitu kan kalah lawan Pro Esports ya kan. Coba Pro Esports malah ke LPH, kira-kira bisa nggak bukan sini kan user M2 loser, berarti di sini ya, ke sini terus ke sini. Nah, nanti yang menang kabarnya itu Falcon ngomong gini tuh yang menang tuh Falcon. Karena gampang banget tuh Reaper ngomong gamingnya. Cuma di dua tim yang baru lolos ya, pengumuman tim ketiga dan keempat yang lolos kualifikasi ke knockout stage ya. Kurang lebih jadwalnya nanti bentar lagi kita aja pamit lagi, kita kurang dari 15 menit lagi ya harusnya ya. Tapi nggak tahu ya, harusnya bisa dipercepat lah waktunya ada. Tapi ya sejujurnya mungkin Sergi lawan pembuka Giga ini kayaknya udah kosong, udah pasti 2-0. Yang gue segala polis saya ini kan bisa ditembak, bisa 2-1, bisa 2-0. Tapi kan yang gue Galaxy Coast itu udah berpengalaman di tradisional M7 dan EWC. Ya kurang bisa, tapi polis kan baru masuk lagi nih mereka. Ya, makanya British gitu ya. Ya tapi bisa jadi pembeda lagi 2-1 atau 2-0 ya. Kita jadwalnya sih. For now, sekarang ya
Believe they've been through this also in the previous
kita akan
year,
melawan
and having
pertemuan
to go
hari ini,
through multiple elimination
yaitu
matches is
yang
something that they pretty much
Sergi
are
lawan
used to. But you can't take away the
Sergi
fact
lawan
that
Kike.
they probably have
Kayaknya
a
tim dari
slightly more
Eropa,
challenging route
Eropa.
towards the knockouts. If ever they do get past this series, then they will have to worry about the loser of Onyx and Aurora next, which I feel isn't an easy task.
That's not an easy task. No, you've got to keep your energy up, especially when you go through a gauntlet like this. So that's the situation. Just get ready. Everything's going to be a battle from now on. And that's the benefit, though, because now you realize that any game can go any way, which means if you're right about guessing which ways those games go, you deserve something. Earn your share of $300,000 by participating in our EWC Pick'ems. That's right. You get to let us know who you think is going to win the matchups today. You saw a great cold open with the Eterna and Chris there talking about a 2-0 into D7 against Liquid. I'm not sure a lot of people will put that as the pick, but you know, crazier things have happened.
I mean,
maybe not.
Rain Day, I feel like if I can give any advice to the audience, whatever your intuition says, go the opposite.
Go the opposite.
So far, all the predictions have been pretty wrong.
So like, don't trust yourself, basically, little Jimmy.
Don't trust yourself.
Yeah.
For everyone that
It's a lesson of life.
Be yourself, don't listen.
Whatever you think, it's wrong.
Exactly.
I love that. Just giving the youth.
Have self-doubt.
Yes.
Listen to the haters.
At least for this, at least for MSC. At least for MSC, you know? We gotta clear it out.
Well, doubt is welcome at MSC. You know, you gotta have at least like 9 days of your life where it's okay to doubt everything. And I think this is what Paris has given us in MLBB. Now as we walk into the camera shots following GK Esports and Selangor Red Giants. The Giants.
Kita langsung rosternya lagi kalau kata gua lihat di klub-klub begini ya, roster apa kata bukan short video, roster pel ini kan ada roster ya. pakai iklan segala cowok, stres guys. Alah.
Bukan gitu. Masalahnya, gue masih belum bisa balik ke Indo hari ini. Masih urus berkas-berkas player yang di sini. Jadi
Udah tahu, gua udah tahu.
playernya deh.
Wah,
Gimana
pertama
ya,
itu
iya?
emang kalian.
Pakai ya aja. Ntar gue kirimin akun CCD GPT gue.
Yaudah, kirimin sekarang aja.
Iya. Thank you, Lab.
Berikan saya 5 nama player yang bisa bikin RQC juara di MPL Season 18 dan di mana saya bisa menemukan mereka.
Maaf, untuk mendapatkan informasi tersebut silahkan upgrade ke paket CCD User Pro Max.
Aduh, gratisan. Padahal tinggal upgrade aja sih, Kak. Cuman 2 juta. Bodoh amat angka ini yang bayar. Oke, saya udah upgrade.
Baik, untuk pemain pertama dan kedua, ciri-cirinya berpostur tubuh tinggi putih dan yang satu lagi berkumis lele. Kebetulan saat ini mereka terpantau sedang berada di satu lokasi yang sama. Di sebuah tempat yang memiliki aroma khas salah satu kota yang berada di bagian ujung barat Indonesia. Untuk pemain ketiga, kamu bisa menemukannya di pinggir jalan raya Permata, mengendarai kendaraan roda 3 dan memiliki warna merah. Pemain ketiga ini memiliki 4 mata. Untuk pemain keempat.
Halo? Pemain keempatnya mana?
Maaf, jumlah token kamu untuk hari ini telah habis. Silahkan coba lagi besok.
Ada aja gimmicknya tuh.
Ya udahlah.
Ngapain lu? Cari kerja lah, capek jadi pro player.
Lah, kok ada lu?
Lu ngapain?
Habis interview kerja sama Idok?
Jadi gini si pro player back to back kalau playoff. Tawa lu. Udah, main lagi aja. Kali ini pasti better ada gua.
Sama siapa aja?
Gak tahu. Ini gua juga lagi nyari player ketiga. Udah ikut aja.
Ya udah coba aja sambil nunggu jawaban dari sini.
Ayo, go.
Masih main Mobile Legends ya?
Ya, ini lagi AFK. Tadi habis layanin pelanggan.
Udah sistem gini suka AFK nih. Mas main hero apa tuh?
Kadang Arot, kadang Popheus, kadang Sora, gitu-gitu lah hero gua.
Mau coba join RQC nggak?
Males gua orangnya suka lupa diri kalau udah punya banyak fans.
Juara juga belum.
Emang roster season ini siapa aja?
Masnya player ketiga sih. Duanya udah ada tuh.
Oh, 2AC itu lagi.
Oh,
Gimana ya?
sudah coba dulu aja. KTI sih masih cocok buat masuk RQC.
Wifi di GH masih pakai bisnet kan ya?
Masih 1 GB.
Ya udah deh, capek gua main Mobile Legends, pingnya 70 ms mulu.
Oke, ya udah deal. Kalau gitu ikut kita ke GH ya.
Ya udah gua beres-beres dulu ya.
Boleh.
Delin. Ketua Elsa. Oh, dari sih. Ketua Elsa. Tinggal 2 lagi nih. Oh, coachnya udah tahu, coach Adi. Ini 2 orang tadi yang nggak tahu. Belum. Masih interview, masih aman.
Carikan saya pemain keempat untuk RQC di season 18 dan lokasi di mana saya bisa menemukannya.
Baik. Untuk pemain keempat, ia memiliki kampung halaman yang sama dengan dewa petir yang bernama Thor. Saat ini ia memiliki profesi di mana seorang presiden pun dapat dibuat tunduk olehnya. Temukan dia di sebuah bangunan berwarna hijau yang berlokasi di Jalan Nathan, Kebayoran Lama.
Soalnya, main nama mie asup.
Perasaan Thor masker dah.
Pulang kampung aja.
Asker.
Besok lah subuh. Subuh wae, mau isuk-isukat tuh. Nyebuh teuing mah tunduh tuh.
Lah, dia di sini.
Oi, ngapain, Leb? Mau cukur juga lo?
Kagak, mau ngajak lo main lagi.
MPL.
Yoi, mau nggak?
Oh, mau aja sih. Siapa aja playernya emang?
Ada Idok, Rins, sama lu kalau lu mau.
Masa berempat doang?
Berlima lah, habis ini gue cari lagi pemain terakhirnya.
Boleh deh.
Yaudah, besok ke GH aja ya. Gue cabut dulu.
Oke, besok gue ke ya.
Untuk Arkeosi di season
Untuk pemain yang kelima, ia adalah seorang playboy yang sangat digandrungi oleh para wanita parubaya. Dan saat ini ia sedang berada di bawah sebuah mobil yang terparkir di sekitar blok.
Ketiban apa gimana nih orang? Gawat. Waduh. Tolong. Lah, ada lu Dur?
Lu ngapain sih, Lep? Teriak-teriak.
Kagak, gue pikir lu jadi ketiban Johnson.
Gue lagi benerin mobil.
Emang kenapa nih mobil?
Udah 2 bulan, jalannya hancur banget. Makanya gue mau benerin nih pondasi kaki-kakinya.
Waduh, mirip tuh.
Mirip apaan?
Hoshi, lu main lagi nggak Dur?
Lah, kok lu jadi lu yang ngajak? Emang lu di RRQ?
Yoi. Masa nolak masuk RRQ?
Ntar lah, gue pikir-pikir dulu.
Ah, males gua, so jual mahal gini. Selalu dah, gua cabut nih ya. Woi Dur, tangan gua lah, jangan kasih gua pergi.
Sama keterlaluan
gua.
Kalau nih mobil udah beres, ntar gue ke GH.
Nah, gitu dong. Koko Ujin is back.
roster yang berfokus pada objektif aja, nggak terlalu agresif
So
ya.
if you could name one hero that you don't like in this
Kayak permain Berlin tadi di kalau ini.
So still you
Permain
don't.
Berlin.
Oh, okay.
Because he's kind of annoying for guys.
Because it's annoying for the guys.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're talking about heroes right now. We've mentioned the Eudora, but what about the Melissa? It looks like the
Oh, the
Melissa is
Melissa.
rising in popularity. Do you think she's the #1 prio in the gold lane right now, or do you think there's still other options?
I mean, there's still other options, but Melissa is kind of safe pick for Golden right now because her laning is kind of strong compared to other heroes in Golden. And during team fights, you got your ulti to protect yourself against assassin because it's assassin meta, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's why he's good, I think.
So we're not gonna see Claude and Carrie anymore. Is it over for them?
I mean, depends on the team on what they want to use, because the other heroes are not scared of diving and they have a lot of mobility. But Melissa is kind of positioning kind of hero.
I love the insight. I love the insight. Thank you so much, Innocent.
you.
By the way, you know, if you could go back in time, and we're going through to your previous match where you unfortunately had to suffer that loss, is there anything that you would do differently in that match, just personally?
I think it's fine that we lost that match because we learned a lot of things and we adjusted a lot of, on our play style because of our loss.
Champion mindset right there. We're excited for your next match. Once again, thank you so much, Innocent,
Yeah.
because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Thank you so much. A little bit of an interesting thought on the meta, guys. You guys are having fun with it as well as we welcome you to the desk, ready to get going on the stage soon. Brigitte, quick thoughts here. How do you think this first game is going to go?
Yeah, I think that just proves how we are really not decided on what the actual prio and metas are. It varies per team because even the Brody was rising yesterday. I don't think we've seen it as much as the Melissa, but there are a lot of new picks coming out here and there.
Whatever she said. Whatever she said.
I double that.
I love that. All right. Well, guys, in France, they have a saying, it's c'est la vie. But when your life is on the line, is that enough? I think you're going to have to fight a little bit harder for it, especially if you want to take down the MSC 24 champions and the back-to-back finalists in 25. The Selagor Red Giants go up against GK Esports. Somebody's life is on the line. If someone's going home, let's get it started.
Ya, biasa kalau open tadi.
to the fourth day of MSC at EWC 2026. It's Rose and Milosh here again for another day. Now guys, yesterday we sent home 2 teams and 2 teams proceeded to the knockout stages. Today, history will repeat itself as we crush 2 keys and promote 2 teams.
It's always a lot of fun to crush keys. It's a big part of what we do here at the Esports World Cup, a part of MSC's trajectory, I guess, the history here. Now, as you said, Rose, 2 teams advanced. That was Group A, our focus. There are 2 that went home, and we're going to continue doing that today in Group B. Though, our first matchup is elimination. So, a key to crush. It's the thing I love in the morning. Let's welcome our first competitor to the stage, GK Esports! 1 minute representatives survive to fight another day. Can GK make their own dream come true? A rough ride in day 1 against Yangon Galacticos gave a big set of lessons to learn from. Can they apply them when the pressure is on?
Ini kayak emang kayak kurang pengalaman aja sih.
Being able to perform with pressure, and of course, their opponents. It is none other than Selangor Red Giants. The champions of MSC 2024 are on shaky waters after losing in their opening match of the tournament. Have they got what it takes to keep the Giants in the game and attempt to reclaim what was once theirs?
It's crazy that already champions from 2 years ago are standing here on the cusp of being eliminated. And by whom on the other side? GK, the Plucky Mana team that's looking to make a story of their own at MSC. This is what you watch MLBB for these sorts of storylines and international games. And I don't think it's time to push us too far. Please, Selangor Red Giants. Please, GK, my friends. You may place your keys. Take your seats, players, captains. You may shake hands because this matchup, once more, is about who stays at MSC 26 and who gets to go home. Let's break it all down and get ready for their desk.
Day 3 just wrapped up and we went through our upper bracket and lower bracket matches. True Rippers were sent home by Guangzhou Gaming, but Ignite Gaming had to suffer the same fate. Then in our upper bracket matches, my GOATs, Team Vitality from Indonesia, sent Falcons PH down to the lower brackets. And we also have the boys, Vamos from Malaysia, pulling up an upset victory 2-0, dominating Team Spirit to make it to the knockout stage first.
My Sawa with the Wrath of the Dryad keeps him at the bank. Whoa! Tempest of Blade Steel gets him away. Error!
As the first team yang lepas ke knockout stage, kita orang rasa bersyukur dan juga lega lah. And at the same time, kita orang rasa bangga juga sebab kita orang adalah tim pertama yang wakil Malaysia yang lepas ke knockout stage.
2-0 for Team Vitality as they secure the knockout stage.
When we make it to knockout, we're so happy. I hope this is the chance that Team Indonesia and Team Vitality to win this tournament MSC.
Team Vitality winning 2 against Team Falcons Philippines.
I'm pretty confident that Filipino teams can survive the lower bracket because we are so confident and at the same time we know how to bounce back and we can handle the pressure.
And there you have it!
Day 4 will continue with another brutal 2 eliminations and 2 promotions to the knockout stage for top 8. We'll find out as Aurora and Onyx, Pro and Yangon also face off for that top 8.
Somebody's key is getting crushed after this one. We start the day with drama. We'll end it as well as Entity 7 later on will take on Team Liquid PH. But for now, GK Esports or Selangor Red Giants, their life is on the line.
I gotta say, Randy, me and Brigida, we are at the edge of our seats. We're super serious for this one because here's the thing, like Selangor Red Giants.
You want to start off with a lie? That's how you want to do it?
They were one of the favorites, Raina. You don't understand how sad I will be if they get eliminated now.
Yeah, I think it's just his way of trying to distract himself from the reality that we're actually
You're a distraction.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I'll say you didn't get a chance to see it, but these 2 were shadow boxing during that warm-up because they were so excited.
That was our warm-up.
I could tell you guys were hyped. You were getting ready for the draft. And I'm hyped too because we saw the meta develop over the course of these last 3 days. It's developing still, but these are the moments where you really get to test your ideas. You get to see what they're worth. Everyone has a
Jadwalnya
plan
bentar.
coming into this, but we get to see which ones are prevailing, and slowly
Bentar
but
ya,
surely we're
gua
putting
lihat
the
tuh.
puzzle pieces together. What's
Oh
working.
ya besok
I
besok sama ini ya.
For one, I don't want if
Hmm,
SRG.
kamu
I
mana-
don't know if SRG want to go up against a Balearic again,
Bukan luar tua aku tuh semua.
and again, because that's exactly what happened
Yang
in
luar
the
enam,
first series.
luar
and all
enam
that, and
Juli.
it was very effective against them.
Luar
and
enam
their
Juli di
playstyle
sini
as a
ya.
whole, 'cause as much as they
Kayaknya
wanted to
barengan
speed
sih,
things up,
luar enam Juli
when
sini.
it came down to a point where you just had to deal with the fights, the Balearic just made things very difficult for them.
Ini 26 Juli nih.
It's one of those things that's
Bareng.
like overlooked because
Nah,
when it
kayaknya kamu bakal
comes
nonton
to
gue
like,
sih.
the draft,
Yeah.
you really want to pay attention
Iya,
to
kan?
like the win conditions, right?
Ada kan,
But
bednya kan bed
sometimes
press.
there's just way too much win conditions. You can't ban them
Walaupun
all, so you gotta
bed
ban all
press,
these
hasilnya cuma
activators, you know?
gini ya.
Well, if you want to pick your dual
Sergi
champions,
akan melawan Aura Gaming.
you can do that. Pick two champions.
TLPH akan melawan atau yang poin.
Prize of 5
Jadinya
winners, each
ini
getting 10,000
tebak koin
diamonds
sama
each. You
tipe.
can get some exclusive
Nah, udah
skins.
pasti
You can
TLPH
scan that
masuk.
QR code with your phone, your
Spirit
tablet,
udah
or whatever
masuk,
device
pasti
you
gitu
have
lah.
that has a camera, and get
Kurang lebih
access to it
gitu
right away.
situasinya.
The event ends July 27th. It's currently live right now, so go check it out.
Let me just say, Randy, I feel like this
Oh,
has
TLPH
gotten more
udah
and more
pasti
difficult.
masuk kualifikasi.
Like before the tournament starts, I'm pretty sure
Tapi
a lot of
bisa-
people said,
bisa
"Oh, Team
dua
Liquid's
enggak.
gonna win." But,
Oh, I thought you were talking
Nah,
about
apapun
the
yang
champions.
terjadi di
But
game
no, no,
itu
like, wait,
beda.
hold on.
Itu
After
memang
like 2, 3 days, and this is
sistem
just
BO3
groups,
atau BO
and already
5
like,
nih.
like I would say the power rankings be dead.
BO3, oke, masih banyak
Everyone's
BO3.
power rankings has just scrambled after 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the intro. You saw Eterna and Chris. They had a mini debate over there. as to
Yeah,
who
what
they-
a team is trash.
Mini debate.
We're not sure what
You guys agreed, right?
feel.
Trash?
Oh,
Trash?
wait, what?
Oh no, it's just Brigida.
Oh, okay.
No,
Just
wait.
Brigida, right? Okay.
No.
That makes sense.
I was like, what are you saying, bro?
Wow.
But that was me, you know?
Yeah.
I was supporting them. But either ways, jumping into this draft, the interesting thing, it really is, if you have an identity, that's good, but at the same time, your opponents will know how to counter you. For Slangway Giants, I would say after their first match against Pro Esports, I don't think it's super defined just yet, their identity, because game 1, 2, and 3, it's different drafts. Even the win condition is different. So I really don't know how they're going to approach this one going up against GK.
It's interesting. You did mention, go ahead, I don't want to interrupt you there, but I was just thinking Pro Esports and PPP, you'd mentioned that Belleric, and he was so successful against them. What do they take away from that now going into how they prioritize this draft?
I mean, I initially wanted to put a bit more focus on that, but as Lafel mentioned, it's a bit hard to narrow down the win conditions and what you really want to focus on when it comes to the draft. And that's on top of the fact that SRG themselves, unlike the other teams who tend to just really go either tanky EXP and they just shuffle everything else in the lineup, they've been using either tanky or damage EXP. So you also don't know what kind of approach they want to starting from the EXP lane, which I think is very crucial in this current meta. So let's see if they get to finally establish it here now that they're in a very dangerous spot.
Expanding River and maybe expanding conversation of the assassin meta. Two characters, two heroes that have made the biggest impact in that, at least from an eye test. It's been Harara and Ling. But they have a very different win rate. Over the course of these last few days, we got some stats in the green room. Harara, 73% win rate. Ling, 43. And these are two of the Harara Ling assassin users that you might think we might see that matchup again, LaFell. So that could be a big thing on the ban list or not.
Okay, so we're already starting off pretty interesting here. Slangway Giants, they are on first pick blue side. GK, second pick red side, and a Harley ban. That's rarely a first phase ban. But just to expand on the conversation of Ling as well as Harara, I'm looking at a Eudora. Either ban it out or first pick, because at this point it's 100% pick and ban. And every single, I would say most junglers, they're like, yeah, we don't like to go up against her.
Yeah, but I kind of wonder about the Harley ban. What could have been the idea behind this? Is it just a jungle matchup that they're trying to avoid, or is it a different hero that they're planning to put out and would rather not go up against the likes of a Harley?
I see two. One, either they're going for a marksman pick, right? So you don't want to deal with the Harley. Or,
Eudora ban.
Nice, Eudora ban. The other thing, Break, you remember Aurora? Aurora Gaming with Mr. Big Brain Midnight?
Okay.
Yeah, when he used the Harley, he just paired up with both side laners that are like very strong and a jungler that's also very strong in the early game. So maybe Harley is also an activator for a pre-10-minute game kind of draft, you know? So I think Slangway Giants right now, get rid of Eudora so that Sakai has free time, get rid of the Harley so that Innocent has free time, and they just want something that scales a little bit better into the mid. Don't try to gamble it in the first stage of the game.
Yeah, and GK maybe sensed that it could be a setup for a fatty to just have an easier life overall, but you mentioned even a potential marksman that just probably doesn't want to deal with the likes of a Harley and a Eudora. What if SRG, as pointed out by Eterna in the interview earlier on, have plans of maybe putting out a marksman like the Melissa later on? Because I don't think the Melissa would really want to deal with the likes of a Harley Eudora, but that's the thing, we're not entirely sure just yet. We're just somewhat, you know,
personally for me, I feel like Melissa fills a hole that is currently there in terms of the draft, which is there's not a lot of siege because look at all the mid so far, the Eudora, the Valentina,
cuma dua orang lainnya nggak pakai baju.
haven't been someone that can really push people away from the choice to get the free objectives. And even the Atlas band. So this really is just saying Selangor Giants, they don't want to deal with any crazy instant crowd controls kind of thing.
I think that's smart because we've seen Atlas punish teams quite a bit. And I think you also need to even consider leaving Eudora open if the bans don't go that way to make sure that Atlas is banned, because I think we've started almost see some things that can deal with it. We brought up the Vexana as well mid okay against the Eudora ways to deal with that. I haven't seen a lot of answers for Atlas. But there's the Freya.
One answer is the Belleric, I guess, which is also still open.
Yeah.
But the Ling too. Like, is it time?
Hirara. I think Hirara is just a bit better, but to be safe, honestly, I wouldn't mind if SRG just takes the Belleric, because after that, like the other roamer that's kind of like AoE control is the Minotaur.
Yeah.
And Minotaur is much more manageable, especially if you get the Zushin. If you get the Zushin.
Yeah, and GK have been very unorthodox with their roams. Like, they went Jawhead.
Oh yeah, there was a Jawhead Selena, right?
Yeah, it was a Jawhead Selena. So, okay, SRG do lock into Hirara. They've been performing better on this hero as well. And the fact that they did take out a couple counters too will make it much easier. But GK, on the other hand, do they lock in the Belleric, which is somewhat a really good pick
It is a very good
SRG based on pro and in general as a whole.
One way you could deal with that, my thought is, if you have trouble against Belleric, you prep for that. Teams are going to pick it against you because they've seen, oh, that gives them trouble. But if
kalau misalnya kalau bukan Belleric ya Atlas masih bisa lah.
and I don't know what that answer would be, maybe give that to you. It could be a nice setup because they're like, we know teams are going to bring this out against us, but we'll have the answer now.
Oh, do they consider the Valentina or?
I honestly don't know, because I actually prefer something with a little bit more range to deal with this Zushin, because Zushin, both Zushin as well as Belleric is very good against melee heroes, so I feel like you need just a little bit more range to counter them before they become a problem, right? But we've seen when Stormy picks up a pick like the Forza, which theoretically should do good here based on those first two picks. The problem is there's still a lot of junglers as well as
ambil
leaders that can deal with the Forza. Like for example, the Yuzong's still up, so now they pick up an Eve, a much safer long-range hero, and they even pick up the Moskov just in case GK does want to go for that Ling round. I'm liking SRG's opening turn because this is more honest, but at the same time, it's just very strong heroes.
Yeah, and it feels less like them just willingly handing over some of the picks you would just really expect to be prioritized as power picks, as in contrast to the way that they drafted the first time that we saw them, wherein they were letting go of key picks here and there. And that's a lane which they also did let go of this time, but it's not like they gave up on it. They had the Hirara, which is stats-wise a much better performing jungler here currently in MSC. So now that we're on to the second banning phase, XP lane matchups, this is going to be crucial. We don't see both XP lanes from both sides just yet.
And everything's open. Esme is open. Potato's open. It's only just the Freya. So at this point, I feel like for Selangor Giants, they're hoping for GK to show their EXP pick on fourth, just so that Cram has a winning matchup, right? Because I feel like that's also something that SRG is trying to do. Winning matchups, secure the first two turtles, and then try to expand from there.
Yeah, one winning matchup is a way to win the game. We've seen two kind of set them up really well. Gold lane that can push and have an impact, and also an EXP lane where you get off to a good start.
I think the Phobius is an interesting ban because I feel like they already have the counters for the Phobius. Personally for me, though. Personally for me. And they themselves could have used it.
There's a... We kind of used to seeing Belleric in the room, but they have used it in the XP.
Yeah, true.
But the Phobius ban though
In
being
the
taken out
option ini.
again. Yes, probably for the lane, but maybe
Apa
there's a
ya?
chance they also consider in an XP lane which doesn't want to really go up
Sulit
against a
banget ya.
Phobius.
Untuk kasih.
And that would be something
Warit,
like the
okay.
Paquito, I guess.
Paquito and Arlo.
Yeah, they might try to get that. In
Berarti
terms of Arlo, I can see it
sekarang
because they do have the
gini ya,
Belleric as well as the
Baron
Zushin.
ini.
And now the Barat. So this does
Barat
seem more like an
langsung
Arlo
cepet
pick
tuh.
coming up. SRG, I
Karena
think they
kenapa
would be
ini?
okay to just let the
Nggak
Arlo go and
terlalu
try to fight back with
apa ya?
either a Paquito or an Esmeralda.
Terlalu bagus
Both, I
pakai
feel like
Barat.
should be able to do their jobs quite well
Banyak
against
power hero
GK's
yang
lineup.
ke
Or
ambil Uranus.
I don't know if they want to go for a
Ambil
lap.
Uranus.
That's like not necessarily
Pope,
great,
ambil
but that's
Uranus,
definitely
Pope,
one of
Arrows.
Command's comfort.
Ali.
Even
Ya,
because even
itu
the Arlo
paling
or
tadi
even
dipakai
the
cuma si
Barats ban really
Kram
tells you a
atau
lot.
enggak
Yeah, it
hero
screams Arlet for this one.
Damage.
So
Barat tuh
Harik
bagus
is
ya,
taken
tapi
out
cuma
the two.
kayaknya
I
belum
wonder
terlalu
if
bagus
SRG
pakai
would want
si
to
Kram dia.
consider some of the
Karena Kram tuh
more
butuh
recently
TB,
popping
dia
out
selalu ngambil
marksmen
perang
or gold
ya.
laners as well.
By like Melissa or Claude.
Gak berarti kalau kakak dia harus
Brody
balik
too.
kalau
Yeah,
dia
there goes
kan
the Claude.
depan MM.
And expert rain day.
Karena MM-nya di
I'm
build
learning
udah
from the
pasti
best here.
sesal
Oh wait.
Melissa,
So they show
Brody,
up the
Melissa dan
Uranus. This
Brody.
means that SRG, they can get an Esmeralda and basically have a nothing lane.
Yeah.
Or again, just pick up the Paquito, win that
Melissa atau
lane,
Brody.
and then just establish pressure. Because
Melissa itu.
as we saw, if you're going up against a Ling, and the Ling does not have a good time getting those farms, it's going to take quite a while for the Ling to really be effective in the game.
Yeah, and honestly, you don't know the roam yet. I mean, I
Melissa,
would consider
Melissa,
Hilda, but the fact that the
Brody,
Belleric and the
Melissa,
Juicin are just
Brody.
too good with melee
True.
heroes
Satu udah
maybe
di-ban,
might
kalau udah di-ban,
make you
carry,
think twice about picking
Melissa,
up the
Brody,
Hilda.
carry.
So other roam options for Yums
Yang
at
buat kanan
this
di
point.
I wonder if they want to try here.
Kayaknya
You know, something like Matilda. Matilda is
ini
open.
ambil
Yeah,
ini
could be
aja
funky.
Sora. Kalau nggak Sora ya
Oh, usually.
Oh, Yuzong is also
Pak
very good
Wito.
here.
Cram used that.
Kalau nggak
Cram
Sora
used
ya
that.
Pak Wito.
He lost, but he
Soalnya udah pasti pasca
He used it.
cok.
He used it, you know.
Hylos.
Hylos. And
Nggak kan,
Paquito. Okay,
kayaknya
so a
ada
little
Pak
bit of a
Wito.
different strategy there.
Nah, kanan
I feel
karena
like
ini
Hylos is just a good
kata
combination with the
kirim
Eve.
semua
There's a
ini.
lot of slows there, making it so
Melissa,
that
Brody,
the Link can get away. Everyone else, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
They're just gonna
Brody,
stay there.
And they're gonna be okay with.
Unique hero.
Bro, seriously.
Okay, what's this Hellkirk mean? Who wants to talk about it before we throw up the stage?
Apa lah?
Wait, is this gonna be Hellkirk gold?
No, it's wrong, right?
I mean,
oh, wait, no.
wait.
No, gold. It's gold.
I mean, Belly could go EXP Uranus.
It's gold. It's
What
gold,
the
Hellkirk.
God?
So Hellkirk burst, and then
Astaga.
he can make the map dark.
Astaga.
Yeah, burst and then vision deny.
Ooh.
We'll see. We'll see.
I love
we
it.
rarely see it. It's kind of cool.
Reminds me of my old Jabalanque days back in the game. That's very similar, but this game, there's nothing similar to this. This feeling of under the bright lights. your
Kayaknya
life on the
bisa
line.
aja Uranus
You're playing
tuh.
for hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of
SP-nya
dollars if
Belleric,
your journey
romnya hakim.
continues. And one team
Tapi
is going
bisa
to have
sih.
that key crushed after this. Let's begin game one. SRG versus GK Esports. Send over your casters, Naisu and Trex.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I'm here with Naisu
Parah,
on the
parah
desk. Just a reminder, this
Keren,
is an
keren, keren.
elimination match
Ada-ada aja.
between SRG and GK Esports. How we feeling, Naisu?
Ah.
You know what? It's
Tapi
weird
kalau
to
mau
start the
ngeliat
game
tweet
with an
ya
elimination
romnya
match, but that's
ada,
been the
Belleric
course
and
of
Pink,
things for the past couple weeks.
golnya
All
Uranus.
the journeys that we've made it up to
Betternya
this
kayak
point,
gitu.
and now to
Karena
think
biar
about a health
AC-nya
curve
lebih luasa
being
memainkannya.
placed in the gold lane. If I haven't been vocal enough about how much I love the meta right now, man, this is why. Because we're seeing even this come to play in an elimination match.
Ngaco
This
anjir.
definitely makes things interesting, and I gotta say,
Parah,
the last couple
parah.
big upsets that we have seen
Parah,
throughout the past few
anjir.
days have been because of picks like this.
Gak bener dah.
Now, the Hellkirk in the
Kan
gold lane,
gimana ini
not
tujuannya
something you
mau pakai
normally
HC
see.
ini tuh buat apa?
A bit of action in the mid, though.
Kalau HC-nya buat
Story,
Kirara,
Naisu.
Pak Wito, dan Mostok,
Already burning
kayaknya
a
nggak
couple
terlalu bagus kalau walaupun di
violence
Goni.
there to keep him up. But yeah, I was so
Ya
surprised
harusnya
that was that
taruh
early
di ROM.
on that you're able to get a kill on
Lihat
Shen.
yang freak dong.
A little bit of a misstep.
Tuh lihat di freak.
Yeah, definitely a misstep. Yaga in this gold lane. Back to this Hellkirk though. Nothing too crazy as far as emblems go across the map. We do have the pull together on Quanok.
Nggak ngerti, Cok.
Overall, though, I'm excited to see how this plays.
Maksudnya gimana maksudnya, Cok?
Around quickly. Normally, gold lane doesn't get too much action in the early game, but because of the speed, once he hits level 4 as well,
Ini yang ininya jangan kill lethal sih. Gua ambil ini deh. Dan lethal harus ambil itu.
May be able to get it before this
Bottom
turtle.
charge.
If SRG is gonna want to rush it because they don't want to have to deal with that.
Sedocen juga kekapan kegocek.
Even when he's on the opposite side of the map, his team can still capitalize from it. So it's something we definitely have to watch out for. Especially with the range, with the possible surprise of Shen hitting a Wrath of Dryad, something of that nature. So I'm excited to see how they utilize this pick.
Oh, Eisenberg in the flicker too. Yeah, you're right about that. The utility that a Hellkurt can bring just with, you know, darkening the map with his ultimate, that Dark Knight Falls is great, but still, I think that's the main thing. Can he get out of the lane? Can he join these fights? It looks like he wants to do exactly that. They're going to force a fight anyway. Beacon already used Shen, able to flicker out for now. Dark Knight Falls collapse on Sakai, so able to pick up one. Turtles still for the taking here, so for this, you got the numbers.
Buset, gelo.
Yaga's making it work.
Buset dah.
Gets another.
Gelo.
Things already turning around for the
gelo.
Death early on.
Dan yang tidak bisa ditembak.
Have to be careful going off on his own, even if it looks like he can secure a kill, because at any point Dark Knight Falls comes down, Yaga pops up. He is an assassin. He's still squishy. And that's what I feel like is going to be the target. You add that up with Stormy as well. We haven't seen Yves work out too well for a lot of teams. I feel like in a lot of drafts it looks nice, but the fact that there's things like Lings now being highly popularized, some of these assassin picks we can jump onto in the lack of movement from the Yves once you drop that ult, you are just a sitting duck. So Stormy, the big win condition for SRG, I think, is going to be positioning and timing on that RWM.
Yep.
And the same thing is going to go to GK with this Dark Knight Falls and things of that nature.
Quinnock already using the beacon. Actually, in a flicker forward, Dark Knight Falls, they want to collapse on Stormy, as you were mentioning it. Tempest Blade's already abused. Yeah, trapped into a real-world manipulation, though, too, on the back foot. GK has to disengage. They wanted to go for that. Now multiple members are low, and here comes the follow-through. A spear from Innocent will be the find a double. He does it again in the mid lane.
He just never misses. That's the reality situation with Innocent. And I want to go back to what I was saying with Stormy. That last RWM was huge, but Cram.
Okay. You know, this is why the Paquito's so deadly. Couple combos, and you're half health or less. Yaga's going to get spotted out. He does get stunned here, but he's fine for now. Yes, back to what you were saying, Trex. You know, I think fighting around the real-world manipulation is key. We just saw it in the hands of Stormy there in that fight, especially because they know that GK's idea behind this draft is to just kind of go in, you know, go in, make it happen, get a kill if they can, but your real-world manipulation is your biggest counterpunch to that. Not only this, but you can slow them down with a Glorious Pathway from Yums' Hylos, and they've got a lot of tools. So once GK kind of goes all in, the problem is, if they don't catch anyone, can they get out? And sometimes you might see that Dark Knight Falls even be changed to more of a defensive use if they need it at some point.
And that's where so much of it is going to be a, you know, who will pull the trigger first. And Stormy did such a good job in that last fight when GK was invading onto the purple buff. He holds on to the RWM. Dark Knight Fall went down first. Stormy moves around, finds a good position, and then after the fight's already been going on, he drops it.
Oh, here we go. Fight for the second turtle. Lower, less than half health here. They're going to force it anyway. Innocent gets a solo kill. The turtle's going to be secured by Sakai's, but he might lose his life for it as Quanok picks up a kill. Looking for Cram. He's trying to get away, but there's just a whole lot of crowd control locking him down as Aizen will pick up for himself. So a bit of a trade across the map, but that's also a lot of gold and push now for Innocent on the Moskov.
Yeah, I don't think we expected things to go like this. It's 5-4 right now. GK holding a small, ever so slight gold lead. Still, the game is at a standstill, but every fight has gone back and forth. Neither team finding full leverage. Neither team really getting a full grip on this game. GK Esports, I'm wondering, when is the time to really pop off? Yaga is going to get a couple more items, and I'm ready. I kind of want to see where he's building towards. Is it just full burst damage? Do we have the...
There's your Sky Piercer.
Sky Piercer. I was wondering if maybe we were going to see like a Blade of Heptasis, something of that nature, but no. Sky Piercer up front. Berserker Fury already in for Zeno. On the opposite side, Innocent having a great game. 3-0-0. He's already got 2 items in, looking for that third. We're talking about a possible 8-9 minute third item very early in this game, as long as he keeps on this path.
Yeah, Innocent's going to be a problem for GK, and that's why, you know, at some point, Yaga's kind of, his game plan will be just to lock down Innocent, you know, try to go in. Of course, he's got the execute there to work with too, but you know, that's the problem with the Hellcurt, is you are very squishy, but that's, you know, the price you pay for this kind of kit and the ability to go ahead and darken the map. But now Aizen spotting things out, even as a Uranus takes quite a bit of damage himself. GK wants to fight this. RWM already dropped down too. Dark Knight Falls to follow through. They're going to extend it further, and now here's the surprise as it comes on through as Quanok is gone. The Dryad won't be able to help save them as Shen falls next. Now Yaga, there's some low health points here, but it's too much of a risk to follow through.
Patience is key in so many of these fights, and for a second, GK felt like they had the advantage there. Cram should be okay here. They wait for the RWM to come down, and after that comes down, Yaga drops the Dark Knight Falls. What GK doesn't know is you've got Cram hiding out in this bush. Everyone's just waiting for the Dark Knight to end, and they all re-engage and get the win out on that teamfight. SRG stealing away the lead.
Okay, fight. Last turtle here. Aizen jumping on board. Sakai takes a ton of damage, but he's still going to be fine to be able to secure the turtle. Hume's left to his death as he goes down, but Cram looks to capitalize on a kill. And SOD won't connect though. So they fall. Aizen falls here. Dark Knight falls once again. Cram will go down. Yaga able to pick up another here. Good push though down. Sakai goes in with the combo, gets his own revenge, taking out Yaga.
Yaga goes down. I feel like at this point though, Yaga can die. He's always going to pack a decent punch. He's going to have utility. When will that eventually fall off in the lack of a marksman though?
Innocent going to try to get away. Still has a Purify. Should have room to work with. Picks up the DHS. He goes and tries to target Quanok. He knows the rest of the team might try to make their way here, but Humes is going to be too late. It's a shutdown. Quanok gets the kill on Innocent.
A beautiful shutdown at that, going into the hands of Quanok. After taking the 2 deaths, he's going to need some of that gold to kind of pillow some of the losses he's had. On the bot side, though, GK losing so many towers, already down to the inhibitor, top side as well. Though GK's been doing well in some of these team fights, in terms of macro, they've been having a little bit of trouble, and I think that's the sacrifice that happens when you pick up this Hellcurt. Yep. And yes, you can use it as a split pusher sometimes, but they've been using it a lot more for these turtles, for these objectives, for these big fights. They haven't really been sending him off to the offlanes, and I'm wondering if there's going to be a point where they kind of change his game plan on what they want to use that hero for.
Oh, 100%, especially once we get to this Lord fight here in about 30 seconds. GK's done a good job at keeping Xeno, you know, in that kind of groove of just on the ling, doing your thing, getting the jungle buffs and the camps that you need here. You know, it's not like he's far behind or anything like that against Sakai's, but he needs to win that retribution battle if they're able to set up for that first Lord. That would give a big favor over to GK to work with. So right now it's just kind of maintaining the map. Cram will take a couple shots. Xeno and Shen are up on this top side. Sakai's going to go ahead and join this, and the rest of the team isn't far away as they try to hold on. 1 HP on that top turret, just barely away, but the Lord is up, so both teams will get centered around it.
Yeah, Yaga tried to make a quick play down to the boss side. I was wondering if he was going to hang out there before this Lord, maybe get something cheeky off. But right now, GK is trying to salvage towers. So much pressure on the top, so much pressure on the mid. And this is going to give SRG a chance for Sakai's to get this purple buff and then make his way down to the Lord pit. And just SRG overall securing a decent position on the map. A slow push at the bottom, but action in the mid.
They're going to go for it anyway. Aizen is gone in an instant. Tempest Blade's already used too. A disengage from GK. Even with the Dark Knight Falls, right now SRG still in a good position to transition from this point. Shen flickers forward with Raptor Dryad, locks down Stormy. A decisive play. Cram there, couple punches on the tree will take him out. Shen's gone, Lord is up. Cram alone is zoning out the rest of GK with Humes. They should be enough, but Xeno is up. He's gonna grab his purple and potentially try to steal the Lord here if he's able to. Half health on the Lord, they're gonna blitz it down. It looks like they give it up as SRG will take the Lord.
SRG with a very clean Lord take, and though GK is doing well at finding some responses here and there, Cram himself right now is just putting so much pressure on Yaga, so much pressure on Quanok. Every time a fight starts, Cram finds a beautiful angle and just stops GK from what they want to do. In that last fight, Yaga was looking for an entry in, Cram was waiting for him. Got a couple quick punches off, and Yaga can't do anything. It completely nullifies the strategy that GK wants wants to bring to this fight.
Graham's basically like, you got to go through me, if you want to get to the team. And even these off angles like this, he's a threat alone. Glorious pathway to slow down a GK. They take down the tier 2 turret. Ratha Dry and Chen just deleted again. Not tanky enough on this Belric pick. Charles on the bottom turret. Into the base, the goes. He does get away. Aizen jumping on forward. Might get locked down here, but the rest of the team will clear it out. Shields pop in mid and bot.
Oh my lord.
Again, Cram just showing the amount of damage he has, but can he go 1v3? He flickers defensively. Dark Knight falls comes through. Yaga on the hunt. Not sure if he wants to follow this through. It's been too much of a risk. He sees Sakai's though. He's going to go for him. The pincers, they come through. And that was probably worth it for Yaga, but not for the team.
I mean, there's some value there when you're getting pushed on.
Kayaknya kalau betternya bukan Rom Belet, lebih better Rom
trade, especially if it's on the opponent's jungler. GK got the best that they could, honestly, out of that big defense. A little bit of action on the purple buff.
Whoa, Zeno so close.
Whoa.
I'm not sure why he went there. Another SOD becomes Innocent. The Spear of Malaysia finds Quanok. Aizen's tanky enough, but the turret, it'll get shredded down a little bit further here. They don't have the waves pushing in up top just yet, so they'll clear him out. A big play from SRG off of the interesting decision there from GK.
Yeah, Zeno should not have gone for that. GK definitely choosing to pick fights at a lot of the wrong times. The fact that they were able to keep their inhibitors was good.
All right. They've only got a few guys left, but they're going to lock it down. Shen trying to keep them at bay, clear out the minion waves. Top base turret's going to go down here. Bottom one is left. They're going to go focus on this next, but everyone from GK is up. They should be able to clear out the minions. That they do. And SRG has taken pretty much what they can for now.
Yeah, the fact that SRG still ended up getting those inhibitors is because of the huge mistakes done by GK. And SRG's been capitalizing on every single one. Fine, you want to come too deep? We got an answer for you. And that answer has been Cram. That answer has been Stormy and Innocent. When it's time for GK to run away, somebody always gets caught by the Spear of Destruction. Somebody always gets caught by the RWM. And this is what we were looking at from Stormy. This is what we were looking for, at least, to hold on to those RWMs and make sure the timings are correct. And instead of using it as a big team fight mechanic, he's using it as the net, right? He's using it as something.
But Innocent, he spots him out. It doesn't matter. Innocent picks up another. The team fight is getting decimated in the jungle. Another SOD. He doesn't miss. And Zeno falls. Aizen could be next. Last one for GK. And they just get wiped off the face of the map with SRG.
They don't need a Lord. They got a wave of minions coming down the mid. A 7,000 gold lead, and death counter's too high.
Too high for GK. They're going to have to scrap this one up and go next because SRG came through in game 1 in this elimination match.
Definitely a tough start to that game for SRG. Another pick to throw them off their balance, but they held it together. And as the game went on, the lead got out of hand for GK. Things got a little too crazy for GK, and SRG kept their cool and took the victory.
Again, man, there was an attempt there, do something unique in the draft. Interesting in the draft, Golden Lane Hellcurt. You could see where it could work. There was uses for it, but essentially you have no way to even contain Innocent. Whether it was Innocent or not, if it was just a Moskov has free reign to do what he wants across the map, and you have to kind of deal with that. The macro threat that Moskov had in comparison to what was going on as a team just was too much to deal with. And again, when you have someone like Innocent who's, I don't know what his accuracy is on those spears, man, but they just seem to hit 9 out of 10 times.
We need a percentage on that, honestly.
Something like that. And, again, you have tankier heroes on your side for GK between the Uranus and the Belric, but it just wasn't enough. A lot of the times they were initiating into this fight and they would just get decimated more, quicker than not because of the firepower that was packed in to this lineup of SRG. So go back to the drawing board for game 2 because this didn't work. The early game was better. I feel like they were actually able to maintain, the game and not lose this crazy lead, but GK's got to come up with something else here, Trex.
I mean, I get it, right? Game 1, you try something because if that something works, it puts you in such a huge advantage for the rest of this series. It's a mental game, and GK was not able to pull it off. But even more of that, SRG was able to keep their cool through it all. Let's see what our panel has to say about that. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you, Trex. A nice, great cast on the first one. This was an interesting game, but you got to say GK Esports had moments where they looked much better. 5 kills after their time with YG, who got 55 kills against them. Now they added 11 to the tally, so technically doubling their overall efforts and effectiveness, but it wasn't enough against SRG, who I feel like, Brigitte, this is just my take, I want to hear yours, just had a win condition in the Moskov and in the Harara, and their team fights really came together very well.
Yeah, and on the other side, it was very specific for Yaga, who had to go up against that win condition you mentioned, which was innocent on the Moskov, because I feel like Yaga and what he's been through in the first series, in their first showing here in MSC, was something they do not want to go through against. Yeah. So they picked up a very aggressive gold laner, a very unique gold laner at that. And you saw the intention, you saw it work to a certain extent at the beginning, but again, for a more sustained team fight or for the long run, I think they lost sight of how they should have played around this certain lineup.
Yeah. LaFell, I mean, when you go to that matchup specifically, it is kind of tough because, you know, Helkert wants to get in and wants to stop Vision and kind of reap through the chaos. But Moskov, if he's your person you're trying to shut down, one knockback and now your whole plan is like delayed, and that delay could be it doesn't work anymore.
I mean, the crazy thing is we'll have some time with the Telestrator later, because in this game, funnily enough, the thing that I got to talk about the most is actually the map, because that's what Selangor Giants used to defeat Geeke. And here's the thing, it's not that Geeke does not have ways to stop it. It's just that somehow they weren't able to, just because Innocent, he himself was invisible in the map. The moment he shows his face, sure, he dies. He made that one mistake, but then never again.
Yeah, you would think that GK would have a less harder time finding Innocent because they had 2 assassins. They had such high mobility heroes, and even a Uranus who could just pretty much, you could rely on him to control the rest of the map. And he's the guy who could just split up from the rest of the members. Actually, 3 of them, like either of these 3 could just go and take their separate ways from the team, but it still didn't work out.
How'd you feel about Cram? I feel like his Paquito is pretty impactful.
Very much so. Honestly, Cram, like, I will talk about him a little bit more during the analysis later, but he was the reason that Selangor Giants can change their game plan mid-game to actually make it so that Innocent gets to a point where he can start carrying, because for me personally, I saw plan A, and I would say the first 5 minutes, they saw plan A cannot work. Okay. They switched to plan B, and instead, Cram has to be the one getting all the attention, and after that, honestly, smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Cram just did not hold back that game. I feel like there was this one instance, even when I was watching, that he was already caught by 2 members. They were trying to poke him down. They were trying to threaten him out of the lane, but he stood his ground. He just stayed there, hid in the bush, and was ready for a potential re-engage if ever GK actually wanted to go for one more round. And that's the thing about Cram. You know, he's a very aggressive XP lane, and the Paquito, I think, allows him to really play the kind of playstyle that maybe we've been missing in that first series that we saw from SRG.
And it was really interesting to see the results of yesterday's performance, or not yesterday, but the day we saw Selangor Red Giants fall earlier on, because the Belleric gave them so many issues. GK prioritized the Belleric this time around, guys, and it doesn't give them any issues. And I think that's just SRG know we need to have an answer for this. The Paquito worked really well to give them the space, but LaFell, I want you to break down what you saw in that game.
All right, Brigitte, I trust you for this one. So we're gonna be looking at it. You know, I'm just gonna stop. We're gonna look at the draft here, and I'm gonna take some time because we're gonna be looking at GK's draft first, where the idea of this Hellcat was to shut down the Moskov, because based on previous matchups, they know that the Moskov will win against Ling. So they need an immediate answer, and that answer was this Hellcat, which this is why we're gonna see in the game how it really changes. But before that, we gotta talk about how Selangor Giants approach the draft, because they have 1, 2, and 3 independent laners, meaning to say that when the game goes above 5 minutes, you can have them solo lane, and then that can attract a lot of teams. But in this game, Sakai's was not a solo laner. He was the one actually starting the fights. It was more on Cram as well as Innocent to be in that lane. We're going to be looking at some clips here where in the first clip, we'll talk about how great the Yaga on this Hellcat is, which, by the way, it's a very toxic Hellcat, you know, with Master Assassin, Rupture as well. well as the execute just to make sure he actually gets the kill. Because as we're looking at the positioning here, you can see that Sakai's is supposed to have a flank angle because his job is to actually have, what you call this, an engage with the stun. And then look at the rest of Selangor Red Giants. They're just trying to establish some kind of box just to make sure that Sakai's is out of this box and he's dealing with everyone else. But you can also see that Zeno and Yaga, they're off to the side, aiming for Sakai's because they know he's going to be the disruptor. And then eventually they will go for Innocent. But first things first, it is going to be Sakai's. We're going to be playing the clip just to see how they execute this. Kill Sakai's because they know his positioning is going to be outside of the square of influence. And then after that, even eventually killing off Yumes. This is where the draft works really well. And then we can see in a different clip here, this is where I want to show actually the minimap. As we're looking at the minimap here, you guys can see that, Allah, okay, never mind. You can see that Kram is all by himself, right? And he's been doing this for the good 10 minutes of the game. He's all alone, and every single time a gang comes up to him, he never dies. That's the big thing, because we're looking at the minimap and see that the rest of the team, they're always together. Look at Innocent's positioning on that Moskov. He's close to the Eve, and even Sakai's is close behind. So the entire game, they made into a 1-4 split where it's supposed to be the Moskov. But remember, Moskov did die that one time, so they changed the plan. Kram is the one going for the solo lane. And then after that, we can see here, this is where we start to see Selangor Giants win when they split up the fight. And that's why, Rain Day, you were talking about the Belleric. Belleric is good in a big fight. So don't have a big fight.
That's right.
Separate it. This is where Innocent had that lucky win, where he found Yaga before Yaga was able to take him out. And then we saw in the team fight, things got much easier. Look at this. Already the Wrath of Dryad already been used, but Stormy is already out of the way. Even though Aizen is chasing him, but this is the position that Stormy wants. As long as he's not captured, he is not chain CC'd, he's able to deal the damage, because in this position, he's the one with the most amount of damage in the team. Where the analysis is done, but if we look back into the items, we can see that Sakai's was using Queen's Wings, so his build is not full damage. He's built more like a fighter, surviving as long as he can. So his job, look at this Sakai's build. He has 2 Spell Vamp items with the War Axe as well as the Queen's Wings. He's not about assassinating people. If he gets it, great. But if he doesn't, that's not his main job. He's just there to distract. The damage is coming from Stormy, Kram, and Innocent.
Yep. SRG were just so efficient. I think this was the most
Thank you, production, by the way. That was amazing.
Hey.
Great
How
job.
about Mike?
Great job
How
to
about
you
my-
and Brigida.
How about the mic holder?
She's almost sweating right now.
Yeah, later I'll make sure that you don't have to stand up and that you'll just have to sit down while doing it.
No, you stand up after this.
Tambah heptasis dan
No.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay.
penetrasi di bawah.
Going back, yeah, I agree. It was a very effective play from SRG this time, because I feel like in the last few games we saw them try to split things up. They weren't consistent in doing so. It was like it was eventually almost always a point wherein they had to still resort to team fight, which again highlighted the impact a Belleric could potentially have.
Yeah.
So in the scenario, I think they found a way finally around it. So it might be one of the picks that they're willing to give more so than the others we saw banned, which still remain a question to us, by the way. Why the Harley, right? Why did they take that out, and what could be the reason behind?
I honestly feel like they're going to play this option, right? Play 1-3-1 and then eventually become a 4-1. They're thinking against a Harley, they cannot win the side lanes, right? Against the lane, they can outplay that. So I think that's just going to be the strategy coming in from Selangor Giants. They're going to play the map instead of the straight up team fight.
That's a really good point. I mean, they've obviously come in with a plan, and sometimes taking a loss gives you the most amount of information. We talked about it. Even when you look down to Entity 7 and Team Liquid PH coming up as well. A lot of people surprised at some of the loss, but also there's a good chance to learn something valuable, and you might say invaluable, if this is the beginning of another SRG run to finals. Because if you're going to give it up, you need to know how to deal with it. They certainly definitely found a way to deal with it, but the question is now in Game 2, will they give it up? Will they go back to the same? Will they let GK Esports switch it up, or will they have another plan of attack?
I mean, here's the thing. I feel like GK kind of read into it with the Hellcurt as well as the Link pick. It's just that the execution wasn't there. So I do wonder if GK wants to change it up just a little bit. Because Selangor Giants, for better or for worse, they're showing that they're not interested in team fights. They're going to be playing the side lane. So I think more and more teams are going to catch it, and this is going to force Selangor Giants to basically adapt. But here's the thing, this is an elimination match.
Yeah.
The fact that if you lose this or the next game or the next match, you're eliminated. So this is actually a pretty tough situation for both teams, GK as well as Selangor Giants.
Yeah, especially for GK, because really, you pointed it out. I'm not sure if they want to go for a similar approach in terms of just picking a very unorthodox lineup into SRG to potentially catch them off guard, or probably, you know, like shock them to a certain extent.
Did it kind of feel like they were maybe trying to catch SRG in something and go versus playing to their own strength and finding a win condition?
Kind of, yeah. Because I think it was something they observed. But that's the thing, like you get to observe it from one team, but you have to also acknowledge that that team is definitely going to learn from it.
Yeah.
So they're less likely to replicate the same mistakes that you saw from them, though you could definitely consider it. SRG this time showed that they were not the same team that we saw 2 days ago going up against Pro Esports.
And this is my question, and they answered it already. You got to ban the Moskov or deal with what made that first thing do. But again, it's reactionary to what has worked. We'll see if that continues with the Fanny and, of course, the Marcel band on the other side of SRG.
Honestly, I like the ban here coming in from GK because they're betting out the Moskov. The other gold laner that can play the strategy that Selangor Giants already did was the Claude. Those are the only real two marksmen that can go play the side lane. They can go for a fighter. There are quite a few fighters that can handle the long lane well. But right now, with this Moskov ban, with this Harara ban,
interesting.
Freya might eventually be let through. The Paquito will get through again. So, yeah, SRG can ban out the Harara. Do they just go all in and ban out that Ling as well?
I think you have to ban Atlas here.
Who Atlas is also a pick you got to consider, yeah.
Because they're also leaving the Eudora open, so there are just so much trades that they could play around if ever they do leave that Ling. And if they hand over the Atlas, then maybe they can also consider the Beleric for themselves. So I think there are just so many trades on the board right now.
Yep.
SRG might even consider a throw ban at this point if they just really want to let all of these things
keep something open.
Yeah, because at this point, I feel like it's either Ling or Eudora, because I feel like the rest you can kind of deal with.
Yeah.
Even if they pick up Atlas, you can pick up Beleric, Valentina, and then suddenly you're looking pretty strong, vice versa. Or maybe even try to ban out of Valentina and then ask
Harley,
the question.
It's Harley.
I mean, like, in a way, it opens up the draft.
And it does keep them, you mentioned the only other people that could do that, maybe the Claude. The Claude's still open. That was actually banned by SRG to prevent a counter to the Moskov that they wanted it to go. But now that they've revealed that's what they want to do, they're going to keep it open. Maybe they can do that since the Moskov is banned.
Yeah, the only thing here is GK. I kind of feel like out of all the picks, I'm actually feeling that Eudora is probably a very strong early pick, but instead they go for the Ling. Might be a mistake.
Eudora
then,
Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. Selangor Giants can go Eudora Atlas or Eudora Beleric, whichever is their pick.
Yeah, whichever they want, honestly, because either the Atlas or the Beleric, I feel like would be really great tools already. You have so much ways to force out a Purify, and then GK might settle with just a Purify gold lane as well, which we're not entirely sure if they will revert back to a marksman gold lane either.
True.
Earlier, again, you already saw them going for an execute Hellcurt in the gold lane. So
honestly, the fact that Innocent was able to survive for such a long time is actually a, I would say, proof of his skills as a marksman gold laner.
He just doesn't miss the SOD.
No, I was saying that immediate play that we saw, I was like, that was amazing. They skipped the Eudora, they go Valentina instead.
I'm not sure how much I like this. And I'm guessing I don't.
Why is that?
Because
nothing to steal? Or does it stop something from being picked?
It's the Occam's razor. Sometimes the most obvious pick is the right one. And the obvious one here should be the Eudora. And the fact that they did not pick it up is very interesting. Because as of right now, they don't have a real way to stop the Ling. I mean, like Atlas, if you can catch him, sure, but you can't. It requires skill and luck.
Are they opening up something on their side? I mean, the glue comes in.
Must have a plan in mind, right?
Yeah.
I think if the Eudora does get locked in by GK here, which they don't, okay, then that's when they might have to change something. But even GK just let go of the Eudora entirely and say, we have something else in mind for our mid lane pick.
Bisa
This is very
pick
interesting
lagi
because
sih
GK right
kayak
now,
gitu.
they're drafting in a way that Selangor Giants
Pick
wants
lagi.
to play. So they're asking Selangor Giants, do you want to fight fire with fire and play a 1-3-1 comp, or force Selangor Giants to play a team fight comp, which they have been avoiding for quite a while. But no matter what, they at least need one. So maybe the Paquito gets picked up again, handle the long lane, either
like
deal with the Ling or deal with the Moskov. Sorry, deal with the Claude.
Yeah, because I think it will enable like whichever option SRG wants to go for. If they want to go split, if they want to go team fight, the Paquito works
Or
both
pick up
ways.
Nolan.
Barats is available still too.
Yeah, to help out in they pick up the Paquito
Paquito.
because again they need someone to deal with the silent. Because if Paquito gets banned, I think the only other option might be a Benedetta, but that one has so many room for errors. Like it's very easy to mess up that lane.
Could get punished real quick. So now we at least get to see the XP lane for SRG, and they again have not revealed to us the jungler yet. So GK might want to really focus on narrowing the hero pool here for Sekai's later on in the bans. But SRG,
Yeah.
what mid lane picks do they not want?
Eudora.
You know?
Yeah, ban out Eudora probably.
I have a thought here. We saw that build. I mean, it was assassin pick, but it was pretty utility.
Yep.
So is a utility jungler a thought here for Sakai to kind of mix it up?
I was considering that if the Eudora was locked in for GK, but they didn't lock in the Eudora, and honestly, maybe.
Yeah, honestly, that's a very good insight coming in from Rain. They might opt for something like an Akai instead.
Yeah.
And letting Innocent to perform. And I feel like GK, they're reading into it. That's why they're not becoming the Eudora. They're even betting out the Brody. So, hey, you might be onto something here.
This could be interesting. We saw Barat's jungle once, still not banned. Akai was used really well also.
Yeah, though there isn't a Mathilda really, but I don't think we're seeing the Mathilda as a requirement to the Barats anymore.
And still Melissa.
Oh yeah, Melissa is also there. Surprisingly, again, like I said, we had a 13-minute game where the Melissa did over 100,000 damage.
Yeah.
That's way more than I would ever anticipate. And they're still not banning. If they don't ban the Eudora,
yeah.
Okay, now they ban.
There's Eudora.
Maybe they're just messing with the head of Costa Rica. Be like, hey, we may pick it, we may not. Because they are on the red side. They have last pick.
Yeah.
They can really play with the minds of GK here.
Yeah, so do they take out another safe gold lane? Oh, they let the Harith through. Instead, they decide to pick the Melissa. Well, in the words of Innocent, he already described the Melissa as a very safe gold lane anyway. So,
and I think there's no more safe gold lanes unless you want to consider a Bruno with the House Claw where your healing is just enough to survive. But even then, that's not a guarantee.
yeah, so it's
that's
probably another Harith carry option here for SRG, unless they want to go something unique or want to flex the Paquito in gold.
It could.
If they do that, they go for the Yi Sun Shin, but going up against a Ling as well as a Claude, I don't think the Yi Sun Shin will have a good time. It is an option, just may not be the best option.
Yeah, because at this point it's just the Yi Sun Shin left that you could really consider. So.
Wow, great call there.
Yeah, they go for.
Yeah.
This is looking to be a Paquito gold given this Yi Sun Shin pickup.
Yeah. I mean, again, going up against the Ling as well as the Claude, how Selangor Giants can win this one is they need to have mid prio, and then hope that Sakai is on this Yi Sun Shin is able to get one level ahead of the Ling and secure those turtles, and then try to snowball off of there. Because when the Claude has 4 items, when the Ling has even 2 items, this Yi Sun Shin needs a lot of help from Paquito as well as Atlas.
Yeah, but you're already stuck with an Atlas Valentina, so GK might have the upper hand here in terms of determining what the matchup is gonna look like. We don't know if the Glue is going Roam or EXP. They could flex that too because they flex it.
Oh, they even have the Valir. So the Valir is good at denying, I would say, everyone from Selangor Giants, if they want to go in, Valir will just push them away. And they even have Esmeralda to say, if you put Paquito into the EXP, the Esmeralda can deal with this. GK, this is another way to draft. And it looks very effective.
Yeah, it looks very cool.
I like it.
Hot.
GK look very cool and hot because of the
Cool
Valir.
and hot. Look at that.
Yeah, it's hot and cool, but
Well, what's going to be the cool hot pick from Innocent?
should be EXP. Should be EXP, right? If they don't want to put the Paquito against the Esmeralda in the lane.
They need someone to deal with this Valir, so someone that can dive. Yuzong, a Lapu, Dairav, just to deal with the Esmeralda.
Oh, wow.
This is very interesting.
It's only been Falcon's PH using the Dairoth.
I think the last time...
I don't think it won either, it didn't, no.
The last time Cram used the Dairoth was MSC 25 during the group stage, and he won that one, but that was the only time he used in that competition, so quite a long time since he's used the Dairoth, especially here in International.
Who gets the edge from you guys?
This is...
Okay.
GK very cool to Moy.
I think GK is easier to execute.
All right, we'll see who executes here. SRG trying to go 2-0 and keep their tournament hopes alive to get back to the grand finals. If GK Esports lose, their key will be crushed. It's all on the line here in Game 2 as we send it back over to Naisu and Trex.
The pressure is on as we jump into the land of Dawn. SRG 1 game away from securing a victory and moving forward. GK just trying to tie things up here. This is Trex and Naisu bringing you the live action in this game. How we feeling, Naisu?
Well, you know what? It's pressurous, Trex, because GK also already burning a flicker early on from Shen. We know how this mid lane goes. Obviously, as a glue, you can go ahead and heal some of this back up, but yeah, I think the pressure is there definitely at this point in the competition. GK is feeling it, but I like that they're still willing to bring something unique to the draft. Now, we saw that in the last one. You know, the Hellcurt kind of worked for a bit till it didn't. But now the Valier solves a lot of the points here that SRG brought to this draft, and I think them themselves bringing out the Dairoth, who, you know, as our panel, our studio mentioned, hasn't found the most success, but it still makes sense, especially against this matchup against Aizen with that Esmeralda. This is, you know, one of those picks that ends up working real well in terms of that matchup. But now, when it comes to the team fights, how can that help things out? He's really putting pressure there on Aizen, but you know, first hurdle is where we see just that threat.
Tunjukin kualitas dia apa, dia lain. Kalau tim contohnya kayak Pro Esport lawan CRG untuk hasil 2-0 sih, hilang sih. 2-0, 2-1 ya.
Has to be careful on a hero like Dairoth. We've seen it before. If you start to take a death or two too early on, you fall off quickly, and at that point, you're just a useless hero.
Yep, little check here in the mid, but again, because of the nature of the compositions, you're not going to see too much action until the first objective comes up. It's really big for SRG to have that Fatal Links. They make an attempt here on Aizen, but again, as an Esmeralda, really difficult to take up on top. Cram, though, has level 4. Tempest Blade's already going to be used slow. Again, doesn't have the flicker, so he's going to go
Gelo linknya
does get punished. Aizen gets a double off of that.
Tiba-tiba Kram itu benar udah ke tengah gitu
We
ya.
saw what he was going for. He even gets almost all of his health back, but then still
Jangan
taking
dia
out with
pakai
just
itu
a
ya.
massive burst
Penambah
of
darah itu ya.
damage.
Power pill pump
And
tinggi gitu
literally
ya.
right after I say it, you don't want to take too many deaths early on. It happens. Luckily, it's flying clouds, so you're not going to lose too much.
SRG still has really good control of, you know, the map, the presence that they can give with this lineup, and as you mentioned, flying clouds. So even after that, they do end up getting the objective. They secure themselves the turtle. Looking at the replay here, brought to us by STC. Again, this was an attempt on the turret. Cram buys quite a bit of time here, but it's, again, Aizen's very patient. Mind you, on the Esmeralda, he's able to just kind of sweep in there, get that first blood, get that double kill, which will really help him now in this lane against Cram for now. So Cram might need this help just because of that 2-kill lead. So they're going to go for it. Aizen brought to half health, but pop the Purify.
They want that kill on Aizen so bad right now. In the past 3 minutes, they've gone up to that lane twice now just to put pressure down. Back on that replay, I gotta highlight Zeno real fast. The guy drops the Tempest of Blades. Instead of going for all the swords, he backs off for a second to sidestep the Dairoth ult, and then re-engages, hits 2 swords, gets a bunch of damage. Aizen gets the final blows, but Zeno definitely very mechanically gifted in that last team fight. Now, SRG's been making plays across the map. Up on the top side, Cram.
They're going for Cram. Now he picked up the blades there, Trex. He gets them this time. Good punish up top and a whole lot of gold going over.
I was just about to say how GK wasn't playing the off lanes too much, playing a bit more defensively against SRG, but now they're finally finding their movement across the map. Quinnock and Shen stuck down in this mid.
Fatal Links able to pick one. Shen very quick to take out here, and that's what you're going to expect. Every time that Fatal Links is up, maybe even the flicker for Yumes, he'll go make a play, and that's about what SRG can play around. As they were mentioning, you know, throughout the draft, they got to build that lead over on this YSS for Sakai's. Now, bottom side, Yaga going to be the focus, pop the blades and do it. There's 3 SRG Giants here, though. Innocent will pick that one up, but Sakai gets punished. Zeno able to find one. Flicker from Stormy. Safety to the turret, and now Innocent should be able to get away here. The ultimate's already popped. He had to pop the Flicker, though, and Yumes, he'll have to be there for safety, but this is going to be a turtle fought for GK.
Yeah, without that Flicker, Innocent may not be able to do much to help out. Zeno will get that turtle. Right now, both teams just looking for pickoff after pickoff.
Shen.
Lo ngapain lagi
All right.
tuh?
Shen's
Gonna be
fine.
good?
Yeah, he's going to be
Cool.
fine. He burned the battle spell again, though.
Yeah, so a lot of battle spells down for the side of GK. SRG with only 2 kills in the map, still applying pressure, but GK with almost 2,000 gold lead, even after losing second turtle. It has dropped a little bit down to 1.4, but still the pressure is on. But this is similar to last game. SRG sometimes needs a little bit of time to get things going. They like to look for that 6-7 minute power spike. I'm also excited to see how Innocent plays in the Paquito. It's no longer Cram on it.
Yeah.
And it's so normal to see Innocent on these marksmen, right? On things like the Moskov, things that he can dance around. So seeing him on the Paquito this time, I'm excited to see if he's able to apply the same amount of pressure that Cram did last game.
Yeah, Cram was able to do it last game. I think so far, one of the best gold lane Paquitos we've seen. Hold on, Innocent, speaking of, okay, he gets away. Was from Sigiboom, right? From Aurora Gaming. They really made that work perfectly. And so Innocent being up 2 kills, you know, he's got that momentum going on the Paquito. That's going to be great for them, but they got to control the map here as that tier 1 down bot gets taken down by Zeno. This is what you expect with a Ling. He's going to continue to push the map. Guanok popping the Flicker himself. Some more action here in the mid. Whoa, Innocent got solo killed on the bottom side. Good play there from Zeno, man. Now picking up the Haas Claws off of it.
As Zeno has been on fire, even in the last game that they lost. Zeno still made some amazing plays. A couple bad ones too, but here in game number 2, he seems to have gotten some of the rust off. He's finding solo kills. He's able to lock down Honest Innocent on the top side.
Cram not going to be able to escape this one. Yumes too late to the party off that flying cloud. GK has found the footing in this one, Trex, for game 2. They've got a composition that's really hard to play against. SRG looking to lock down Shen, popping the Flicker. So he's still going to be fine. This last turtle's up, though, and right now GK will make their way for it. Conceal's already going to be used now from SRG to push them off the turtle. Looking for this engage. Stormy holding on here, too, up on that front side. They'll just face off for now, though, as buffs are going to be secured by Zeno.
Man, GK, like you said, just looking for plays all around the map, but here at the turtle, little action.
They're gonna go for it. Again, the setup Quantic gone so quickly. Yaga firing off the backside, though. It's a split fight now. Sakai's trying to get some work. He falls, and Zeno gets another kill. He'll heal back up with the Haas Claws. Rest of the team still going at it. Now Cram looking for Zeno. Can he catch him? He's quite slow, but he gets retried. So Zeno should be able to get away.
Zeno gets away to safety. More action to the mid side, though. Blazing Duet.
Blazing Duet already used here. Looking to take out another. Yumes falls, and GK further building the lead that they have. Forget the turtle. Will take the bodies.
Giant after giant tumbles right now. It's 9-3, 5K gold lead. And GK are looking at securing another turtle to cement their advance in game number 2. Last time SRG was able to keep things at a minimum, but this time the tourniquet is gone. They're bleeding out. Is there an opportunity? Innocent, we got to see something from him, but the problem is it's a tough game for a Paquito. You got the glue.
Eisen's there. Okay, he canceled the recall. He's there to go ahead and supplement Yaga here. Falling Star unused. Oh, Zeno! Oh no, the rest of the team's gonna get caught in the jungle. GK wants to take it to them as Sakai's falls. Cram trying to get away, but there's 4 members here, and Eisen leading the charge. Meanwhile, Zeno will push mid. GK Esports has total control right now.
All right. A little bit of a fatal links used on to Eisen there. Does
Cekram juga bisa ngapa-ngapain kalau pakai Diro tuh.
GK.
Cuma dia kasih hero mentek.
Shout out to Leo. Pop that pure.
Dari layu jonglok itu.
GK making their way in, making their way downtown. And it's not looking good for SRG. Like I said, Innocent's going to have a tough game, man.
I was about to. It went right
Wait for the Lord. Wait for the Lord.
Wait for the Lord.
So as I was saying, we wanted to see Innocent do great things, but you know, we can't count him out completely because the problem is this is a tough game for fighters. This is a tough game for the composition that SRG brought. The moment we kind of called it, we said, big chance YSS can come in, and then they go for a double fighter-fighter. But the problem is before they even did that, they lock in the YSS, and then the Quanok comes in, and we just know, ooh, this is going to be tough for a big fighter composition.
100%.
You see the Valier, you see the glue. Those are things that are just going to give Cram and Innocent a hard time in this game, and it doesn't give the space for Innocent. It doesn't give the space for Stormy. And at that point, how do you even counter this? And every time that someone's been on their own, GK has been all over the map. Zeno's been finding the 1v1s, and the rest of the team is finding pickoffs as well. So SRGC is getting slowly backed into this corner.
This has been amazing kind of recoup that GK has done in Game 2. I mean, they really had to go back to the drawing board after Game 1's win with SRG. Now for Game 2, this is a bigger lead than what SRG had in the previous one, and GK has total control. Now, if you're looking at this 9,000 gold behind, if you're SRG, you know, you're almost in that attempt where we just got to go for it because it continues to slip through. And even so, even being down this much, GK will still take things at ease. They'll slow it down. They need that purple buff for Zeno, and they'll just wait, because if SRG overcommits into a fight, Trex, they could get destroyed really just because of the economic lead right now for GK.
I gotta say, this is something so many teams have really stepped up to the plate on in terms of this MSC. I haven't seen that many super big brawly matches. A lot of teams have been willing to take the Lord slow, been willing to dance and play the back even when they're 8,000 gold ahead, right? They weren't trying to rush things. They know at any point, SRG is still a threat. Sometimes a dog backed into the corner is even more dangerous than the one that's on even footing right now.
Think about a giant back there.
Exactly. GK respects that. They know what they're dealing with, they know the enemy, and they know they have to approach this meticulously.
Right now, they'll have to do that on the defense. Once that Lord comes up, it's going to come down the mid. They still hold on to maintain their shields right now in the base, but those are definitely going to pop here, if not all three. So they're going to have to hold this on. And, you know, when you look at this composition, you got to think, too, how good is that base defense with this kind of composition for SRG? And it might be okay, but it's not the best. You know, you have to expend a lot, so they go for a play anyway. This makes it better. They take out Yaga. And now Lord will charge in the mid. They're preoccupied here on the bottom side, though. Quanok throwing out the fireballs to slow them down and burn them slowly. Lord finally goes down, but not before it takes out the mid base turret. So GK, that might be all they get because they lost Yaga. The Flicker are going to be burned too. SRG, do they want to go for this fight? Quanok taking a ton of damage. There's their Abysm strike. Sakai's able to find him, but they get caught in the jungle again. They forgot about Zeno. They forgot about the rest of the members of GK. And they're still here now, focusing on the bottom base turret. They're going to lock down on Innocent with a 1-2 punch in the shield, but they get shredded through anyway as GK picks up another and a base turret.
Once Yums misses that fatal links, SRG had no reason being there. Because now GK's at the base.
Stormy tried to clear it out, but not enough. GK will hold on to their hopes for MSC and take us to a Game 3.
The pressure continues to build. SRG is stopped in their tracks. GK brings it to final game, match 3, and they do it cleanly. It wasn't just a, it didn't even feel like a close game, honestly. GK completely just has control, and I think it all started in the draft, personally.
The draft, I feel like,
yang penentuannya apakah CRG pulang atau sepanjang melawan.
What exactly happened, but the Valier was also just a big part of this. Mind you, too, on the Esmeralda was phenomenal. You know, when we first saw
Kalau misalnya CRG atau Kika salah satunya lolos, pasti dah coba-coba dah nonton polling tuh. Tadi main login lumayan dah. Kan jadi Pak udah bilang kalau misalnya Kika atau CG lolos, ini bakal melawan Onyx atau Aurora, nih match 1, nih match 2. Nah, jadi setelah ini nih nanti kepun nanti mungkin aja bakal dipanjang di jam 17.45, 17.50 yang Gold Galaxy Percepat. Onik tetap jam 19 lah. Karena udah pasti, tapi nggak tahu bisa jam 19.30 juga sih ininya. Gantung ya, depend. Karena ya tinggal kita
And
nonton.
even the fact that they went
pakai
for
Kikai
another like damage XP lane
dengan
was just
pas kayak dengan tebakan gilanya atau seri bisa kalah. Jadi game kedua bener-bener nggak klop banget, Cok. Kayak nggak menyatu banget permainannya, kayak hancur. Tiba-tiba banyak miskom banget, Cok. Gila. Banyak miskom banget, banyak hancur, banyak. Saga Ambrano coba. Ambrano, Cok. Gak jelas, Cok. Elah.
You have Cram, who has such a good game
Aduh,
over
masa
Keto,
iya
and you
nih,
kind of
bentar.
draft towards this idea, but the reality is it would be
matiin
better
pemain
if
ini
you
nih.
Sakai's able to find him, but they get
Yeah.
caught in the jungle again. They forgot about Zeno. They forgot
Wah,
about the
lihat.
rest of the
Bentar.
members of Mike finally goes down, but not
Ini kan mereka udah main lama nih, 105 orang.
mid base turret.
Main lama,
So GK
tiba-tiba gamenya nih mau maju. Ini kan yang mereka ada kram di sini. Ada kram di sini. Tapi juga masih backup. Putin dia meleset. Cok. Cet. Meleset. Aduh, bisa-bisanya Putinnya meleset, Cok. Udah kayak bomnya nih. Bentar. Putinnya tiba-tiba meleset banget, Cok.
Burn 2. SRG, do they want to go for this
Ya,
fight?
langsung di pressure cramnya di pressure. Apa terjadi karena kalau cramnya nggak dikasih hero yang kayak banyak montek kayak What XP kayak ujung pelapu gitu, setelah jadi kalah karena masih ini dari pressure masih low. Harusnya kalau gua mau nyaranin online-nya mending gua ambil carry atau Harit. Carry Harut karena keduanya nggak di ban gitu, carry atau Harit. Tuh jatah, mistek di situ. Ini bener-bener kayak anginan di game kedua ini. Bener-bener keanginan di game kedua ini.
and Sakai's being the
Jelas
sole
banget, Cok.
carry of the game. I think
Jelas
really
banget.
hurt them a lot because that was shut down by
Udah jelas
GK
banget
and they
kurang.
had no other fallback to resort to.
Bener-bener kayak biasa aja mainnya, Cok.
Hasn't been great.
I think it's quite
Bener,
low. I'm not sure if I've seen him win, actually.
I don't think so as well. I don't think Yusichin has won as well. Part of the reason is because he needs time, he needs item, because he's basically a marksman, right? And we see in the current meta right now, if you need time, there's not enough time.
Langsung baik lagi.
Well, let's see what you put together for us, because you got another Telestrator
Yeah,
segment.
you
LaFell,
can sit
Brigitte is
down.
going to
I
hold
can
you.
sit down?
Yes,
She's letting you sit.
Well, I'm
You
at
must
the
have done
edge of
something
my
well during the
seat
break, yeah.
anyway. So, yes, we have to pay attention to this one because I agree with Trex where he said this is one true to draft. Well, let's see here because let's remind ourselves what are the first picks for GK Esports. Ling is pick number 1, and then later on they pick up the Claude as well as the Glue, pick number 2. So this is no longer a surprise, right? So let's talk about why the Ling as well as the Claude pick is good. Well, just like SRG, they like to play the side lane. So this opens up the map for them, which we will see in a clip later on. But also what is weird here is that we see this Yisun Shin, we talked about him earlier, but he was picked number 4, meaning that you've already seen the Ling, you've already seen the Claude. Now, why does the Ling as well as the Claude counter the Yisun Shin? Well,
Great question.
Is single target. He can only hit one person at a time, right? And the thing is, he has also one dash. So he cannot escape that much when you're going up against opponent that is basically much faster than you. And, you know, lo and behold, Ling is much faster than you, and the damage of the Yisun Shin can't kill him before the Ling kills him. And the same as the Claude. The Claude can ignore all of your defense. No matter how many friends you have in the front, he don't care. He can just dive in. So this is already a non-factor. And then, as we look even more, they early pick the Valentina, which probably is just to make sure that the Atlas pick does not get basically countered. But the thing is, you already see the problem of the Ling, right? Shouldn't you solve this problem first with the Eudora? So that was a question mark. And then the piece de response, this one, the Valir. What good is he? Well, see this area? This is all Valir. If you're out here, this is already looking like an ice cream cone. You guys cannot do anything against a Valir. Valir is basically the mage equivalent to a Melissa, right? You create an area where no one can get in. So now, let's look at all the juicy clips here. What I want to show is actually the mini-map. See how Selangor Giants, they're in red. Look at how close they are, right? This is like 5 minutes into the game, and their draft wants to team fight. But then, we'll see what happens. Just ignore Selangor Giants, and then look to the side. This is what Selangor Giants has been doing. This is unprotected, right? You see this? Zeno is solo farming. He's grabbing the turret as early as the first 6 minutes of the game. And then all the while, SRG, they are getting what? Nothing. They're not getting anything. So this is already losing the macro based on the draft. But then we're going to look at the later stage of the game. And the one that I really want you guys to focus on is this, right? The Valir is here. And yet you see Selangor Giants, they are here. They're all separated, where there's a clear line that the Valir is making saying that you cannot cross this line. If you can't cross this line, then you basically cannot fight anything. This whole area right here is controlled by Valir.
Nice rectangle.
And this happens quite a lot of time. Imagine one hero denying that big area. That's huge. That is amazing. The fact that Selangor Giants had no real range lost them the game.
Great segment, LaFell. Great
Gua sih
analysis.
murni kesalahan player deh.
Well, I've considered reaching over. But do you have any
anginan, tiba-tiba anginan.
Which one?
Just whatever. I just wanted to get involved in holding a mic to you.
Okay. So for me, thank you. This is how it feels like to actually have the mic. I would say really the Valir was what made a big impact in that game. I agree.
Okay, that's enough. I think that's
Sorry to the sound
hold.
engineer.
You did that for that long against him, with him?
What?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
did you see me switch my arms mid?
It's okay. Even nice to struggle.
Really?
Yeah, he was like, oh, now I see why.
I was wondering why you're reaching over with your right.
I feel better now.
She's getting sore. Listen, I
Gua
do want to
murni
get
kesalahan
Me,
ini ya.
we're having a workout. Wait, pause. But you know what I mean.
Pause, LaFell. What the heck?
Yes.
Murni kesalahan.
What the heck?
Okay,
Valir.
You haven't gone to the gym yet.
Yeah, I don't.
Kesalahan para perbaiki ke
Valir, Brigida.
Oh, secara rapnya masih bagus sih dapnya.
You were making a point. I interrupted you. I apologize. I'm trying to get you back to that. If you don't have anything to say on it, that is okay. I can move us on to a different conversation.
It's okay.
No, I really feel like GK 100% won that draft. And I don't know whether Selangor Giants like anticipated that or they were just as surprised, but hey.
Salutes to Coach Costa Rica.
GK won game 1, and now there's a real possibility Selangor Giants, being one of the favorites, gets eliminated here and now.
Game 2 victory for GK, bringing it back. SRG started strong, and now they are potentially facing a do-or-die situation. But they've been there before. They're kind of comfortable here. M6 saw them do it again. And we'll see if this is just another part of their story or if this is the end. Remember, the winner of this will advance to the lower bracket between Onic and Aurora Gaming. We'll see that game come up a little bit later, but either way, challenge is just beginning.
It's like from bad to worse.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, hey, congratulations, but also it's gonna be pretty tough. By the way, Selangor Giants, they are first pick here. GK is on the second, Expanded Rivers, and Selangor Giants, they're already banned at the Eudora as well as the Harley. And the Moskov has been banned out. So I feel like Selangor Giants, if they want to play how they usually play, which is those side lanes, they might have to consider picking up the Ling early and then later on picking the Keto. Because, oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we have a sub here. Looks like Sakai's will not be playing in game number 3.
Oh!
It's going to be Uni substituting for the jungle.
Pani maka seperti biasa.
I don't know whether this draft is going to change now with Uni playing or not.
What's happening here, Brigida? Your reaction tells a big story, but we can't see it on broadcast.
I think it's just more on my emotions of being shocked and disbelief that it's not Sakai's playing in this do-or-die match.
Let me ask, because I'm coming in
Jika dilihat dari
wondering, I've not seen
data
this before
kerja
in this moment,
hero.
does this mean Sakai's
Belum
wasn't
pasti.
performing? Does this mean they feel
Gerare
that Uni can
Gerare.
provide a hero pool that's better in
Itu
the
kita harus
special?
backband Hirare sih. Gak apa-apa, bukan mereka pakai link.
Also, maybe SRG
Apa-apa.
just wanting to switch up the
Ah,
plan
Marcel.
overall.
Apa
Because there
sih?
might be
some difference between their playstyle when it's Sekai and when it's Uni, and that is something we will
Makanya mereka
actually
udah
get to figure out
ini
here
ya,
as we
berkaca dari data game 1, Cok.
the draft and how does this change
bisa
the
tuh
draft
flashback
for
lagi nih.
SRG, because they went for
Bisa
very
tuh
similar
flashback lagi.
bans. The Hirara is open again. We can see Uni on the Hirara if they want to consider that, but you have the Ling
Oh, diganti
option
sama
as
Uni,
well, and
Cok.
they banned out
Nggak
the
cekin.
Eudora.
Yeah,
Wah,
at this
pergantian pemain,
point,
Cok.
it really is
Berarti
your own flavor. 'Cause Uni
gameplaynya,
can definitely, well, I haven't seen him use the Harara because it's still a very new pick, but you know when the Ling was meta, Uni was pretty good because in Malaysia, Sekais is the number one jungler and Uni was the second, but honestly after MSC, it looks like Air 44 might be taking the number 1 spot. We'll see how Uni performs in this one against GK because again, this is elimination. This is very serious.
And this is nerve-wracking as well. If you're Uni, all eyes are on you. But the good news is they let the Harara through this time around, and I think that is a big part of the win condition. And remember, 73% win rate. That went up in game 1 as they won with the Harara yet again, and the Ling lost. So now, we'll see if they can improve upon it with a response pick of the Freya finally let through, and on the side of GK Esports alongside Zushin.
Yeah.
I would say this is pretty smart because they pick up the Freya because that's what they want, but they also pick up the Zushin because if it's just a Freya, Selangor Giants will reply with the Phoveus, but now they're sowing a Zushin, and an option of a Hylos can come in later, and that will completely deny that Phoveus. So they're asking Selangor Giants, do you want to take the bait? Do you want to pick up a hero that can deal with the Freya, but then basically be useless against everyone else?
Or do they deal with it differently? Because I think the Belleric is also still an option for SRG.
Yes, true.
So if they just don't want to match it, which SRG have been doing even in game number 2, right? They went for a Dairoth into the Esmeralda. It's a very straightforward approach. Then maybe they can consider a Belleric. So, they get the Brody.
Well, they want to
Wah,
win
ini udah beda lagi nih
is
cupnya.
one of those, and I think the Paquito is also a takeaway because I think Brody, there are some tanks that
karena
he
ada
can deal with, or
Freya.
fighters in the gold lane that he can deal with. A Paquito
Ini
not
Mio,
so
ini.
much. So
Lingnya.
what we're waiting to see is that Brody, kind of just like Moscow,
Ini Freya di XP aja deh.
his second ability,
Freya di XP.
and if he wins the lane,
Kasih-
level 1, level 2,
kasih
he
Melissa
can
deh.
freeze the lane,
Ambil-
deny a lot of
ambil
minions,
Melissa.
and basically win off economy at that point.
Melissa,
So
ya.
Selangor Giants, this is a different way that
Mau
they're
deh.
drafting right now,
Yeah.
but still with the identity of having very strong side laners.
Yeah, still playing around their sides, I feel, and Uni might just change it a bit because we haven't really seen his playstyle yet.
Yeah.
We don't know the kind of jungler that he is. We know for a fact that he's on the Hirara, but how does he activate the sides, right? That's something we are yet to see. At least SRG now saved their mid duo for last, so they can also really capitalize on that. But now we're heading into the bads and they're just about to lose out on more options. The Eve also taken out by GK already. But SRG can respond to. There are still roam options. They probably don't want to go up against the Belleric. We also mentioned they might want to consider that taken out. But they focus on the Esmeralda. Yeah, you don't want to add more counters to your list.
Valentina, most likely not. I mean, my thought is, I haven't seen Valentina have the same impact that I think the players have been hoping for. I haven't seen her be the win condition. She's a good pick, and she's good on paper, but I've seen so many other picks be the difference. I'm curious if they let her go. Both teams, she's been picked before in game 2. I'm curious if they let her go here and they look for a different mid option.
Kalau mau ngacurin target ya kayak tadi pegangin keramnya.
Mostly depending on what the fourth pick
Keram
for
atau
GK
hidungnya.
is gonna be, maybe, because at this point it's just really
Harusnya juga boleh.
nothing
Tapi yang
that you
lainnya
get
bakal
to
bebas.
take from
Take
your
from, right?
ultimate. More so, the range is also gonna be lacking again to a certain extent. Although you have the Brody, and honestly, Brody is probably one of those marksmen who just really thrives when it comes to range. But other than that, it kind of might limit them a bit more if they go out in the Valentina again without knowing what the EXP is gonna pick. If it's not just really gonna be a heavy duty ultimate that they can pick up. But there goes the
Did they
Belleric
like the
ban.
Valir? That's the other question. Did they like it? And they say maybe we want to consider that as well. Belleric banned.
Into this lineup, I think it'll be
I think it's usable. But I wonder if they want to go for something else because right now Selangor Giants, they have the damage, right? They're not lacking in that department. They just need utility. They need some kind of crowd control, and ultimately you want a mid laner that can survive a Ling as well as a Freya. I think that's going to be the more difficult puzzle to solve. Like you have picks like the Valir, which can honestly help you against GK's lineup. But once you use your ult early and you don't have your flicker, then most probably you will die.
I agree though. It might be one of the safer picks, like the Valentina against the Ling. But I think there should be much more considerations other than that.
It really is just the crowd control here, because the mid lane is also going to be pretty important. They pick up the Hilda here, which might be a bit dangerous. And now the Kimi. Okay, so now I see the...
berani banget main tabrak nih. Berani main tabrak dengan Alex. Main gelok.
And we just show that we have better mechanics.
Kanan dan kirinya sama-sama main tabrak, Cok.
Now you know that you're going up against Freya in the gold lane. That's going to be tricky. We'll see whether Selangor Giants will gank the gold lane a lot or try to help out the EXP. Either way, they have a side that wants to win that and destroy the turrets early. Selangor Giants, high risk, high reward kind of draft, but I would say it's much easier compared to game number 2.
All right, well, you heard it from the panel. I don't have to say much more. You know the stakes. A best of 3, now a best of 1. The winner moves on at MSC. The loser, their key is crushed. It's GK Esports and Selangor Red Giants ready to battle for one last time here in Paris, France. And let's send it over to your casters for Game 3, Naisu and Trex.
This is the final move in this game of chess between SRG and GK Esports. Let's jump into the land of Dawn as the pressure builds. Naisu, the final sub, the final draft. Uni comes in to try to make things work for Selangor Red Giants. Thoughts on this?
I don't know, man. I think everybody probably reacted the same way around the world watching this. When it comes down to that one game, sometimes you have to take that chance. Sometimes you have to take that risk. As amazing of a player Sakai is,
di acara gini nggak ada ininya.
To make something happen when it comes down to one game, you can already see the aggression from SRG.
Mereka main tabrak-tabrak.
Ponak
gonna
deal with some damage sitting at health. He's gonna be fine. But SRG more aggressive to start things.
Gangguin dulu, gangguin itu, gangguin Raranya.
Going for mid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
Mantap dapat.
Mooney actually able to still get that. The retry was a little early from Zeno, and he's able to get his own camp. But I'm not against completely the aggression that SRG is bringing. Sometimes in a game 3 like this, both teams take it slow, but SRG says no. We're gonna hit the gas. We're gonna try to catch them off guard, and that is how they are playing this right now. The Kimi pick.
Ini ya rasanya juga hati-hati
with this Hilda. And the pressure's on. I've been wondering when we're going to see the Hilda. I'm wondering if they're going to use it in your typical way of let's harass Zeno, let's harass this Ling, let's try to get in GK's face as much as possible.
I think especially if you're SRG here and you're trying to take something from the last game, it's, you know, how do you contain or at least get rid of Zeno, because, you know, last game he was able to go ahead and scale up so well on the Ling. And, you know, the panel mentioned this, too. It was so interesting to know some of the facts between those top 2. I feel like they're the top 2 pick jungler heroes right now. That Hirata being at 70+%. You know, the Ling sub 50, I believe it is. But hold on, mid lane, there's some action. Yaga taken out of this. And they're able to go ahead and pick up a kill. It's a bit of a trade, but the objective for GK is the focus now for the first turtle. It's going to go over to them.
And so Innocent actually gets the solo kill onto Yaga. Down in bot lane. Stormy goes down in the mid side, so a trade for trade. Let's take a look at that replay down on the boss side. Yaga gets ganked by Yums and Innocent. So even with losing, still it's 1-1. Goes over GK. Small gold lead.
Small gold lead to work with. Either team, you know, they can't let this gold lead get out of hand once we get to that mid game. And you know, if you're looking for picks across the map, that might be some of the best cases that you can go for if you can't fight for the objectives yet. An early kill, too, going over to Innocent does help, of course, with that Brody. You know, you get the Blade of Hepsies locked in early. You can start to go ahead and build on that. It is going to be a bit of a difficult lane for him, just because, again, you got the Freya to work against. For Yaga, you know, he's running that Warcry emblem, so that's why you want that space to work with. That's why the hero that Brody helps really deal with that.
All right, so things have kind of slowed down after the initial few minutes of aggression, or maybe not just yet. A little bit of action in the mid. Everyone should back off. Nothing too crazy to happen, but no.
They're going to go for it anyway. Whoa, the beacon was gone and Quantum missed. Shen, the next to follow. Zeno's here though. Tempest Blade's dropping down. Going to be looking for Cram. Wherever he can find it. Zeno goes on through with the Tempest of Blades to pick up a kill for himself.
Zeno continues to be the bane of SRG right now. It's been, what, 3 games of Ling, and every game he seems to step it up a little bit more and more. And, you know, this was an amazing play. SRG backs off for a minute, but then they look for the re-engage right after the beacon's about to be done, and they're able to catch him. Luckily, Zeno finds a moment of saving grace, able to get the kill onto Cram.
Yeah.
So it's 2-2. Both teams continue to go blow for blow, and that's been the story these past 3 games.
So far, it's been such a interesting series for this one. You know, just from game 1 to game 2, how one-sided for each team it was, and now at this point, you know, relatively even as we get our way to the second turtle. And you have SRG trying to get this secured already, as Uni's going to go ahead and work on it. Meanwhile, mid lane, there's going to be a fight breaking out. Quanok already burned the beacon. Both gold laners going to make that way. Zeno goes in, but SRG will win the retry. But can they win the fight as Cram is taken out? GK might just be happy with 1 kill. Zeno going for more. Stormy will keep him at bay. Unless Uni wants to re-engage to the mid lane, goes in, gets the damage out. Yums is there, but still not follow through to get GK down.
All right, so Hunter Strikes start to fall in maybe a little bit late for SRG. We just saw Uni get his. Cram gets his after death. Maybe just if they could have got that a bit sooner, we would have seen a little bit more damage, a little bit more possibilities. Luckily, SRG still gets the turtle in the midst of the chaos, but Cram now 0-2. In game number 1, this Paquito was the thing that brought them to victory.
Yep.
And with the start that it's have, GK's learned that, listen, we don't want to let that happen. We need to make sure we focus down, and Zeno is making a job of that. We do see the Sky Piercer lock in for Innocent. So he hasn't been able to get stacks off it just yet, but if more kills can start getting locked in for him, this Brody could start to become dangerous.
Yeah, they got to deal with this. Beacon use, Cram, next target, flickers defensively. Rest of the team trying to help him out, but Cram, nowhere to go. Another kill picked up. And Yums, unfortunately, not able to help him stay alive. So GK, they'll continue to do this. Look to put around that beacon from Quanok, and it's working so well for them for now.
SRG, this game, not really waiting for the power spikes to hit. Yes, Cram got the Hunter Strike, but still, you can't just go in like that, especially when you are behind, especially with the composition that GK has. I think the goal should have been to wait just a little bit longer, maybe another minute or 2 to really start trying to make those plays happen, especially since he's already taken 2 deaths, and now it's 3 deaths. So hopefully Cram can kind of back off a little bit, slow it down, wait for your time to shine. It's what you did in game number 1, and it's what you're going to have to do in game number 3 to get this victory. GK, on the other hand, just need to keep capitalizing on these small mistakes.
This is one of the difficult things, though, to do, you know, when you are a Paquito that is, you know, you've died a few times, you're trying to figure out how do you bring that value to these team fights and, you know, turn the tides of them. And unfortunately, when you're down, it's a little bit harder to be able to do that when you have the lead. So now, some ultimates being thrown out here. Turtle's up. And you don't have a traction pulse now for Stormy. They could still fight even without it, but it's going to take some master fighting here from them to be able to pull this off. GK's really been playing really well, just like they are now. Yum's really low. Zeno waiting for that window of opportunity to jump in. Might just try to go and steal this turtle here. Goes in and makes it happen.
Wow,
the rest of GK just happy, staying disciplined, takes the objective, and goes elsewhere.
And even though it wasn't exactly straightforward, SRG backs off a bit during that turtle fight because they know Aizen is coming with that Throne of Ruin. And if they stayed for that turtle, getting caught by that would have been detrimental. Could have been an end game type of fight.
Oh no, they're gonna collapse down here. They're looking for a kill on Aizen, but he's able to get away now. Zeno joining the fight in the mid. Gonna go for Uni. Uni tries to get out. Temps of Blades too. He's on the run now mid lane. Finally will take one down, and they get a second as Shen falls. SRG finds some breathing room.
SRG right now is just the perfect example of punching your way through your problems. Even, I mean, seriously, they're behind. They take that fight. Exactly, they take that fight, and I'm like, guys, what are you doing? But somehow they just keep on hitting
Dia tuh
and
kalkulasi
hitting
gerarinya
and hitting,
dapet,
and
tapi
eventually
gerarinya
they
dia
do
pakai
come out on top. This
mati
fight didn't
imun
look good
gitu.
for them at first, but Innocent is
Gila.
now involved.
Itu betul dia banget yang gitu ya.
And that's what they needed to win.
Tunduk
Back on
banget
the
yang
main screen,
itunya.
another fight, and they're coming out on
Jadi dia
top. They
jadi
get the
ini
kill
ya.
on Yaga.
Mungkin dia jadi leluasa.
GK is finally getting pushed back.
Oh man, SRG off of one team fight somehow find a swing in their favor. They're now approaching these tier 2 turrets of GK. It all happened so fast too for GK to deal with, and now they're trying to scramble here. Shen half health, he has to watch the tier 2 fall, and you got 19 seconds for that lord to come up.
All right, SRG now with a 2.5K gold lead in just a matter of about 45 seconds. They have completely took this game into their hands, and it's looking reminiscent of game number 1. And Cram continues to show that on this Paquito, even with a death or 2 or 3, I can still pack a punch. And Innocent was the sleeper build all along, hanging out in the gold lane, and we were waiting for that moment for him to get involved in these fights, and now the damage is there as well. He's got the Sky Piercer, he's got two stacks on there. 2 kills worth of stacks on there.
Yep.
He's feeling himself right now, and SRG, this is going to continue to scale upwards and upwards.
Yeah, those stacks really are something to worry about. They're going to blitz this lord, going for it. A gleam
dapat
SRG gets the lord. They're going to be able to collapse down on the fight. A couple flickers on the defense.
Belum ada yang mati.
Looking for the reinitiation. They're going on Shen. Shen has nowhere to go. Another stack for Innocent.
Kram, yellow kram.
Another one to Innocent Sky Piercer.
5-0-1 on Innocent. Shen sacrificed himself to make sure that Zeno can get the purple buff, but the fact that Quinnock falls after that might be a little bit too much for GK to hold on to. It's a 5K gold lead, and a Lord is coming soon.
Oh, dilihat nih stacknya.
They blitzed it. They tried to go for an attempt. They're knocking on the base turrets now too. Back in the live cam. Traction pulse already thrown out, sending GK back to heal up. They're gonna defend this Lord push. SRG with a swing in their favor. Uni jumps in, brings down half health bars for GK. Claps down anyway. Crabs in the base. Puncher looking for Yaga. Innocent as well. Takes SRG. They brought out a new Titan. A new giant to the mix. And they move forward for MSC.
Berarti KRG akan melawan yang lo atau Pro-Sport. Jadi penentunya adalah menang atau kalah dari aku dan Pro-Sport.
They take some losses.
Ya, M2 kan, oh ya, tadi sama Aurora, penentunya.
Opponent GK Esports. They put up a great fight.
Penentunya nih.
They tried their best. They brought the Giants to game number 3.
Oh, ini sama Aurora kan M2 loser ini masuk ke bawah. Dan capean antara ini Pro bisa nih. Capean masih ke Pro. Ini kan ada KRG aja bisa kalah dari Pro-Sport.
And it felt a little dicey there in the early game, mid-game. GK, hats off to them, man. They really put up a fight against a team like SRG. You know, he's accomplished so much. And again, a lot of people probably question the switch into Uni, but hey, it ends up working out. He played this Harada really well, allowing the team to shine, allowing Innocent to get the stacks that he needed on the Brody. And you know, it just ended up working out so well for them. Sometimes that's what it takes to move on to the next stage of the tournament. You know, when things aren't clicking, things aren't working, where do you go from here? I mean, this was such a great initiation, too, from SRG and the team. Mind you how much Cram dealt with in this game, how, you know, he has 0-3 at one point, but still punches on through this game, and they punch on through to move forward.
That has been what this MSC is all about. Persevere, punch your way through, adapt, find a way to flex your way to victory. On stage, we got an interview.
SRG being able to survive their first elimination matches of the group stages in a 2-1 win up against GK Esports. Right now on stage, we are with Uni, who got subbed in later on in the game. Hello, Uni. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling so speechless because I just play one game and then suddenly so easy win.
Wow, easy win. Okay. Okay, we are getting started here on
Kalau
stage. Uni, first of
pergantiannya
all, talk to us. Coming into MSC, a lot of the people were saying that, you know, SRG has what it takes to probably win back the championship, right? But what happened? Why did you guys start off so shaky? Is it the meta? Are you guys having a problem adapting to it?
Maybe we just behind with the meta because we're trying to adapt more, and then maybe just lack of comms like that. Yeah, I think that's that.
Okay, you said that previously as you guys entered the tournament, you guys were a little bit behind on the meta. But what about now? How are you guys doing now? Is it better? Have you guys found your footing? Has Uni found your footing in this meta, in this jungle patch especially?
I'm also not sure about that because I rarely play in training, and I just keep learning with the team, and we all the teams trying to adapt with the meta as fast as possible. Yeah.
I agree. All the teams here in MSC are definitely trying to adapt to the meta as fast as possible. But let's talk about your next opponent. Now, your next opponent, I'd like to think it's going to be a tough one because you guys will be going up either against Aurora Gaming or Onyx. Whoever it is, it's definitely going to be tough. So how is SRG going to prepare for that matchup?
I think after this, we're just going to go on our training back, and then we just focus on our enemy. We don't care our enemy, who is them. Yeah, we just play as a team.
Just play as a team and just play your game. Any message to the Malaysians watching at home, Uni?
Thank you for our Malaysian fans that keep supporting us. Whether we lose, whether we win. Yeah, thank you guys.
Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of the people were on the edge of their seat watching this first series of the day. But with that, boys, come join me up on stage. I have a question. Who wants to crush some keys? Uni? Uni?
No.
Okay, let's go. Come follow me. Let's go, let's go. I guess Uni is going to be doing some key crushing on his first MSC tournament. All right. Come on in, boys. Are you excited, Uni? This is going to be your first key crushing moment.
I don't know.
Okay, only one way to find out. All right, Uni, you may head to the front. Go on, go on, go on. The key is already in the key crusher. And Uni, all you have to do is press the lever. 3, 2, 1. There you guys go, ladies and gentlemen. Selangor Red Giants has officially ended GK Esports' journey in the MSC at EWC 2026. All right, pull the lever back. Ooh, that was a cut. Let us show it to the camera. There you guys go. That is GK Esports hopes and dreams at MSC shattered. That's it from us. Bringing it back to you guys at the studio.
Well, SRG continue their run in the elimination bracket, and it's GK Esports for Meta who will be going home. But not after a valiant effort. In Game 2, they turned it around, sent us to a best of 1. You got to say, it's still not over for Meta. We still have Team Falcons representing the region, but overall, GK Esports, they did well. Just not good enough against SRG, who found their answer and maybe that little bit of momentum or spark that they needed in the substitution in Game 3 for Uni. A story that many, I'm sure, are already talking about, we'll be talking about for the rest of the day. Maybe the rest of the tournament if he continues to play. My name's Rainday. Joel, you got to talk about this.
Ya, kalian bakal mulai lagi, soalnya bakal mulai bentar lagi, kayaknya jam 17. 20 atau 17.45 ya, 1 menit ya. Tapi gak tahu deh, kita lihat ya gimana. Bisa aja cepet deh. Nah, tergantung ya, depend ya, tergantung tuh pendek gitu. Mantap tuh. Ya lah, pengen-pengennya bolak. Auf. Pakai Black sejedak. Tahan dulu deh. Black sejedak. PUBG Pro. Wow, udah mulai. Oh, day 3 sekarang. Kira masih Dewan cok. Oh, Chenwick aku nggak tahu nih kayak apa, nanti gua coba lah. Nanti sebelum paling ini lah guys. Tipe ini tuh dari mana ya kalau nggak salah gua. Oh, langsung ya udah ada kayaknya. Oke, udah seperti lawan T1 main jauh. Tapi nggak bakal cepet nih waktunya juga. Ya,
I don't know whether SR can have the same early game as Aurora.
Yeah, I agree. Although Uni did say that they're not really going to pay attention to who they're going up against.
They should.
More on, it's more on them just focusing on themselves because, as you mentioned, I think based on their first two series, we've observed which works for them and which doesn't. And it's mostly on the draft, which we kind of see a pattern that it's really just the marksman working out for Innocent here and there, mostly the Moscovs, and then Cram on the Paquito and stuff like that. But now that we have a change in lineup, which we don't know if they'll be sticking with this throughout, then there has to be some work done to polish some things here and there because you, again, never know what to come up against.
They put themselves in a really interesting position if they don't keep Uni, because you solve a problem, and maybe it's matchup dependent. We don't know what the conversation was between Sakai and the coach and who made that decision and how, you know, they said, well, maybe Uni just needs to come in for me. Maybe Sakai volunteered. We don't actually know. However, I do think that when things work, you have almost, in my opinion, the onus of responsibility to try to keep it working. You don't want to stop your momentum after you found it. And it feels like they did have a very easy time on the Harara back when Uni was there. So if that's the meta, if that's what you're going to be playing, it may be nice to see. And as you look at these damage stats as well, I mean, no wonder, second in damage, I believe overall in the game, only to Stormy, who was on that Kimmy.
I do have to say, like, outside of the game, the difference between Uni as well as Guys, I would say Uni is a better shot caller. He has a very good idea of how the map looks like even when it's dark. And then in game, Sakai's is the guy that's willing to sacrifice himself to get 3 kills. But Uni, he will play it more safely, which we saw in that game where there's multiple times GK went all in onto Uni and he was able to escape death multiple times. And maybe that's where GK really like, wait, hold on, this is not what happened in game 1 and 2. The jungler dies here, but this time they don't die. And then you're like, wait, what's next, right? That might be just enough to throw GK off.
Yeah, because honestly, I think at least for the lineup, SRG might have read through what GK wanted to do every single time. Like the approach that they had during a T fight more or less started with Aizen.
Yeah.
It always had to be off of a really good Throne of Ruin from Aizen and then the rest of the members eventually going in. But if it's not for that, then they more or less have been read by SRG, I feel, because I think it's been Uni who's been a bit more creative with the angles. Again, with the Hirara, I think it's something you can really afford to do because you can just go in and out and also through very unexpected corners as well. But I guess GK was also able to read through that and prepare for this potential switch up that SRG eventually showed us.
When you have moments where a team has your game plan, typically, and I relate this to the football world, the soccer world, I played that growing up in my life, and that was football. Yeah,
just
sure.
Want to let you know.
Sure thing.
Football.
All right, football. Especially in France, how can I not? I think the interesting thing is you need a little bit of creative individual brilliance to break through it. And at the same time, when a team is packing it in and they don't want to let you score, and that's their strength going for a tie, the second you do score, that changes what they have to do. They've read you, but now they're struggling because they have to play offense when they wanted to play defense all game. I think Uni might have come in and had a little bit of moments, getting in, getting out just barely with individual brilliance, and then that opened up this team fight that maybe shouldn't have been opened up with SRG's lineup.
Yeah, bowling is amazing, man.
I do like to bowl too.
Hey, that's great.
I have my own bowling ball. Do you?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
No, I don't.
I have two. Custom made and everything.
My favorite sport is Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you know? More pay, please. Thank you
Guys,
very
that's
much.
sport. I mean, it's e-sport. I'll say that.
Yeah. Although I do have to say, again, Slangway Giants, they won, but they're not out of the fire because there's so many things they got to fix, Brigida.
I agree.
Brigida. What?
Brigida.
Brigida.
Yeah, thanks, Leifel. I don't know if it's enough time though. I don't know if it's enough time.
Okay,
It's
we'll see.
less than 24 hours because I think they're having their next match tomorrow. Like all other elimination matches are happening tomorrow. So let's hope for the best. Hopefully though, this has been enough learning experience for SRG moving forward.
Or we'll see. It certainly was an experience for GK Esports. Maybe didn't end the way that they wanted. But of course, they found a way to bounce back. Got to hold their heads up high for that game too. We had a chance to have an extra interview with Shin talking about what it feels to have his key crushed and what this journey meant to them.
We're backstage now with Shen. What happened in that match?
I mean, we kinda.
You can talk into the mic a little bit.
We kinda were playing good. Everything was good. We kinda like rush every set. Kinda rush, you know. That's why the game get out of the hand, you know.
Okay.
That's the problem.
So that was game 3, or from game 1 as well?
I think game 1 and game 3.
Game 1 and game 3.
We kinda rushed a bit.
Okay, because in game number 2, I think that was a valiant effort. 10,000 gold lead for you guys. You guys are definitely on the right track. What is it? Was it a communication error? Was it a shot call error? What made it so rushing?
Yeah, I think we all was like good with the draft. After that, we moved to the gameplay. I think everything was like comfortable to play, and everything was good. Everyone doing his job, so it was good. You know, it was a good match for us. Yeah, that's it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Is everyone fine as well?
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine.
They're fine.
That's sad because we could win, but yeah, I mean it's fine.
You were very close. You were very close. What lesson did you learn from this match about you guys?
I think to be more calm. You know, it's like we don't rush everything. Like we just we just fight when we need to fight. That's all.
What did you think caused it? Was it like the adrenaline rush?
Yeah, I think it's like we're winning and we like wanna fight. You know, so it's like kind of like this.
There's definitely a lot of things that you can learn from this match, and obviously we're very excited to see you come back onto the international scene. That was a very valiant effort. Thank you so much for being here. Is there anything else that you want to say before you leave?
Today, guys, I hope you enjoyed the game. And next time we will do our best, to make you feel better,
Okay, once again, thank you, and we're throwing over back to you guys.
We appreciate you, Shin. Not easy to do those exit interviews. Obviously, you're feeling the emotion. You haven't even had time to process it. Then Eterna is making you nervous when you're in there, so I understand it. But thank you so much. UK Esports, they go down. Silangor Red Giants continue. They'll have another match, which will be elimination or their chance to be promoted into our knockout stages. Coming up next, Yangon Galacticos take on Pro Esports. Nobody's going home here or with Onyx and Aurora Gaming. These are the 4 best
kayaknya
teams
masih
in
bakal
rookies
lama
so
ya,
far,
kayak.
and they are looking to prove.
Oh, masih main tuh. Dari juga ngemain, karena dia banyak kan. Ke sini cok. Gebrak juga. Kenapa nih? Ripok. Email apa nih? Laptop plus kah? Namanya laptop plus deh. Ya, laptop plus. Tahun gini kan nunggu MNC 3 giga sih. Oh, bagi cash deh. Apa lah? Bagi cash. Wah, lagi nunggu. Kita nunggu. Mana pakai akun dia? Ya, cocok. Lama. Kalau balon ini lama. Tadi. Ah, kebiasaan banget ini. Bentar ya, bentar. Kalau buat aja deh super cepet. Kalau online bakal lama sih tuh, lihat udah balik lagi nih. Udah makan ini deh. Nah, mau tahu tadi. Kaget, bangset. Eh. Kuda. Hmm. Wah. Salah. Nonton. Kenapa makan tuh? Bukan. Ada yang ini pada kemakan ini. Ini baju ini kan ya. Nggak bisa gerak lagi nih karena koper. Sama-sama mati cok. Tara. Bukan. Jatuh segala. Berat banget tuh. Ini bisa bengkak bos. Ntar. Ini bisa dipakai sama ini. Nggak luka sih. Ntar ya. Nggak bisa maju nih belakangnya. Ntar ya. Dulu gua harus gerakin ini nih. Win sini tuh. Ntar ya. Oh. Hikmat. Aku udah kupas sih. Nah ini baju nih. Wah, berani juga sih. Ntar. Oke. Ntar. Aku puas sih. Makan. Kenapa tuh dia gerak dulu sih? Hikmat. Kalah dia bang. Jangan pindahin itu. Hikmat. Stop. Aja lah.
Kind of a long point too. You might not have about pro esports as well. This roster setting up Coily against Han, but you've also got Sorry, I'm Felix, which I love that one. He says sorry before he jumps in and has to kill you. That's a great matchup. We'll see. Their road to EWC also was lit with fireworks, and it's landed them here at one of the biggest tournaments in MLBB esports. We'll see if they have what it takes to move on past their opponents.
You want to see anything about this?
Pro Esports start in MPLKX Spring Split 2023. We qualify from Challenger Cup, and I joined since the beginning. And after 6 seasons, we finally become the champion of MPLKX Season 10.
triple kill though. Lin Maniac! The grand final! Pro Esports is the reigning champion for MPLK8!
When we win MPLK8, of course we are excited because we've been having this dream for many years already, and it's our first time winning, and we qualify to play on international stage, which even make me more happy and excited.
Your mastermind, lift the trophy!
After we winning, I feel so impressive to come back to EWC because like since last year I didn't make it. Right now, yeah, back to the EWC feels so impressive.
See you soon. Now on to Kenji. It's a double kill for Seoul, and it's a 2-0 clean sweep for See You Soon.
The Cambodian Owls will fly onward again.
Because like last time I come here and I just make it to top 5 and top 8. So for the best player that I had, I think we can make it to the grand final.
In Pro Esports, we are like a family. We have a good bonding, so I'm pretty confident with them. They always talk out to me like, it's okay, don't feel pressure, just enjoy the game. For us, it's like a dream to represent our country. Not many get the chance to do it, and when we have the chance, we gotta do our best.
អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលគាំទ្រ Pro Esports ហើយកុំភ្លេចគាំទ្រពួកយើងនៅ EWC 2026
While that key insight in that slow-mo shot, it is not up for grabs just yet. These teams are not facing elimination. They're facing something even greater, a chance to get that much closer to that $1 million first place prize as Lafell and Brigida get serious, ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
We got to start talking about this matchup, guys. I mean, quick thoughts after seeing those two roads to get to EWC. You know, Cambodia representing their country, Pro Esports said. I mean, that's a big deal.
I agree. I think for the longest time we're so used
You're
to
a big
seeing
deal. Thank you.
CFU on the international stage, but it's always been a struggle for them to make it far. Though they did get some upsets and on very close to getting upsets a couple times in the previous internationals that we've seen them. The confidence and the way that you hear Pro Esports talk about their team and each other, I think that says a lot about the amount of practice and the amount of connection that they have already established. Because I know this is a new lineup for them, but the fact that they're quote-unquote family, like they have really good bonding, and you see that reflect through in-game, I think that adds to what makes them a huge threat here in this competition.
I mean, Yangon Galacticos in Myanmar, again, you talk about the regional representation. It's not just your team, it's not just your organization, which you have a lot of esports from the same place. You don't really have that here. You have maybe 1 or 2 max. Lafell, this is a huge opportunity to say, well, we got at least $100,000 in top 8 if we win.
And again, this is where there's a lot of layers when it comes to the motivation of all the players. Because just like you said, Rain Day, there's one for yourself, there's one for your friends, and then your family, and then your organization, and then your country, maybe even region. Like, every single win gives you more motivation than the next. And as we're going to jump into this, I can't help but talk about the comparisons of their day one, about how Yangon Galacticos was able to have a very strong game against GK Esport, where we saw Pro Esport had to try to defeat SRG. That was all 3 games. And SRG also struggled against GK. So based on this square, it does seem like Yangon Galacticos, at least after day 1, are the stronger team.
Well, it seems like we have an audience that agrees with you, Lafell. 65% for Yangon Galacticos in the Pick'ems results. Pro Esports get a good 35, though. Brigida, that's not like out of the park.
No. And I'm glad it's closer now, because every time it was significantly favoring another side, we always just get upset. So I don't think we can define like who will be the underdog specifically here in this matchup, which really makes it a must-watch.
Well, trying to learn about this meta and so much involved in this one is all that we can do to help put these two teams together. Dark horses most likely considered here. But will they continue to be? After a performance against each other, they may just find themselves in a position, as you get a little double Rain Day up in here, to support the dream that they come in. Myanmar and Cambodia about to take stage.
Thank you very much, my friend. Rain Day. I mean, double Rain Day. That sounds like a good day to me, but we've been having a great one so far. SRG surviving. They continue on. GK's run has ended here. Anything about that game, Rose?
Ooh, that game, I feel like everybody was on the edge of their seats because honestly, SRG was so close to bombing out of the group stages, and I don't think anybody saw that coming.
This is what we get here, right? It's the MSC 24 champions that had to fight for their lives in the lower bracket in group stage just to show you how competitive MSC is. That's what we look for. That's what we're here for.
Yes, sir, Milosh. So with that, we move on to the second match of the day, meaning the winner of this match goes to the knockout stages. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Yangon Galacticus. This is a team that wants to bring the glory back to their region. Will this matchup keep them one step closer to making their dreams a reality? Two teams and one ticket to the knockout stages in this matchup.
Who doesn't love a dark horse race with two generational junglers, one on every single one of these two squads? So let's just bring out their opponents. Please welcome Pro Esports.
Oh, gila.
The crowd has said it. You can hear it. That's from one dark horse to another. Let me tell you, their stable is stacked, and they showed it versus SRG. Add to their talent the fact that this is a perfect storm for a Cambodian team to make the knockout stage once again. I think the recipe for success is all laid out.
Ooh, Milosh, this is going to be a very spicy matchup with that. Boys, you may actually place your keys, and of course, to the captains, don't forget on that little handshake, a fist bump, or heck, will it even happen, Milosh?
Just whoosh away. Oh.
Who knows?
Fist
And
bump.
there we go.
Yeah,
Once again, this is the battle of the dark horses. One advances to the knockout stage, and one falls for a tighter shot at the knockout stages. That's it from us. Showing you back to the studio.
Thank you, Rosa Milosh. The dark horse race continues, but again, like I prefaced, anybody who's been watching these games and these two O's should think anything but that these two teams don't have a chance to win. Their success has not only happened in their region, now they get to do it representing themselves on MSC's stage at EWC 2026. And as we continue to highlight the conversation between who will be the best jungler, which assassin king will reign supreme. We've already seen Prince's stumble, I would say, earlier on in that game. And we've also now got a chance to maybe claim or crown a new king.
And honestly, after game number 1 of Pro Esports going up against SRG, I can't help but really root for KAIRI, because it's one thing to do good. It's another to actually have a tough game and then clutch it at the end and then closing out the game. So I'm really looking forward to both these teams, especially because personally, I don't consider them dark horses anymore. At this point, they're contenders.
They're actual contenders.
Well, coming up in this shop, you have a chance to grab that new interactive effect. Rhino Day is live. Make sure to grab your cool stickers. What do you call these guys?
Emotes?
Emotes, yeah.
Emotes. So emotes in the shop. You could spam them in your games when you, would get a triple kill, a maniac, a rate? Yeah.
Or just do it just to show people that you got it.
Before you start laning, just be like,
As soon as you get in.
As soon as you get in.
Yeah, so what you do is that you clear the minions, you stand in front of your opponents, you recall, and then you spam the emotes.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That's the MLB
Good analysis, guys.
Show your aura.
Show your aura.
Aura farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more emotes you have.
Aura garden. Nah, it doesn't work that well.
Or a garden, or a farm.
Anyways, in this game, I really feel like because we know that the junglers is going to be pretty crucial. Funny enough, I really feel like we got to look at the roam matchups, because both the Beleric as well. I mean, like, as much as we want to build by saying that the roam is, I don't know, expanded, because honestly, there is quite a lot of heroes you can use in the roam position, but just by how good Atlas and Beleric is, there really is no reason not to pick them up if they're open, right?
So much roam heroes to expect, especially if you're talking about Blink, but at the same time, he's just only been on the Atlas and the Cho. But you could argue the same. PP has only been on the Bellery because we've seen that spammed throughout the 3 games they went up against SRG. So we haven't seen much explored just yet. I think the most creative they've been in the draft so far was really in the EXP lane. Because Yangon, they've never used the more common XP lane. It's always the Barretts or the Ruby that you really got to see from them.
So that's maybe something we're looking at. We know for a fact that Yangon can be creative, but where and until or only which heroes are they willing to be creative with?
Yes, that's a sentence.
And it was a sentence that I liked the first part of, which was that Ruby was a hero we did not see involved in this last matchup whatsoever, because they were really focused on the Moskov, and they were focused on what was working in terms of banning the Harara early on the Fanny. But maybe we do see a different priority here, especially when we start to get towards the later phases of the draft and ban, where the Ruby does either come out or it gets taken away, and that opens something else.
Well, we're looking at the map here. So far, I feel like for both teams, Flying Cloud should favor them quite a bit because they like to fight. But now Dangerous Grass. And this is what I bring up every single time we're in Dangerous Grass. Sometimes you go autopilot, but where you forget that there's a new grass on the map in front of you, and your opponents might be waiting in there.
But LaFell, realistically, for someone saying, hey, what's going on? This is cool. What's some MLBB? They're in Paris. Let me check this out. Dangerous Grass, like, what does this really do in terms of changing your draft or your pick? Do you ban around it, or is it just something that once you get what you want, you play around it?
It's something that you can utilize an
Waktunya mepet banget nih karena ini ya, gue pada dulu dia.
Since there's more grass, that means there's less
banget
vision.
soalnya.
With less vision, some people might forget that someone's hiding in this bush, and you immediately kill them all. So picks like the Eudora is good. Picks like the Hilda, where she gets advantages when she gets into a bush, also does pretty good. Catching heroes like the Saber, the Chos, the Kadidas.
Pickoffs.
All of these pickoff heroes love Dangerous Grass.
I love that. Ling and Beleric banned, Freya and Atlas banned. Do you feel like YG say, PP, what else do you got? Because they take the Beleric away right away.
Yeah, they
no
saw,
Atlas and no Beleric.
Yeah, they saw how comfortable they are actually with these picks, so it's great. I think now that we're in Dangerous Grass, it's all the more reason for them to just go more creative, go crazy with the picks. There are multiple options out there and potential for pickoffs. But the Valentina
Interesting ban. Maybe just to open up the draft, trying to force Pro Esports to ban out the Harara, because if Harara is let through, you know that's going to be first pick.
So it's both the Beleric Atlas and the potential Ling Hirara banned out.
Actually, no, maybe YG just picks up the Eudora first and be like, yeah, I dare you to pick up Hirara.
That too.
That's a good way to do it, but I feel like this sets up a good thing for YG, and this is where you want in this part of the pick. Because obviously, if you get the Harara, great. If not, you get the Eudora, most likely to counter. So they feel pretty good. I think that the question is, if you give Han the Harara, you still have a Fanny you could prioritize.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot about that.
On the side of Coily.
But that was Yangon who also used the Fanny recently.
Oh my
Mars,
God, we forgot.
Forgot. I mean, rarely picked up, right? So now they can pick up the Eudora +1 plus the Fanny.
Oh.
And the Phoveus. That's very interesting. Didn't thought the Phoveus would get picked up this early, considering that there's quite a lot of EXP that can fight against a Phoveus.
Yeah.
Like the Alice, Uranus.
You just probably be a bit more careful with the gold lane pick, given this. You already have a Phoveus and a Fanny to deal with, so...
Wow.
That takes out probably a Harith option here for YG.
Or play double fighters.
But they can do that too, honestly.
Right? They can play double fighters if they want.
But if they go double fighter at this point, then the jungle options are...
I think a Hirara is still fine, but maybe the mid. It needs something like a Kimi or something. Whoa.
Maybe no double fighters.
Hero. Whoa. Coming up, it's the Fredrin.
This feels very pre-patch.
Yes, that's the best way to put it. This feels very pre-patch. Pro Esport already having a proactive kind of draft, and then YG, a lot of control. Like basically every single hero here has a way to start the fight and control the fight. When it comes to a Pro Esport, just like, I'm cooler than you.
Yeah, I think a Lilia looks
Patrick
good
is
here.
cool.
Oh, Glue. Yeah.
Why did that?
I thought you were shouting out Patrick. Patrick.
Hey, you know what? Patrick Production is also cool, all right? Coolest guy ever. He's the kind of guy you buy ice cream for.
But he means the SpongeBob skin, Patrick, that Glue gets to be in-game.
Well, they banned out the Arlot still. Well, again,
weird,
it's Arlot Fredrin, yes, but...
I mean, like, they already have the counters for it, so... I feel like they should have banned something like an Atlas, right? Atlas, Uranus, because they do well against the Phoveus.
Ruby's still available, but not necessary now at this point.
Yeah. There's just so much threat for the mid lane
too for pro esports. Like you could pair a very annoying mid lane with the glue. I think there's still like the option of
Eudora is still available.
Lilia Eudora. You mentioned that as well, but the fact that they took out an Arlot, is there just something they don't want to break formation?
And look at this, YG, they ban out the Eudora because, again, even though they don't have an assassin just yet, you just know that EXP is going to be a damage dealer, the gold laner is going to be a damage dealer, and having a mid trio like Marcel and Fredrin always in front of your face, Eudora has an easy time to stun both of them. Eudora will disrupt them quite a bit. And now even the Barats gets banned out as well. So they're drafting in a way that makes sure that their EXP laner gets to win, but again, there are options here. It almost looks like they want YG to use something like an Alice or Uranus that's, you know, I would say not super front-heavy tanky. Like the tankiness of a Uranus as well as the Alice is from healing, not necessarily because they have a lot of HP.
But speaking of that, I think pro esports are yet to pick up something to deal with the massive HP that could come through for YG. Like they don't have Shred necessarily just yet when it comes to the team fights. The Moskov you pointed out is still going to be available, yes. But since YG are not going for an assassin, might they be a bit more comfortable to pick up the likes of a KAIRI again?
Maybe, honestly, maybe.
Because you know that it's not going to be an assassin. The roam is a question, the XP lane is a question, so that's only probably the next consideration that they're looking at before locking in their goal lane.
What's this? Let's go pro. I'm a fan of PP. Oh, he loves PP.
Oh.
Claude. Which is, I mean, very good. Very good. We've seen Claude prioritized in almost every game so far today.
And this game, there's not necessarily a hero that counters Claude just yet.
Yes,
as a matter of fact, the Claude already counters the Gourd, right? So that's also something here where pro esport, they have a good dive hero in the Fanny as well as the Claude, and optional dive with the glue as well as the Fulvius. So this Gourd shouldn't have a good time, but hey, who knows? Maybe YG creates enough space.
Yeah. And what does YG lock in for their gold lane and their XP? Yeah, Paquito is still up. Though it's gonna go into a Fulvius.
It's not great, but hey, ignore the Fulvius, then you're good. Moskov gets picked up here for YG. Should be able to deal with the Fanny, and to a certain extent, the Claude and the Uranus gets picked up. Like we've been talking about, a good fight against the Fulvius. And overall, this kind of draft, you need a front line, because the Marcel is more of a support than a tank.
Okay.
Right? You still need a front line.
Pro esports just need their mid laner. I think there are just a multitude of options out there. The Lilia still there. If they
Lilia sounds great.
Lilia sounds great in this lineup.
Even Valir is going to be super annoying.
Yeah. Previously they used Vexana. I don't know if they want to go for that again.
Vexana ban. So yeah, I feel like Lilia and Valir are two very good anti-tank options that he can go for. Honestly, I'm good for either. If they want to increase another unique hero, they could pick up an Aurora. Has not been seen for years at this point. But they pick up the Zetian instead. So they want some scaling when it comes to the late game in case the Penny doesn't work out.
Guys, in terms of execution, who do you think leans towards it being a simpler job to get done?
I don't know if I'm just more used to seeing the Fred and the Gourd and how simple the lineup of YG is, but I feel like definitely mechanics-wise, it's also the easier to pull off lineup compared to pro esports lineup right now.
I agree. It's just that I would say pro esports, they're scaling. Maybe they're able to outscale, but that one is more of a matchup in the gold lane.
Well, after the last 3 international tournaments for Cambodia, they've got a new representative who's looking to finally make it into the knockout stages. But will it be Yangon Galacticos from Myanmar, who shut down their dreams and maybe have a little bit of a story to tell for themselves? We'll find out as we begin game 1 of our second series of the day. It's all upper bracket for the next 2. Let's send it over to your casters, Naisu and Mirko.
Thank you so much for the breakdown and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's our second match of the day here. This one, not an elimination match. It's to find out who's going to move forward to get to that knockout stage. Will it be Yangon Galacticos or Pro Esports? Both teams
Let's
have
go.
been looking darn good. These drafts, though, a little bit of a throwback. I feel like now that we've been through so much versatility and flexibility in the draft, this looks a little more standard.
It does. It looks a little bit more of what we are accustomed to, right? Yep. I do think it's kind of weird, though. I mean, the panel already pointed out, but the fact that Pro picked up the Phobia, still, though, banning out the Arlet.
And YG really seems like they're going back to comfort, something that they used to win MSL Myanmar. Back again, it's Han on the Fredrin.
Fredrin in the jungle is just a very different change of pace, you know, from what we've seen so far. A lot of assassins duking it out, but now you get a Fredrin, which, you know, makes sense with the lineup because you can play around that durability that this gives you. You know, if you take a look at the emblem setup too, you're playing with a lot of speed with the Marcel.
Tapi kalau cara main aman ya mid jambon.
Annoying support
/
roam that he is.
Wah, Coil. Lakon. Siya gasak pusruk.
Oh yeah, I guess is that a statement of, hey, you're gonna pick a Fredrin, well I'm on a Fanny, this is the assassin meta. Is that where we're going right now?
I guess. Coily straight into the orange buff, set up by P. But dang, I didn't expect that damage, bro.
Yeah.
Straight up, walks up, well, flies through, and gets, even though Han was able to secure level 4, he wasn't able to tank up that damage. Now trying to steal this away from Coily. At least he gets a bit of compensation.
Okay, yeah, you know what, at least something. Turtle's up though. Both junglers have those retributions ready. They'll get in position for this one, but Yangon Galacticos is gonna go ahead and get that space to work with. There they go.
Mystic Gush gonna tear PP down with Han, locking him down. Coily forcing a flicker out now, but Han's gonna get caught by the Phobius of Felix. It's everybody disengaging. Ying still holding this angle. Back to level on the board.
All right, so a bit of a trade. No one gonna get the turtle just yet. Jungler is gonna grab their buffs for this one. We'll take a look at the replay by STC. Great setup here, you know, to go ahead and capitalize that Mystic Gush, utilizing the Fredrin kit, but you get a lockdown, and you can see how dangerous it is for Han, though, because if he's, you know, in this vicinity of the rest of the team fight, he's actually shredded down quite quickly. It's just not tanky enough just yet.
We gotta take a look at the items right now. If we're talking about how Han can actually like deal with Pro, right? He's on the way to the Dreadnought armor. I feel like he should have just rushed that straight up. He went for the Ares belt first, a bit more HP, trying to play around with the passive and then Praiser's Wrath. Let's see if it works out.
Felix on the turtle.
Yep. Just walking up. It should be free.
Yep.
The hands of Coily. A straight up red tree now is Sa. Has to flicker out. Good taunt though. Brings Felix in for the shoulder bash. Praiser's Wrath is right there, but Felix Coily jumps into the back again with the tears through Kaiser. He gets another with the cutthroat. Big damage for Coily.
Ini perlu diwaspadai nih proyek nih. Perlu diwaspadai nih. Udah kuda hitam nih. Udah dakok banget tuh. Permainannya.
Yeah, the idea was there, but you always have to remember when you're up against a Fanny that being caught in those choke points around the walls, around the jungle, is not where you want to be. And, you know, just after getting that objective, that turtle, then all falls apart here. This was going so well, but then look at the back line. Coily has all the room just lines them up and is able to go ahead and swing in, pop that damage out while everybody else gets cut off from each other. So that's really good game sense coming through from Pro Esports and the rest of the team.
Also a bit of a whiff from Blink. That golden hour was supposed to keep Kaiser from getting initiated on, but it only found Kaiser. Gave Coily the opportunity to just wait, go for those cables, and find the double.
Yep.
This is the reason we don't see too many Gords, too many Yees now in this meta, right? It's just, if you don't have Flicker, you're dead.
They had their moment, you know, and that, I guess that's one of the things as we gone through the days here for MSC is that development of the meta. And yes, some heroes that just feels like just weeks ago were doing so well are obviously struggling in a sense, but this is something that I would say Yangon Galacticos, if they get to, let's say, a late game and you get a little more durability to work with, if you're able to go ahead and play around the golden hour from Blink, then, you know, that's one of the cases. Plus the Moskov, still a power pick in that gold lane, able to move through. You do have generally a safer laning phase to deal with that Fanny, you know, from Coily approaching. But that's the thing. It's more so of Yangon Galacticos really trying to hold on. You can see Brute Force Breastplate now picked up for Han. That's going to help him a little bit to deal with that kind of burst physical damage that's coming through. Second turtle up, though, as YG gets space to go ahead and work around this. Coily in the base can go ahead and swing in here anytime he's ready, but it's just a stare-off for now between both. Fighting for this space.
One thing you gotta take into account if you're Pro is Sanji in the bottom lane here on the Moskov. He's chosen the bargain hunter for a reason. He knows his job. His job in this game is just to farm out. No pressure here. Han's going to be able to take this for free with the Retribution. It's going to be the Mystic Gush now on P, but he's able to flicker out now as Kozen gets caught on a ton of big bonk as well. Great Fury of the Phoenix in the bottom lanes, and 1v1, and it will be KAIRI to pick up the mega kill to stop Sanji from scaling on
itu
You gotta give it to KAIRI and the rest of Pro Esports. They know that, okay, objective Turtle's gonna go over to YG. We might as well find something else. It looks like he's gonna be able to get the turret down nearly. Yeah, should go down here. They trade out a kill and a turret. As we look at the replay, once again, this was a really good decision from KAIRI. Again, he has all the room to work with, even push back with the Spirit of Misery. It doesn't really matter. He's able to go ahead and find the kill.
I was looking up top, the taunt landed on Kozen, then we saw the Fury of the Phoenix. So in our eyes, it was like, oh man, Sop popped that a bit late to save Kozen. Turns out it was a call from KAIRI probably down below to go for that kill on Sanji. That's why the Fury of the Phoenix was tying for the pickoff on Sanji rather than to save Kozen up top. Blink though. Golden Hour, the SOD lands as well. PP gonna be able to actually walk away from the appraiser trap now as that's a shoulder back from Felix. Flicker out, away from the Mystic Gush. KAIRI with a jump in the cables. Great disengage.
Good use there. Again, to keep him at bay, KAIRI had an angle to go for, gets stopped in his tracks. Golden Sapphire picked up by Sanji as they continue up the top. Here the Phoenix appeal to Kozen. He gets away with VMI and Felix finds the pick up by KAIRI. Dives on the turret, picks up the kill. Product mati. Still able to sustain. Again, the missing projectile saves him, but KAIRI walks up, finds the unstoppable now with the cables onto Blink.
Mantap. Kedua. Pergi. Wah, yellow. Mati. Yellow triple kill.
Triple responded over for a double. Guys here with a missing projectile and the Gush.
Yellow.
What a
triple
lane. Both teams able to get multiple kills. As we take a look at the replay brought to us by STC again, Fury of the Phoenix is great. And look at both junglers. They have their moments here. Han cleared out that mid lane. He makes his way up to the top. He sees multiple health bars low. All this tier 1. He sees his moment. Because he knows KAIRI's having his own. So might as well go in for this. Gets that double, but essentially will go down. And also really good response from Kaize to come back and get P down with that Mystic Gush. So this trades across the board, which will all ultimately lead up to setting up for this first Lord here, now that it's up. So this is, again, just a fight to see who has that better team fight. And you've got one jungler on the side of YG who's pretty stationary, you know, more of this bulwark front line, while KAIRI is everywhere. He's 7-0-1 right now. And pretty much if he finds one of the backlines of YG, it's almost an instant guaranteed kill for him. So they have to play around with that in mind. A bit of focus here, knocking down some of the tier 1 turrets up top. KAIRI.
Dude, against a Moskov, usually you'd see Fannies hesitate a bit, you know, like kind of think twice about going in. KAIRI against a Marcel and a Moskov walks up like that, or again, flies
around like that. Again, it's different in the hands of junglers like KAIRI. Again, he makes his way through this team fight.
KAIRI, oh my god, the lethal action! What a god on the Fanny! KAIRI again with the cables. No fear in his eyes.
Oh man, fighting for this Lord. As I said, goes to the back line, he's able to get a kill. Now with the numbers advantage.
Felix the walk up again, the slam down the pass back from P. That's a mount already, that means the Lord is going to be free again. Han.
Ini kan satu tingkat di bawah Papir, Cok.
He's taking a bit of damage, now goes for the cut throw as well. Blink with the golden hour, oh he saves the game, Han walks up, goes for the red tree, but it doesn't work. It was still the golden hour, but 2 went over to the member of Pro. Goes for the pick up on the Lord, goes big taunt on the Felix, and starts on the pass comes through, but Felix gets around with in front of Pursuit, almost takes Blink down with him.
Ooh, that would have been way worse if Pro Esports did not get that Lord. Kozen was able to go ahead and secure it, I believe. Just in that midst of that fight, because KAIRI went down. That's also a big shutdown, though. Taking out KAIRI like that. So for now, Yangon Galacticos, they found a little bit of momentum to work with. They should clear out this Lord relatively easy. And now some of that gold starting to build up, starting to go in their favor. Sanji's got the items mainly that he needs at this point, and the rest of the team is starting to get tanky enough to deal with it. It's more about the execution part, the micro part when it comes to these team fights. The biggest threat here, too, is Kaize on that gourd against KAIRI. If he's taken out and he doesn't have a flicker and he doesn't, you know, have that whatever defensive item he decides to go with, that's just unfortunate, because your whole game plan is I'm gonna get a stun off, Mystic Gush real quick, get some people low, and build off of that. But he knows he's gonna be a target, and so now for YG they have to adjust these team fights.
And it's just so sad to see the golden hour now 2 times. First time was okay, that was just unlucky by Blink. Second time, miscoordinated by Han and Blink, right? The golden hour was there, it delayed the Lord. KAIRI was already dead, but Han went for the retry. Because the Lord was still in golden hour, the retry went to one of the pro members, and that's why Kozin was able to steal it away.
Yeah, once again, Marcel, that golden hour is so valuable, but at the same time, sometimes it can backfire in a way that you don't expect. Now it's pretty much even across the board, except for the fact that you got a couple extra turrets for Pro Esports off that Lord take, off that Lord push. Helps open the map a little bit for them, but they still have plenty of time to go ahead and find something here. You've got some pressure on this purple buff.
Uh-oh, they're gonna all in on P. Flicker out of the Appraiser's Wrath and the Mystic Gush already.
Yes,
that's KAIRI with the damage. Oh, the Mount is well. Fury of the Phoenix. Onto a choke point. Han with the top. Onto 2. He's still trying to buy some time as Han. Pops P.
Okay, they fight back again. It's been trades all game long for the past 12 minutes here. And you're seeing it too. Now because of these items falling into place for Yangon and Galacticos, you can't find whoever you want, aside from the Gord, Kaize, for KAIRI to go ahead and get, you know, because just again, you have enough durability at this point, and you have to start to rely on your both gold laners to turn the tides of these team fights. But you'll see it here. This is a team fight comes through. P surviving this is also crazy. Good use of the defensive flicker, staying alive, and then he mounts up and brings back into that Fury of the Phoenix blink. So really good timing there, but Han also gets his revenge. Again, he had a tough start to the game on this Fredrin, but so far he's really found footing.
And the gold lead is non-existent for YG versus Pro. We should have expected this coming into this matchup. YG with a dominant game against GK to make it here. Pro with a crazy upset victory over Selangor Red Giants. Both trying to fight for that qualification to knockout stage. Han holding on a neutral objective, jumps on P. No flicker, Mystic Gush, the Razor's Wrath to take him down on Felix. Gonna get caught by the taunt as well. Sanji clearing out mid. Kozin doing the same thing, but the wave up top is good for Pro.
Oh, they're gonna fight for this Lord here. It's at half health.
Just
blitz this Lord though for YG.
Han's trying, the golden hour's placed out. With a steal on the focus. The Fury of the Phoenix.
Was that just a dark?
No way, we gotta get a replay on that.
We have to see it. Again, that Fury of the Phoenix really helping. They're trying to hold on to this mid turret, but man, Lord.
Uh-oh. I thought he was gonna pay for his sins, but no. Flicker, get out of jail free card. KAIRI.
Oh, he's here.
He gets covered. Oh, the moment. Oh my god, what a crowd. Perfectly timed by Kaize. A bait to win. KAIRI wants part 2. With the cables, this time trying to bait out a battle spell.
That's actually pretty big though. The Winter Crown being down at least is something as they approach the base. That's what they want to play off of this Lord here now that everyone's going to be up. But again, at least for the Gord, at least for Kaize, he still has Flicker. He can just kind of post up in the base, help clear things out. The fight for these buffs though, man, P taking a ton of damage too. Kozin trying to take down a tier 2 turret. Lord makes its way up top now. KAIRI gonna be stopped here. Clearing out the Lord. This might be all they get. They do get some damage done to that top base turret, but still, YG's base defense and their composition will clear things out relatively quick. So, I mean, based how things have gone for the last couple Lords here, it's got to be the retribution for the next one, man. It's going to be so important for either team to go ahead and secure that, to get this momentum as we look at the items coming into place. There's even a big difference gold-wise between the XP laners, but Sarion Felix is actually doing a really good job of just kind of being that front line that he needs to be on the Phoveus.
This is why even after those nerves, the Phoveus still finds a pretty good spot in the and in the first phase, especially with the assassins coming back into meta. Felix though, he's had a tremendous game on the Phoveus so far. That Phoveus steal, it shouldn't even be possible. Again, I would have loved to see the instant replay there. How did he get his hands on it? Because it didn't really look like KAIRI was in a position to steal. Han had a free retry, it almost looked like.
Yeah, again, at this point, that retribution battle needs to come down to two junglers here for this next one, but both teams have been showing that they will go for pickoffs if they can. It's a bit of a tough game, I'd say, for YG. You gotta keep tabs on KAIRI. Where's he pushing? Where is he going? As you look at the difference here between the XP laners, what they've been able to go ahead and secure, of course, for each other. But Ying can essentially do the same thing. We saw that in the earlier team fights, you know, be in that front line for them. He can help kind of give that vision too. Phovius, though. Whoa. Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Trying to cut him. Nice try. Yeah, he's able to get away just fine. Again, you gotta keep tabs on Coily. Any Fanny like this is gonna play that move. But YG has the same option with Sanji.
That's the thing. There's still so many ways they can play this. Again, YG, it's not like they're going to lose out on that far lane. They have a Moskov and a Uranus to play on those far lanes to match the Fanny. Heck, I think they might even be able to clear it out. Oh, wait, Kuzen can't be standing behind those minions like that, man. The piercing damage of Sanji starting to hurt.
Yeah, it does. Missing Gush already dropped down too.
Wait.
Okay, that's some key ultimates down for YG. Did Pro Esports
Cepet
Lord take? They're gonna make their way. Coily already got his buff. They're gonna try to zone out the rest of YG.
He already pushed in the bottom lane. So now it relies on Sanji to land at SOD. PP in the back trying to zone him away. PP was able to zone him away as the golden hour comes through, but the SOD landed. There's no way he takes it with 4 members over that landed SOD. Now brought back to the team. So able to escape for a bit. There again, a big bomb. Push out the rose gold.
Wah, pada berhenti cok. Wah, masih pada ini dong. Pada hidup.
Walks up Kozen trying to punish Flicker out from Ying.
Okay, this is just has to be a disengage. They got the Lord to deal with. You're seeing how much of a push and pull it is for both team compositions now at this stage of the game to really execute it properly based on the ultimates they have plus those battle spells. Once again, with that Lord coming up, again, this isn't the evolved one, so YG shouldn't have a problem potentially even holding on to their base turrets. Maybe they lose one on this depending on how Pro Esports plays it as they clear these waves out. It's a little
kalau misalnya ini yang bawahnya jadi
because again, when this Lord is dealt with quickly in those waves, those powered up waves, you might even just get a tier 2 lane off of this. I mean, they're looking for their own window of opportunity, but it's even difficult for Sarion Felix to be the one to jump in or P. And it looks like that's just going to be it. The Lord is cleared out easily.
That's one advantage that YG have, right? Like, when it's definitely have the advantage. They can go from different angles to attack this front to back, to break the formation. But when YG are defending, there's no chance you can break that formation. They're playing under those turrets, right? And that's why with Sanji and Kaize, as long as these two are still alive and those frontliners can just hold in front with the towers, there's no way Pro can actually siege them down. They're going to have to win it through a team fight.
Yeah. This one, Oily, get a couple hits off. It might be the best thing you can do, you know, just playing around Coily, get a couple hits on the turret, do it on the other side of the map, because they both know they have to just play around Lord. The pick-off potential starts to come down to, can we use a conceal? Can we actually find someone out? But then the teams have been doing such a good job at just going to be in there for each other, answering the call if some pressure comes through. Good little take on that purple buff, though, Coily.
Ruthless on the Fanny. Use the cutthroat to secure it there. And yeah, it just seems like Han's been losing out on these red tree battles. Nice to on the Fredrin.
Hey, man. At least if he can get it for the Lord here, it's going to be 30 seconds
over
quality. Yeah, exactly. You know, and that one will be evolved too. This is a very different game one than what we've seen so far throughout MSC, especially, you know, you're reminded once that Fredrin gets picked up and a lineup is kind of built around it, this kind of utility jungle concept, it's very different, bit of a different pace. P.
Just walks out of there, blink. Frozen moment, Felix walks up, that's
dapat tuh. Ya, perangin. Aduh, hampir itu. Oh, panjai gelo ini gelo. Gak ada yang mati berkali cowok, gak ada yang di-kill. Wah, diceru nih, berceru, boleh bilang sih. Ini di penentunya antara 2-1, 2-0 nih. Wah, gila.
Resources at this point. Coily, as hell of a start that he had in this game, he knows that he can't just throw himself into the arms of YG. And so he's going to continue to push down that bot, it looks like. At least cut that wave through. YG's going to make an attempt on this Lord's half health right now, but Coily will be here in time to face off.
He has no flickers, they know they can try to force it down. Taunt lands as well. He's able to survive, oh my god!
Oh, dapat! Mantap gelo! Buset, susah. Wah, anjay gila. Paningnya, aduh. Palawe paningnya cok. Adalah tapi gelo.
Oh, I thought that was a nice block, though. I thought it was going to land on Coily, but man, they bought some time, but Pro Esports, they want to go for this tier 2 turret. They want to take this purple buff out.
Wait, they don't go Lord. They reset the Lord.
They reset the Lord. I have to go. Let's look at this replay again. Started things up with the Mystic Gush over here. This fight breaks off into 2 areas. Collapsing down, golden hour used into that Fury of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, also a real cam. It looks like Pro Esports is going to secure themselves that Lord there, but you know, that was a fight that was dissected on through. And that's one of the things that Fanny will do too. You know, you were able to go ahead and split the fights up, focus on the right targets. Golden hour, it just feels weird in some of these instances because it's like, it's clearly there to stop the momentum of a fight, but sometimes it ends up just kind of splitting things off in an odd angle for YG.
So now it's back to the defense of YG. They have a good composition to defend, but Pro have an evolved Lord now. At 22 minutes, it's a different kind of Lord. Wind of Nature for Kuzen. Bootless at this point for both of the gold laners.
Okay, clear out these waves. Lord is up top. It's going to get that charge in. Taking out the base turret. YG has no choice but just to let that go. They're going to have to deal with the Lord, clear it out. Potentially losing some more base turrets. Conceal's going to be used from Pro Esports.
Now with the force play as well. Coily with a jump in the back line, but it's going to be the winner crown again.
Wah, paningnya gelo cok.
But it gets a golden hour.
Langsung aja bisa DN kah? Bisa kah? Bisa kah?
Was able to win of nature physical damage.
Ketat cok, ketatin, ketat.
YG lost the base turrets, but it's okay. They're still in the game. They've got some more waves to deal with here, and knowing that they're down Blink. Looks like Pro Esports still wants to go ahead and potentially end the game here.
Ying again, pops to the consecration, bending the mini waves over to the right side of the map. Sanji clearing it out. Kaise no flicker. He needs to play back. Pro are still lingering. That's a bounce. The Mystic projectile landed. The BMI gets Kozen out, but the Rose Gold was already propped.
So that's all they get. Pro Esports off that evolved Lord will take down and strip the base of those turrets. Taking the disciplined route, even amidst the lead they have, it's just YG still able to fight up. They're still able to do well. This is where we start to see the item swaps come into play. Winner crowns even being picked up. You've got multiple across the board here for YG. Wind of Nature sitting on Sanji. Sanji has been doing a great job just staying alive because he's so pivotal for them to actually be able to stay in this game. Kaise as well, very happy with his Mystic Gush timings, but he's got to go in a way where we saw in that last fight where he pops the Winter Crown, he Mystic Gush. It's still being used even when he's frozen, but again, it's better for him to go ahead and do that in the base. But this time, now 24 plus minutes in the game, this Lord, I don't know, man. If Pro Esports able to secure it, even with this kind of defensive lineup YG has, I don't think you can defend against that. Coily still pushing in that bottom wave. He knows it's going to force someone from YG, force Sanji to go clear that out, respond to it.
Holy moly. Even with the guaranteed slow push, Coily decides to shove it straight inside the base. This means Sanji's going to have to deal with it. And he shows up on the map. Kozen utilizing the position to go on to Ying. He hasn't been across the concentration. That's the Fury of the Phoenix baited out already by YG. This could be the angle. They've reset it, and Sanji has cleared out.
Aja udah kayak panas ini.
Really well. YG, this is a more dance as ever. Fury of the Phoenix still on cooldown, so they don't have that right now. And Han's tanky enough to go ahead and sit here, like we've seen so much before on this Fredrin with an immortality to go ahead and just tank up the shots. Blink jumps in.
Doesn't land on anybody. Felix is able to evade right now as he lands at the
Blink
appraises Wrath. Coily the base. Blink trying desperately to go back to the base. He gets there in time. Coily minions on it. Now it's going to be the SOD.
Mau nyobain tapi belum bisa, Cok. Dipaksa. Ultinya, maksud aja masih aktif, Cok. Tadi
Really good
paksa
timing
gitu teh,
against
jadi
Sanji.
panjang
Might have
lagi
been his first
nih.
kill, but it was an important kill. Might be the one to potentially win
Panjang
them the game
lagi
here.
nih.
They've got a really strong, evolved Lord to march down this mid lane. Now,
Game
45
panjang
seconds
lagi
for
nih
Koili
Bacok.
to be up. Can Pro Esports delay this further? And without Han,
no.
The same thing. Is Ying going to be the guy
Aku
that's
benar
going
yang
to tank this,
putih.
lead this, or will it be Blink? He's
Dia
got
tak kayak gini.
a golden hour that he can play around with. The game plan here might just be to knock down some base turrets.
Mystic
Buset,
Gush
buset,
already on
gila.
Felix. Golden Hour catches 3. No follow-up though. Felix is able to escape. That Fury of the Phoenix from Sa buying them a bit of time. Now can they clear this Lord? Base turret I think will surely fall. Sanji's on it already. But hold a second, after that charge, it doesn't seem like YG have the resources
one hit
to push in forward even more. It's just going to be
Anjir,
taking
gila.
Pro again. Able to defend through
Gelo,
the wins
coba
they
tuh gelo,
got all the way
biar.
from the start of the game. Those base turrets on the side lane, nice.
Yeah. So Pro Esports, mind you, again, they were up quite a bit, 7,000-ish gold. Again, at this point, it's more about switching the items, but they did lose that lead that they had. They also lost a base turret off of that. So YG now in a position, now in a seat to actually go ahead and be in a better position to win the next Lord fight. The biggest thing for Yangon Galacticos is literally just dealing with whatever KAIRI is going to do. He's the only guy that can push the opposite side of the map. And Sanji so far has been the guy that YG has counted on to deal with it.
Ooh, dude.
They
This is
flicker
very,
down.
very squishy, Patrick. In the face of Mystic Gush late game.
Yeah, it's definitely hurting. A flicker down is something for YG to play around with. Some big waves down
okay.
that they're going to have to deal with too here, but it's just playing around each other because they just know that if KAIRI jumps into this backside, even on Kaizei, and gets a winner crown, that's value. Everything comes down to pop in battle spells or defensive items now that we get this point. You're going to see these potions being picked up now too. 28 minutes, man. This has to be, if not our longest, one of the longest so far for MSC groups. Fighting for this Lord up. It's going to take some time to go ahead and take this one down as both teams get in position. A whole lot of immortalities to play around too. Sanji clearing up that bottom side. Conceal's going to be used. Pete pushing out Han here. And just fighting for this space right now. Pro Esports trying to control this space around the Lord, but it's just too much to hold.
That wave bot is just so annoying for YG. Constantly gonna have to send someone down below. SOD nearly lands. Blink was the one to give it vision for that attempt.
Gue jadi gantuk.
And that's
langsung
where the
foto
mechanics
dengan
come
Onyx,
through.
dong.
28 minutes.
Yeah.
The
Which
macro,
will
obviously,
tip-top.
but you have to be clutch in these moments. You have to be the one to make the play to win the team that game.
This is like the most macro game we've seen so far. I feel like one of the biggest ones too at this point. Game one, KAIRI's just gonna go ahead and sit down on that bot side, but look who's rotating down. Sanji and Blink. Mystic Gush already used. Lord's gonna go for a bit of a reset there.
Oh, that is a big, big whiff. KAIRI stays for a bit too long, gets caught by the Spear of Misery from Sanji.
It had to be also that snapshot, right? I mean, they got him on the wall there too, that spear. That is a huge pickup, and now without KAIRI for 60 seconds, a whole minute. YG cleared out the waves, and they know they have the space to work with for this Lord. And Mr. Gush.
All in onto P. Fear the Phoenix, P. Immortality down already. Blink now coming in as well. Good taunt and the pierce from Sanji. Ying taking very low. Kuzi gonna be looking for the play. Flickers in the blazing duet coming in nature as well, but Blink is able to get out of the way of the blazing duet. Felix, 3-man dark wave, has to flicker out. Big
Wah, keren kali. Keren kali.
Kuzi has the immortality.
Ah.
To Ying.
Ya.
Sends Han, or rather
Ya,
Felix
gila.
low. But now it's Sanji with
Ya,
nature.
ente.
That's an immortality already.
Ente, preso
Gonna
banget.
get flickered out, but he buys the immortality in time.
Oh,
Wind
set
of
dah.
nature, everything with the winner
Ya,
crown as
ente dah.
well. But it won't be
Ente dah,
enough.
ente.
It's a big wipe for YG
ente.
as they come back in game number 1.
Ah, ente itu.
Talk about a
Ente.
defense from Yangon Galacticos to hold on
gila,
strong, even when down for the majority of that game. A composition built around
bawahnya
base
kreatif itu
defense.
susah
Well,
banget ya.
you see exactly what that can pull off here. Really good timing, really good game sense to make that play in the bottom lane, find
gila,
KAIRI, and then make
Gila,
something out of
gila.
it. They knew that they either had an option. If we get KAIRI out, we could probably just get the Lord, and if not that, then we could just win a team fight. Not having that threat anymore, and so Yangon Galacticos knew what they had to accomplish. They did it perfectly with this lineup. Took some time. They really had to buckle in for as we look at the highlights from STC with this one. Again, very strong showing though from Pro Esports. Coily on this Fanny, phenomenal. But eventually, it kind of falls to a different point of the game. You know, you're not able to go ahead and just sweep in like this, get kills. Han really held on, built up that durability. And, you know, you got to give it up to Yangon Galacticos to hold on together.
YG winning this game with an unorthodox composition.
Yeah.
We have to say this. This is meta. A few patches ago, this was the best composition you could go for. But in the current meta, we've seen more assassins in the jungle. Coily had an 8-0 start to the game.
Yeah.
Yet it was the utility jungle of Han. Yet it was them coming back through crazy steals, honestly, crazy mistakes as well, but then adapting and downloading the pro movements as the game got to that late stage.
We knew this one was going to be a good one, man. You know, I'm expecting it to be a 3-game series. Both teams just have each other's numbers. They're playing so well around each other, whatever they decide to draft. You know, and again, it's all about that execution factor, and it was executed really well by Yangon Galacticos. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to see what they have to say about Game 1.
Thank you guys so much. Great matchup there to kick off our second series of the day. It was Yangon Galacticos with the defense of time that somehow, some way stalled out the efforts of their opponents and made them think that maybe that Fanny, that assassin, isn't at the top of this meta if we let Marcel available. The other news that I want to give you, 4 games Marcel has been let through, 4 wins. Might need to stay on the ban list from now. Welcome back. My name's Rain Day. Brigitte Lefel joining me on panel. That was the longest game of the tournament so far.
Yep, it was. And it was off the back of a really good defense. It's a Moskov and a Gord who was just always defending until the very end. And I think I really want to credit a lot of it to these 2 players just because of the fact that I don't think this was Han's best game. So it's amazing how they're able to stall it. That's the word. Stall it long enough.
I mean, you mentioned Han. I want to get your just initial thoughts, and I'll start asking about that matchup.
No, I mean, like, here's the thing. You came in, I would say, at the right meta where there's a lot of assassins, where the game is pretty dynamic. But imagine this is basically our life for the past 2 years, where tank jungles are a thing.
This is it.
Almost every game goes above 20 minutes. Because something about tank junglers, they can just hold on for dear life until eventually you make one good play, and then you win that way.
30 minutes and 2 seconds. I said the longest, well, it says 1 on there, but maybe it was like, 1 and 59 or something, hundredths of a second. I think this was really a good showcase of the matchup we highlighted with Coily and Han. I think Coily actually played quite well, but also I think there was, like you maybe had mentioned earlier, just this meta's past, a glimpse of what your life used to be. Maybe that's just not, maybe you just can't let that be played in this meta. Maybe you have to force assassins in this meta, otherwise you're in trouble.
By the way, let me just say, look at the buffs there. How many times Han has been denied of the buffs? The orange buff, he only got 12, and then Coily got 17. The purple buff only got 15. Coily got 17 again. And look at the objectives as well. Like, I gotta say, 4 Lords was taken by Pro Esports. Only 1 from Yangon. So this is a really not a great game for Han, and yet somehow, some way, again, with the Gord as well as the Moskov, they were able to hold out long enough until that moment finally came for them.
Yeah, I agree with you. There might be a bit more question as to whether or not this pre-patch quote-unquote meta is still actually effective currently. Because I don't even want to point out anything about the draft that we saw from Pro Esports, because they were able to really make it work.
Yeah.
They found the early game, secured it in their hands, and you saw highlights after highlights, especially from Coily. But it just boiled down to that one mistake down bottom around the 28 or 29 minute mark, and eventually another one from one of their carries, Kozen too. So these were the 2 players who could just not afford to go down, but in that sequence, it was the both of them who unfortunately had to. And you could no longer defend that siege if you were Pro Esports.
It was a style that they ended up needing to draft around, having seen the Fanny come out, the talent of KAIRI, and he put it to great display. He showed how effective that character could be, but it wasn't enough. Leading the entire time, Pro Esports stumbled at the very end. YG maybe made them stumble, and they got the win. Game 2 is upon us, but Lefel, before we do that, break down what you saw in Game 1 that led us to this longest game of the tournament so far.
So I agree with Brigitte, we don't have to look at the draft too much, but I feel like we still have to talk about two things here. The reason why I say when it comes to the late game, it's going to be a skill matchup between the teams is because if you go to the late game, the Moskov as well as the Gord is amazing just because they clear the lanes very fast. The Moskov has an added advantage where even while he's clearing the minions, he can attack enemy. In comparison to what Pro Esport has, I would say the weakness of him trying to end the game was having the Zetienne. Zetienne is pretty good at sieging, just not enough, I would say, firepower to make the Uranus, worried, to make the Fredrin worried. So the front lines really don't care that much getting attacked by the mage, hence not giving time for the Claude to actually attack the turret for himself. So now we're going to be looking at some clips here. We're going to look at the early game, and this is the effect. One of the reasons why, yes, I'm standing up, but as long as you're comfortable, right? One of the reasons why we don't see a lot of Fredrin is because he has been nerfed in the HP department. Rarely do we see this when Fredrin starts off in his own jungle, and look at how fast Fredrin got bursted down. And in that moment, we even saw Fredrin get level 4 first, and then the Fanny. So not even had a level advantage, and yet the damage is he can't sustain it. And then going for the second thing here, this is honestly just glazing the Fanny of KAIRI, because look at this situation. I feel like for all of the Assassin players, they know how difficult it is, where if we're going to be looking closer into the minimap here, you can see that the Gord as well as the Claw, they're protected. They're behind a wall. They're close to the turret. This is a situation where you don't really see Assassins going in for the kill, and yet you look at how KAIRI uses this entranceway. Like, there's not a lot of situation where you can go through here and be safe. The only reason why he is safe is because the rest of the front line are here. There is zero protection down back. All of the damage dealers are here. Thank you very much for illustrating this for me as well as Brigitte. Look, he just goes. There's no protection. And this is why that sequence was amazing. But then as we go through, some mistakes start to creep in, where this is, I would say, the first mistake coming in from Pro Esport. We have to zoom, and we also look at the highlight circle here. Look at how low KAIRI is.
Yeah.
He should not be anywhere close here, because the thing is, the Lord does true damage. Even though this is 9 minutes, the Lord doesn't hit that hard. You still got to respect it. During this time, the golden hour was used trying to stall, but this is where we got to say, unfortunately, Han, not just Han, the entire team does not utilize the golden hour very well, because they use most of their abilities during the golden hour, and by the time expires, it kind of doesn't get used anymore. So this is the first mistake coming in from Pro Esport. They do things differently here. They could have ended the game much earlier. And then this is basically the final one, where this is one of the rare times that Han finally gets a win around the Lord, and that's like 25 minutes. And then at this point, this is where winning really counts on skill and a little bit of luck, because KAIRI was trying to end the game here, but then as he's reaching forward, he got hit by the SOD. Man. Look at how perfect that hit really was. And then KAIRI was next to the base as well, so he will get stunned up if the SOD did not hit. I don't know about you, Brigitte, but do you feel like KAIRI could have ended the game?
I feel like he can. Thank you so much, Rain Day. There's a world where he can, especially as you could see. What is that? You could see how it's just taking a bit more time for Kaiser to go in. He doesn't have the Mystic Gush either.
Yep.
So he can only rely on basic attacks.
He honestly could have ended the game, and I would say those are the two mistakes that happened for Pro Esports, which is the Lord at the 9 minute of the game, as well as at the end of the game, they just don't have enough firepower to actually end it.
She couldn't let her card fall. I get it. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's
okay. Thank you.
We're moving and grooving over here. This could have been a standing.
Hey, this is our whole stage.
This is our home.
We can stand if you want.
We sit, we stand, we do it all here at MLBB. What a fun, game.
We're a fun bunch.
Again, this is such a fun bunch. You guys are obviously fun, but this game is so fun. It's so great to dive into it. I've loved the, coming from Apex, right? We're so focused on the game and where the game goes, how it evolves, how it grows. We are fans of that. We want the best for that. This game, just the sky is the limit. Obviously, so big around the world and so many great communities who are involved in it. Games like that. If you're a fan coming in and saying, it's EWC 26, I want to check out MLBB, maybe it's my first time checking out this game, that is one of the reasons why you say, wow, this is fireworks, and I can just jump on this right away, maybe play alongside, grab your phone, grab your tablet, jump in, bang, bang, let's do it. I love it.
Become a bang banger.
Yeah, become a bang banger alongside us.
Let's go, man. I'm having a blast. I know you guys are as well. Let us know in the chat if you're having fun as well. Any co-streamers also. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this event. Flying Cloud will be where we set up the stage for our second matchup. It was all pro esports until the very end. And I guess that's my biggest question to start with this second draft. Did it go right and you executed wrong? Do you try to keep up that playbook and say, listen, there's little ways on the Lord fights, on these little moments where we could have won that game, so let's not deviate.
No, if I'm Yangon, I would really get a takeaway from that game. Even if even if I won, even if I won, I wouldn't want to put myself in the same position because you worked too hard for that one win that was the longest game of the entire MSC too. And I think that's enough to show you that it's not going to work against the lineup that Pro Esports could potentially put out. But this
Look at the change.
Yeah, well, you're still seeing respect from Pro Esports nonetheless. They would rather not have them pick up the Fredrin again.
Yeah, but the thing is, there are other tanks. Not that I want to see it, right? I want to see the assassins. But also, I do want to say, like, for Pro Esports, in terms of answering what Rain Day is saying, it's kind of like the only mistake they did was not ending the game.
Right.
Everything else was perfect, right? Where personally for me, I would just say, you know what? Glue and Phovius, you guys don't matter. Dive into the turret. If you die, you die. But let me end the game, because that's, I would say, one of their mistakes. They should have just been brave enough to sacrifice some of their members and then ending the game. But again, going up against a Moskov as well as the Gord, it's kind of difficult to end the game. But now, the Freya does get banned out. Hirara is still open. Same as multiple other heroes like the Eudora, the Zushin. Quite a lot is still there.
I think the good thing that's happened here. Oh boy, we probably did not expect this. But you know what? It kind of gives you an insight, doesn't it, Fergita, into like how comfortable PP probably felt on that
Sorry,
Valorant.
I just saw it.
Finally.
They probably were like, that's kind of how we've been winning. That's where we feel comfortable. So we should just prioritize that.
Yeah, I feel like it's a finally moment here for PP because a lot of their playstyle really revolved around having a really reliable Belleric in the middle of everything. And that hands over the Hirara to end the Eudora, but I'm thinking this is something they should have expected, right? The fact that they went for the Belleric means that they should have pretty much expected this, and at least they can draft around this hero again, which worked out for them.
Yeah. They don't actually have to change anything. They get PP more comfortable. They get Coily back on the Fanny if they want. And they can start looking at other lanes, try to secure maybe their mid if they want to do that.
I'm just thinking here, like, they're letting go the Eudora. Do they want to go for tank jungle again? Because there is still a few heroes that's pretty viable, but no, they go for a Yi Sun-Shin instead and a Ruby.
Whoa.
Randy, for now, I don't think Yi Sun-Shin has won a game yet.
Hasn't, no.
So, I don't know how to feel about this one, especially this early. Right, you're showing your hand quite early here.
Because even the Ruby, and it's not like you're seeing a dive comp per se from Yangon just yet, but it seems like Pro Esports have built on their catch, have built on their capability to just...
It looks like for Pro Esports here, they just want to build a castle around Yi Sun-Shin, right? Have a lot of utility and then let him free hit.
Well, think about how long that game was, right?
Oh, yes.
The ability to scale, having an answer for late game. Yi Sun-Shin does suffer early, but late, that's where he's going to shine, right?
And Hirara, not like a Ling or a Claude, can dive in super fast. She can still dive in, don't get me wrong, but not the same way. And now having the Barats, where I think that's a pretty good answer to what Pro Esports are already showing, because when Barats gets the max stack of the big guy, he does have some resilience, meaning that he doesn't care too much about crowd control. He does care, but not too much. So that's a good way to like just be a front line for the team and waiting for your opportunity to go in. I gotta say YG is drafting pretty sound, and Pro Esports does seem like they're showing new-ish things here.
Yeah, I agree. It's also making me wonder because I think the probability of us seeing a double fighter lineup in Pro Esports is pretty much very high.
Yeah.
But for YG, on the other hand, who are showing a Hirara right now, I'm wondering, and a Barretts too, I'm wondering if they're planning to even consider that route as well. Because if they do, then that's going to make things, I guess, that's going to allow them to play around the Hirara, yes, but the range, I think, is going to be a problem.
Melissa. I feel like Melissa would work well against the fortress that Pro Esports is building.
Yeah. As of the moment, they still have that option. They can pick it up.
They banned out the Carmilla. Interesting. We haven't seen a Carmilla just yet, so maybe they got some information about what's going on with Younger Galacticos here. Right now, they can pick up their gold lane if they want, because they don't have the gold lane as well as the roamer. And I feel like showing either or doesn't exactly expose the draft too much. Because it's not like, oh, you show Melissa, I'm going to pick up something like a Farsight to kill you. There's multiple ways to deal with a pick like that.
And you know that the Yi Sun-shin is going to the jungle anyway, so there's less things to worry about. It's, at this point, really just a potential...
What if Yi Sun-shin gold?
Oh.
I don't like it. Hey.
But
who knows? Ixia. Okay,
Unique hero.
Another new pick again.
Okay,
we're going deep here.
if they're going double fighter, then the other fighter has to be a backline.
Yeah, like a Lapu, Benedetta.
Yeah.
Yuzong.
There has to be someone to reach that Ixia because, well, it can also be the
CC
mage.
is okay. I think CC is okay.
Yeah.
If you want to put CC gold, but Ruby EXP against Barats may not be a good matchup there.
Or if they don't want to do that, then maybe the mid lane too can compensate for the range, for the reach.
Eve probably is the safest.
Yeah. We don't see much Farsas currently, so...
We see one loss, but we've seen one.
So let's see. Oh!
All right, they pick up the Vexana as well as the Uranus. I feel like Vexana...
I like this.
Vexana has one win.
But do you remember how I was mentioning that she is pretty tough against Eudora? In my limited experience.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But I'm just saying, it's like a matchup that does okay, which it means you're not going to get behind, and you might be able to pressure her out so she doesn't get ahead.
Another element to the fortress. Just add a Lord as well, right? This is a clear fortress for Yi Sun-shin. This is a, I don't know, walking battalion? Walking? Not all of them walk even.
It's a strong vanguard for sure. Last pick coming in from YG.
It's all for Coily now.
Synonymous with Myanmar at this point, and trying to do another historic run. The Matilda. Wow.
So
another unique hero.
A lot of defense coming in from Pro Esports and Young Galacticos. They have a lot of ways to approach the fight. I gotta tell you, Brigida, I do not know how to approach this draft.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna look at this like a fan. This seems like a fun game to watch.
Yes, it does. I think it's just very specific for Yangon. They can go very specific with their targets, but Pro can go a little more heavy on team fights for this game.
Well, I'm the pro analyst. I know exactly what's going to happen. Vexana's going to beat Eudora in mid lane. I can't believe you guys don't know it. My Grandmaster rank games, I already figured that out. Okay, let's send it to two guys who have a better idea of what might take place here. Game 2, trying to tie it up. Nice, Mirko, what's going on?
Hey, we appreciate that, Rain Day. You know, I see you climbing the ranks there, but let's go ahead and jump into this one. It's me and Mirko to bring you the action right now. Again, it's interesting drafts across the board. Another unique pick. Yangon Galacticos, last game paid off with patience because they turned the game over on its head, got the victory. Now, Pro Esports, I like it, man. This is all playing for your Yi Sun-shin. Maybe that's what it's going to take, Mirko, to get him a win because, yes, the YSS hasn't really won anything.
Nope. Been used twice already. P already has to use a Revitalize early as well. At least there's one thing, right? YG technically only have one frontliner. So if Pro want to go front to back, they technically don't need to deal with too many tanks. The thing is, it's a barrage with the help of Matilda, though.
I was going to say, you know, it's one thing to have one frontliner who can just go anywhere, you know? That's with the help of the Matilda. And even so, if I recall correctly, the Matilda can also do some interesting things with a Nixia pick, man. You know, drop down that full barrage and Sauron through. So I feel like for Yangon Galacticos, the upper hand here, aside from just Sanji. Okay, that was all right. Burn the flicker. One of the upper hands that I was gonna say. Oh, hold on.
Whoa! A Purify out. First blood for Han still, despite the Purify from Felix.
So that's an upper hand, getting the first blood, but it's also just, again, mobility options that they have to play around with this composition. Taking a quick look at the emblems, you can see where they're going with this. Again, the Matilda is going to have a whole bunch of mobility to work with, and this being Flying Cloud also kind of brings everybody back to the team fights really quickly. The Barrett's being the one tanky guy, you can see him. You know, he's got the tenacity, he's got concussive blast, he's on the tank emblems. Ying knows his job for this one.
Koza's going to be able to take that gold crab away from Sanji. Obviously already won that lane earlier, but Sanji can just walk back up in Flying Clouds very easily. That's the thing. Doesn't matter if you really bully your opponents here this early on with the Flying Clouds map. Oh, big chop by Ying, spits him out as well, gets a stun, and look at the peel from the rest of the team. Felix able to stop that from happening, the pick off on Coily, but he's a bit too low to participate around this turtle fight.
Yeah, I really like that sound effect there, Miko. That was a good one. Now for the turtle, fighting it off. Not sure if they're gonna get in range. Han gets the turtle secure.
Okay, circling Eagle. Oh, not on Sa. He was already a free kill, I'm guessing, for Blink. YG go up 1,000.
Go up 1,000 gold because they've got a couple kills in their favor. A turtle, a little bit of extra gold off these gold platings too. So this is all really starting well for Yangon Galacticos, and I think that's why even our panel was kind of mentioning this with the composition that Pro Esports brought to the table. You know, playing around your YSS, you've got enough bodies, I mean, even an extra one with the Eternal Guard to protect you and give you space. But if you're not able to go ahead and utilize that and let Coily get farmed up here, scale up, it's going to be really difficult for him. I mean, look what Han is doing to Coily's jungle.
Hey, if he can win on a utility jungle in this meta, imagine what he does on a Hirara.
I wonder how he feels after going from a Frederick to a Hirara.
Hey, to be fair, I think Han's just chill with it, man. Like, I don't know how many heroes he has in his pool, you know? Like, we've seen him on a Fanny as well, and then the Fredrin, and now it's going to be the gank onto Kuzen onto the bottom lane. Oh my god, the full barrage as well with the guiding wind. Kuzen still able to stay alive for a bit, though. Good Eternal Guard on Blink, but he's able to flick around and gets the guiding wind out away from the roots of P.
Able to get away off of that, too. I mean, that's dirty to see, but yeah, makes it work. Again, they said this is going to be a fun composition to see in motion. Well, there it is. You do something like that. Looking at the replay brought to us by STC. Brings it a little bit too far, you know, but still able to cap out a kill onto the turret, and then good flicker usage there to stay alive by Sanji, and then guiding wins on out from Blink.
That's a tilter, bro.
That is.
After losing that close 30-minute game, this is usually what happens, you know, after you lose a close 30-minute game, it might be a quick one in game 2. We saw the Burmese fans earlier.
Yeah.
Up on stage. I got my sound effects approved, by the way, by the king.
the king yourself.
The young man from the Philippines.
Yo, shout out to the king, man.
Shout out, man.
We'll see you really soon. And now for this second turtle up here. Pro Esports has control of it, but they wait for Coily to get in range here. Little poke back and forth right now. Both teams, Ying playing up that front side. There's the Mount Shocker.
Eternal Guard as well. Full barrage comes around. The red tree is good for Coily. So it ends up being a big win.
Sorry tadi
finally XP
FK.
That's something they needed. At least get the objective secure. You don't want to let this scaling happen even further for YG. Up 2,000 gold at this point. That's a Sky Piercer also picked up for Han. They're going to go ahead and just keep Kozen back here. You know, one of the things too, speaking of this, hold on, circling Eagle.
Oh, stun. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I was going to do the caca, but...
Welcome to the Thunderdome. We need a thunder effect, man. That's going to work. I don't know if Leo's going to approve that one, but
that one's not.
He'll come up with something better. But that is the interaction that you can expect. One of many that Yangon Galacticos can go ahead and play around. And so for Pro Esports, you know, that's one of the hard things about it is like, what way is YG going to approach our fight? You know, or they more so just kind of have this universal, straightforward approach. We saw it where they're able to go ahead and bully off Yangon Galacticos off of an objective, but even so, if that ends up being the case, you know, once the Lords come to play, the approach is going to be different.
So Pro are just going to take it slow, but YG scaled pretty well as well with the Ixia, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're just going to have to find out again. A 2,000 gold lead for YG. We've seen massive gold leads turn around in very, very good games like yesterday, Falcons Mena against IG. They held like an 8,000 gold lead. IG were able to come back through forcing Falcons Mena to make mistakes.
Seems to be the case, you know, whatever team makes these mistakes kind of gets punished on them. The teams so far that have been competing throughout MSC, they all do that really well. Once they see an overstep from the opposing team, they're able to go ahead and punish it. Now this is also just the nature of the compositions you have, you know, with Eudora. I mean, there's a reason why the Eudora is picked up so much. One of the top picks right now in that hero pool. Last turtle though, again, playing around that stun that you have, the mobility that Matilda brings, YG will wait for their own moment.
Goes in. Oh, the top missed. He's going to be pulled back as well. Oh, great taunt to read the flicker too. But it won't be a kill. They're just buying time right now for KAIRI to get his hands on the walks up great CC from the circling eagle of play. To steal it away now, Han locking him down for Sanji to get a few shots on that full barrage. PP with a walk up, a taunt that doesn't land. And it's the combo, but it's a Belleric.
He should be able to get away from this, right? Hold on.
Vitalize taunt. Oh, he picks up the kill with a basic attack through the CC chain.
How many stacks does Han have right now? Can we take a look at that? I mean, I know he picked up the Sky Piercer, was it a couple kills ago? Let's take a look at the replay here. This looks like it would be so good for Pro Esports, but Blink with that Matilda coming through on the circling eagle, and then Han able to swoop on, get that, and then capitalize a kill. You know, this is one of the things you got to watch out for. We've seen it before where Hirara gets like max stacks on the Sky Piercer, and next thing you know, you're gone, you know? And so Pro Esports, even if they want to buckle in a little bit for this, it might be one of those cases where you don't want to wait too long just because of the scaling that's happening here with YG. Now, bringing it further, you can see, okay, couple stacks, so 2 kills off of that when he picked up that Sky Piercer, but it's that threat now, that threat of just kind of easily for YG to capitalize on.
Even then, they're trying to buy some time for KAIRI to get his hands on a neutral objective. It's just so difficult because they really have CC on Ying, on Felix. So all he can do is really just stand up front and hope that YG get intimidated by the aura of a Uranus.
All right now too, look at this pressure.
Ooh, again, no CC from Felix, he can't chain it. So I can drop down as much CC as long as it's not going to be followed up by a Mountain Shocker, an I'm Offended, or a Don't Run Wolf King. Han's going to be good, bro.
Yeah, Han's got a lot of space to work with, just by himself, basically.
Han.
Yeah, and Han can do this. Han can do this. As this Lord comes up, they get in position. Again, some of the ultimates were used in the previous fight, but they should be back up for this, depending on how Pro Esports stalls this out.
Whoa.
Oh, Mount Shocker used.
Oh, good usage. 1v4. Oh, spins him gets on Salah. That one coming through as well. Response over, comes in, flicker through, but Han's able to pick up the kill. Now he goes back in. Onto Kuzen. A double for Han. As he outplays Pro completely.
Oh, man. Sorry, I'm feeling it's going to survive P as well, but 2 members going down for Pro Esports, and Yangon Galacticos will make their way to secure this Lord. A little circling eagle here to keep KAIRI back again. There's still an attempt, it looks like, from Pro Esports.
How do they want to play this one? Kuzen is down. KAIRI doesn't have enough damage. Han gonna go in. Wait a second, Han. Oh, he baits in everybody to the full barrage. PP taking no flicker. And Han with the red tree now as he walks back up. He picks up the godlike. YG up with
That was such a good bait from Han to go ahead and utilize that. They know they have a full barrage in the hands of Sanji. And so just line up Pro Esports into it. And you know they want the Lord. I mean, look at this replay here. Again, Han popping that winter crown.
What a bait.
And just follow him through the full barrage and then comes in, help clean up. After getting the Lord, that's a whole lot of value for YG off of that fight. And now Lord in the mid lane, they're knocking on this tier 2.
Full barrage. Oh my God! Kuzen just got bleeped out of the game.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, basically. Lord charges in. Oh! Okay, Purify used. There's the shields. They're going to pop in mid and bot. Asanji is still down there right now. Down Kozin for 10 seconds. Pro Esports just has to let these turrets get whittled down here. Hans walking in that wave up top. They're trying to hold on to this one holy defense shield. This is such a problem, man. I mean, even alone, if you go too far forward, if you're Pro Esports, you're going to get stunned. Or you're going to get Circling Eagled. Or you're going to get Daytona's Welcome. Like, this is what I'm talking about. There was so many options that YG can play around with, and that's what's gotten themselves almost this 9,000 gold lead.
And it just seems like the Yi Sun Shin might not be it in the meta, bro.
Yeah.
Like, he's done... it's not Coily's fault. It's a pick. He's done nothing in this game, right? Farming up.
Oh,
whoa. Finds him, as we were talking about, throws it back to
Buset,
three.
gila, anjing, Cok.
What a play on the barrage. And now it's Han on Kozin. Trying to find the kill.
Buset,
It's a basic attack that gives
Wah,
him
gila,
a
gila.
double. Now on Felix. Can he get it? His hands
Bagus
are
Uranus
on
kan,
it.
bagus
He's
Uranus
to the
kan, yang
sky, pure
turun dia baru.
surrender.
Gila, kenapa aku masuk?
To send Yangon
Gila, Yangon. Gila, 12 menit, Cok.
MSC at EWC.
Wah, ente berarti lanjutnya Odik lawan Aura tuh. Gila, Yangon, Cok.
An endurance test in game one.
Gila, gigiannya, Cok.
They just came in to
Gigiannya
this
gila.
one with a different game plan and
Gigiannya gila, dari Pembuktian emang
they
gila.
executed well.
Pembuktian.
Talk about draft diff
Aduh,
for this
ente
one.
deh.
It's just execution. Again, Yangon Galacticos. Familiar names across the board for the most of us here that have watched international MLBB, and they are a team that just does it so well in so many different ways. And they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with in the knockout stage, man. Again, that mobility that Matilda brought to this, and I mean, to make an Ixia work, it's insanity. It's the insanity that I'm really liking with our meta.
No front line except for Ying, but that was already enough. And again, we saw those moments come through again. Nice full barrage, pulled back by the guiding wind. So many times here was just them corralling onto Ying, but then forgetting the
Gila, yang gede, Cok. Mantap, Cok.
having the time to deal damage, to pick up on those sacks. And once Han got the first 20 sacks, it almost seemed like it was over.
Han did this Hirara, there's a reason why it's 70% win rate. Why? Plus, 70% plus. Because you do things like this, man. I mean, Han was what, 10-0-2 by the end of this? You know, multiple stacks. But also the Eudora. Like, if you get Eudora and Hirara right now, it's almost like, okay. What are we going to do against that? Because even when you thought you were able to get away, look at that. Boom, stunned. You have nowhere to go. Han can just kind of swoop in, clean up that kill. And, you know, sorry, I'm Felix. He's sorry, but Han's not. He goes and gets that triple. So it's just phenomenal execution here. We're going to have to throw it over on stage, of course, with Milosh for our interview.
Hello, my friends, and yes, congratulations, they advance on. It's Yangon Galacticos. What a performance we had, especially that game one. That game one was incredible, a 30-minute back and forth between you and your opponents at Pro Esports. I want to ask you, why did you pick the to be on your lineup? Because it's mostly been kind of redundant at this point. What was the plan behind it?
Sanji အရင်ဆုံးတော့ဂုဏ်ယူကြောင်းပြောလိုပါတယ်ပထမဦးဆုံးပေါ့နော်ဒီ Pro Esports ပေါ့နော်ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်ဟုတ်လားဒါမိနစ်30ကြာခဲ့တဲ့အချိန်တာအရှိကြာဆုံးပွဲပဲ Fredden ဘာဖြစ်လို့ယူရလဲဒီအနောက်က debut ဟာပါလဲ
Fredden ဘာလို့ရွေးခဲ့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ ਨੇ ပို့ပြီးတော့အဆင်ပြေမှထင်လို့ပါ
ကျွန်တော်တို့ kaya din rito Kianya Cok jago aja
Fredden ကိုပြစ်ခဲ့ရပါ
Kianya Yangon tiba-tiba Kia dengan ininya ya dengan terbang mati dah
experience a lot with
Hello, salam chat.
Lu itu Bang Ali pasti nunggu Onyx, Cok.
Iya, Cok aja, Cok. Apa-apa lah, satu game.
Kalau nggak ada Bang
aduh.
Kalau nggak ada Bang Alip.
Sabar. TOTW. Akhir game buat apa, Cok? Kayak gitu-gitu aja. Tapi draftnya ya TTA dong.
Aku Inver jago sebenarnya kemarin tuh, cuman tolol aja.
Ya playernya mah solid aja, solid. Balance lah, balance.
Iya,
Nah kalau
bener.
draftnya ya TTA nya gimana itu?
Emang tolol aja draftnya kemarin, goblok.
Gua udah di lobby nih.
Bentar. Lah, dari kanan anjing.
Wah, umumnya.
Iberdel ngentot. Rasain tuh ngentot. Ya kena bom kok ngentot.
Wah, bengek.
Selamat keadilan penggenggam, tekadku takkan padam.
Ini yang paling rame di MCG kita sekarang itu Magic Auction sih. Gua nggak paham sih cara main itu. Kayak KB sama di berapa itu lagi rame. Jadi Magic Auction.
Lah dari pokok anjing.
Ya, lagi rame itu. Tiba-tiba promokin anjir. Iya. Keren tuh.
Nah, kena kalah sama. Nah, flash gua.
Ya tuh ya. Kecil juga baru ini.
Akulah sang bintang yang bersinar dari Eruditio. Aku siap membantu.
bersinar dari eruditio. Aku siap membantu.
Aku adalah Gus.
Dengarlah. Akulah sang bintang yang bersinar dari
Alah,
eruditio.
kontol.
Aku siap membantu. Dengarlah merdunya suara salju yang ini aku Nana. Nana nggak selalu mikirin pak.
Habis ini apa, Cok?
Konik.
Aurora Turki.
Ikutlah bersamaku dalam pembalasan dendam yang
Mau cari cara setting.
aku akan membawakan permulaan.
Cara setting di relay stream volumenya biar ke apa? Ini gimana ya caranya? Ada tahu gak?
TIENZY ya, TIENZY.
Enggak, biar ke kompres gitu kalau mikrofon kita hidup nih, suara dari relay streamnya mengecil gitu kayak di OBS.
Gak bisa itu sudah mah.
Belum ada ininya ya, anjing. Harus pakai pihak ketiga gak sih?
Iya, pakai pihak ketiga makanya.
Pakai apa coy itu, Cok? Biarin.
Ya itu aja, tinggal pakai lewat HP aja, emang nggak bisa itu.
Pakai apa?
Ya maksudnya HP lu ke connect ke apa namanya ke PC atau laptop itu bisa nggak kayak apa namanya teh Elgato, kayak mirip Elgato gitu.
Iya, terus gue pakai ini sih, pakai voice apa namanya?
Siapa?
Pihak ketiganya voice meter.
Oh, gua mau pakai skripsi.
Apa?
Tapi tara permit teh. CP. Aplikasi iya aplikasi sharing gitu. Sharing kayak mirip Elgato, cuma lebih gratis ini mah.
Software kan itu?
Iya. Ini yang kebanyakan dipakai orang-orang apa namanya teh? Yang kayak konten-konten HP, dunia HP gitulah.
Ya apa namanya?
Ya, gua tulisin ntar.
Coba tulis deh.
Banyak rumit ini penulisannya. Tuh udah tuh ada di web, tinggal dicari aja di web. Untuk caranya agak kayak rumit ya, perlu apa namanya teh, perlu aplikasi pengembang ketiga lah pokoknya kayak
nulis di mana?
Ya di web, cari aja di web.
Apa?
Di web cari itu di WA udah login.
Oh di WA.
Ya, itu tulisannya. Ya tinggal cari di web.
Skripi bukan buat resolusi ya?
Ya mirip kayak gua ini yang gua lagi live sekarang ini.
Audio juga dia.
Iya, kayak pakai modal colokan HP. Type C. Web itu ya mirip.
Coba nih gua ke Jos. Voice meter, gua pakai voice meter kayaknya.
Kalau nggak tahu cara mah ya tinggal tanya ke AI aja.
Tahu-tahu dia juga harus ini kan, harus ke terminal koneknya.
Ya pokoknya gini aja lah, pakai kabel Type C sesuai colokan HP cacan kalian lah. Sisanya tinggal sesuai yang dari AI-nya gitu, AI-nya.
Cek.
Nanti kita tahu cara pasangnya gitu.
Cek. Bentar.
Ya Wok, login aja dulu Wok.
Apa?
Login aja dulu, ini cek keburu mulai.
Oh iya, stream dulu aja ya.
Keburu mulai.
Iya benar.
Lagi break ini.
OBS mana OBS? Cek 1 2 cek. Oke. Cek 1 2 cek. Cek 1 2 cek. Cek 1 2.
Aku siap membantu.
Oh, udah mulai belum? Iya, udah mulai ini Odik anjir.
Belum.
Juga mulai phonic Wok.
Iya, udah mau mulai, Cok. Nih mau tinggal ini. Dari interview player habis itu mulai.
Wok.
Mau mana gitu?
Wok mana ya Wok? Lu mulai phonic dulu Wok.
Ya mau.
Mulai phonic dulu dah.
Lu kagak live Onyx, Cok.
Agak Cok, anjing. Ngapain
Berat.
Alah.
Apaan anjir?
Kirimir EWC.
It's a little bit of a surprise, Gideon, but it's continued to kind of balance out in my opinion. Have you felt that we've like caught our footing here, or do you feel like there's a little bit more to go?
I think there's a lot more to go actually, because especially when you're casting the first couple of days, you're expecting a lot of these teams to come in with their comfort picks first, put their best foot forwards, make sure they get the games that they're looking to win, and then solidify their lead. However, I think we've seen that as of right now, the meta is way more open, as Renmar mentioned, and a lot of the draft starters, they're not linear anymore, and I think that's the biggest problem. A lot of these teams here today are still adapting from the day before. We've already seen 2 different variations as we've seen the past couple of 3 games. It's great.
Adapt to the adaptation and just keep going. We'll see what mutation of this meta shows up. And speaking of what mutation shows up, because that's benefiting certain teams that are ahead of the curve. If you are ahead of the curve in terms of your win, the upper bracket is not settled once you get there. It's settled how you get there. So if you are one of the teams like we just saw, Yango and Galacticos making it to our upper bracket, you're going to have a total time that it took to win your games. That total time will be compared against the other 4 teams that make it 2-0 without losing a game. And the fastest total game winning time will have the first pick of the other 4 teams that qualify having happened.
Semoga
I mean, there's another layer of drama, spice here in France for MSC.
Yeah, and it fits the meta so well because teams are encouraged to go faster.
Ditangguh.
Teams are encouraged to not wait for a certain
ditangguhkan
point
ya.
for their winning condition.
Nah,
They
itu kena
want to
suspend
get their winning
langsung.
condition as early as Turtle
Bukan
1,
suspend langsung.
as early as the first few
Nah, iya,
kills in
jadi
the first
teman
3 to
suspend
4 minutes of the
Iya,
game.
maksudnya kok
and then
bisa
you
langsung
snowball
kena
from there.
suspend sih?
All right, well, it's
Ya, tidak
time to
tahu
bring
saya.
up our
Tanya
Crunchyroll
TikTok lah.
story of the
Kenapa
day. And
TikTok?
of course, when you take a look at it, this gives us some nice
Kita main di YouTube
highlights. But
aja yuk,
this
Bob.
one is done with the Ghost.
Satu
We've seen
belum
Carl
setting-setting.
TIENZY and Team Liquid go find their way
Kau
into the elimination game.
temukan
Maybe
bahagia
something that
mas
they'll be able to work
kita
on. We'll find out just
bersama.
one series from now. But it is up to the Sky King here on this stage to prove that he has maybe the main narrative in this tournament.
Yeah, because now people are looking at TIENZY based on the rumors of the scrims, quotes from the players. They're all looking at TIENZY as the best jungler right now at MSC. Well, you can ask Niall. Niall would say, well, I'm number one. But a lot of other players would definitely say TIENZY. And yeah, it's interesting in the meta, in an MSC, where you have Carl TIENZY, Set Guys, KAIRI, Kyle TIENZY, all these fantastic junglers around the world. Who's always made a name for himself every international. Now, it's much more obvious that you really have to watch out for TIENZY.
He might just be the hitman here. He's already found one headshot already on Carl, and I mean, luckily, you know, there's still a second chance for Team Liquid side, but I think against the Sky Kings, until we see KAIRI on that box here, he might have a shot, he might not have a shot. I want to see how they force it in a meta like this that's so rich.
One of the interesting things about these two teams, and we saw it before,
Kalian
is that
pada
everybody
ngapain?
had a
Pada
game plan
nge-stream
that
kah?
worked. We saw a lot of 2-0s in these upper bracket runs to get here, and Aurora Gaming was no different. But Onyx has had their own traveling fan base. They have had some incredible moments with this roster. But Aurora is not anybody that you can just sit back and say, okay, let's show up and play. You actually almost have to expect the unexpected, Renmar.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. The unexpected. I want to see a very tailored draft again. We saw the Rafael in mid lane the last time from them. I want to see if they have something like that prepared for Onyx, that coach Midnight, and come up with something very specific to deal with the Sky Kings.
All right, well, Onyx Esports, let's take a look at the roster that's showing up as well. We've got a chance to see Lutpi, we've got KAIRI,
Pengen main juga,
and one of the main stars of this Kelra. I mean, Mog is an understatement for that guy. Had a great interview. The fans were cheering for him.
Sampai akhir hidupku.
Eterna here, and we are now with the gold lane standard Kelra.
Sekian ku tak luntur.
What? What do you mean no?
For me, the real gold standard is OHEB.
Oh,
Still OHEB.
okay, still OHEB. Still OHEB, right? But you know, you are still a very strong gold lane standard as well, and you're up against a very tough opponent too as well. I heard his scrims are very strong. Is that true? Or is Aurora's scrims
100% true. True. It's 100% true. In scrim.
Why makes him so strong, Kelra?
For me, it's because of TIENZY and also Rosa. They give TIENZY more space.
Speaking of Rosa on the Selena last year at MSC, I know you're under a different banner, you're under KH, but they beat you in groups.
Yeah, I want to take my revenge with KAIRI right now.
Take your revenge with KAIRI against Aurora.
Yeah.
Yang masih ku rasa.
Just
Kau kasih.
Just good luck and have fun. TIENZY, let's play basketball after this match. And Lunar.
Again, so you play basketball already together. Okay, I think he lost. He won. Okay, but what about this match? Who's gonna win?
Let's see.
Let's see. Earlier on, you mentioned KAIRI. Do you think KAIRI is on par with TIENZY in the position?
KAIRI.
Okay, so KAIRI is better than TIENZY. But little bit.
But a little bit.
Okay, little bit. So, coming into this, you're
Mending
confident?
kita bobok-bobok dalam minggu kan, Bi?
Is it going to be a challenge for you?
Yes.
There is a challenge. What's the challenge?
TIENZY's Hirara.
TIENZY's Hirara. I don't think that's going to be let through. So, good luck, Kelra. Thank you for this interview. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Lu masih live dulu kan?
I would have loved to see that basketball match. We have a court here at EWC.
Yeah.
I mean, we can get some shots up.
Hopefully, you gotta watch out. Keller is
Cuman
really good at shooting 3 points.
delay anjir suaranya gimana ya?
Humility was there though. He didn't want to say that he was a
Banyak-
winner, but he had to correct Eterna, right? He had to correct her.
I also love the fact that he only talks in statements. He's
Emang delay, Bang Bob.
He doesn't pose. He doesn't give you any kind of space to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna. No. This is.
Jadi, delay apa aja dulu suara gate-nya?
Strangely enough, even though he hasn't been.
Suara titipnya delay.
Oh, mak.
Di sini nggak ada MT gue ya?
Apanya? Gimana? Gimana Bang Den?
Ada magic chest dah. Masa nggak ada kali?
Ada itu magic chest gue tuh.
Bacot.
Gue setting audionya dulu biar enggak
PEL.
Apa ada bitrate?
PLR.
128.
PELR. Ada ah. Gimana?
Kita push rank magic chest gue.
Gua kayak gimana? Creepy-nya, Cok.
Tar.
Bisa nggak? Atau belum paham?
Sabar, pengaturan suara bilang itu.
Ya, HP lu tuh HP apa? Kalau misalnya Oppo,
Samsung.
kalau Oppo atau Vivo, gua paham sih itu di mana opsi pengembangnya. Kalau HP lain nggak tahu sih. Tapi mungkin
Dia Samsung.
Kalau Samsung sih ya tinggal nyari aja di pengaturan.
Samsung ribut cari opsi pengembangnya, jujur.
Gimana?
Bacot Samsung opsi pengembangan tai.
Ya nyari opsi pengembang mati kok sumpah.
Dapat lagi
Ini
gua.
coba di giniin, coba tinggal diketik ininya, ketik opsi pengembangnya, ketemu nggak?
Kagak nggak ketemu.
Oh, nggak ketemu berarti tinggal cari di YouTube dong.
Aduh.
Cari dulu di YouTube itu.
Iya makanya. Ayo goyang dong.
Kamu. Langsung lah sini lah. Ini ke satu.
Dan kalau Rodri masuk ke Madrid gimana? Rodri masuk ke Madrid gimana? Terima nggak?
Apa? Lo ngomong ke gua, nanya gua.
Nah, kan udah nggak minat lagi di Madrid.
Nanya Rodri, ambil soal orang tua, nggak guna anjing. Sampah. Sampah masyarakat, nggak guna.
Tapi ini kan ya kalau waktu itu kan kena ACL dia mah jadi nggak bisa perform lagi sih.
Iya.
Hampir setiap pemain bola yang kena ACL itu nggak bisa perform tinggi kecuali Messi sama Ronaldo, Cok.
Wah gelo, ini apaan Cok? Anjing, gue dapet juzong anjing tiba-tiba. Gue buang itu nggak guna anjing, sampah.
Gelo. Ya, bentar guys.
Nanti mau gue menang dong ini. Tolol. Kok makhluk gue keluarin lagi sih ini aja doranya. Goblok.
Rising their opponents, and they'll face off against Onyx, who want to represent not only the yellow, not only the fans here in the building, but their shot at taking down the team that looks untouchable. Will Kelra really claim the gold standard in this matchup? Because if he's going to do so, it puts Onyx in a dangerous position. Getting ready for our third series of the day, $100,000 and a spot in the top 8 knockout round on the line. It is Onyx versus Aurora Gaming, both 2-0. Somebody's going to lose, so let's kick it off.
Thank you very much, guys. And oh, wow. First off, before we even talk about match 3, let's touch on match 2 because the first game went on for half an hour, the longest thus far in MSC. But the second game, it flew by in a blink of an eye.
It was clear that the first game was kind of the big, I guess, the piece that broke the camel's back. Because in a moment like that, you're thinking, all right, a back and forth 30-minute, there's no way we can continue having this for game 2, for game 3, and that was indeed the case. It's so exhausting mentally to keep that up game after the other, and honestly, it just worked out well, right? Myanmar moves on, we get to see them in the knockouts, but that's for later, Rose.
Because now, in the present, we are gonna be watching the third match of the day, where we will see the Sky Kings going up against Aurora Gaming. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming ONIC! The Sky Kings are here to claim their knockout stage ticket with a meta that they are oh so comfortable with. Is that enough to push them through today?
All right, the Sky Kings, not bad, not bad. They're great in their own way. They got fans here even all the way in Paris. There's always somebody looking to cheer for ONIC, but I'll raise you one. On the other side, a team looking to prove themselves. Please welcome the King Slayers, Aurora Gaming! Word on the street is that these guys are an absolute menace in scrims from how we saw them send the Liquid Cavalry packing. Our current MSC champions, Aurora, are not slowing down anytime soon. A win here isn't merely a spot in knockouts, it's proof that they are a contender to be feared at MSC 26.
This match will be a menace. This match will be chaos, and oh boy, will it be fun.
That's all we're looking for here, so please, Aurora, please, ONIC. My friends, you may place your keys, take your seats, and captains, remember, quick handshake before getting into this one. Rose, if you ask me, this could even be a final in its own right, and we're gonna get here. There we go, respect between both of our teams. Let's see, will it be the Sky Kings? Will it be the King Slayers? Our panel, break it down.
So exciting to be in a moment like this at MSC where the fans are ready, the audience around the world is ready, the players certainly ready, and I know my panel is ready. Rinmar, Gideon, it's time to break down this draft, start talking about what these thoughts could be, what else could catch us by surprise. Could be a performance, could be a lineup, so many different ways.
I think first starting off with Aurora, you have to look at the gold lady in Sigiboom. Great on the Freya, great on the Paquito. That's one thing that ONIC needs to look at. Next, of course, you're going to be trading around the centerpieces in the center of the map with the Romid trio. But then you also have to consider, wait, what are they fielding for Rosa? Are they really gonna go on with the rumors that we've been hearing that there are some teams still considering fighters even in the mid lane and then just shifting around there? Is that a knockouts thing? Is that gonna be a group stage thing? We don't know. It seems like the more we talk about the draft and consider the permutations, it's more difficult for ONIC to think about Aurora.
I agree, but we have to listen to, you know, what not only the fans have said, but what we have on data so far. So far, the permutations when it comes down to that mid trio has been devastating. Do you attack the jungle? Do you start attacking the supports? The big Belleric Atlas Valentina trade is still up in the air, and I think right now Coach Midnight is already thinking about it in his head. How could I either blind pick or have flex picks in that particular area to keep teams on their toes?
2 champions, 1 pick. Make sure to grab your My Champions pick in game right now. 5 winners, 10,000 diamonds each. Scan that QR code. Events live until July 27th. Good points they're getting in as well. I mean, talking about that Atlas and that Valentina conversation. Also, I think it's just a matter of how far do you go into the assassin pool, because we started off with Hirara and Ling, and then we started getting Hirara and Ling bans, and now we've gone into sometimes Marcel's, which has a 100% win rate after being let through 5 times, to the Fannies being much more allowed versus they were banned earlier on. And we're even seeing YSSs, which have a 100% loss rate every single time. So Gideon, I think, still trying to figure it out on that backside of the assassin bans too.
Well, I think the backside of the assassin bans, it really just boils down to whether or not Hirara is in play or not. I think Yishin Shin into Ling has been a matchup that a lot of these junglers have faced off before in previous metas, that it becomes somewhat a little bit more comfortable. And honestly, the matchup hasn't really changed in terms of item progression or even power stats.
But is it tempo? Is that the problem?
I'm glad you mentioned this. I'm looking at Remar. Both of us
Buset,
agree.
bahas
That's
tahunya keluar.
That's why everybody is looking to pull yourself together on
Welcome,
that
guys,
flicker,
yang baru
just
join.
to make sure you're just 1 second faster, just 1 moment quicker to catch you off guard.
I could be in the club though
Easy
that
game
is
kah?
asking,
Chronic?
may we no longer see Claudes in the YSSs. I don't know, it's just not doing it for me in this meta. The YSS feels cursed. The Claude has less than a 30% win rate right now with multiple picks. And there are 2 very talented gold laners in this matchup. You have Kellera, you have Sigiboob. I know they could do a fantastic job with the Claude, but I feel like in this meta is such a dangerous spot for him right now. Hell, even Onyx was able to bring back a Granger and make that work. I'd rather see that right now instead of the Claude.
Well, these early bans are going to set the tone, and what they've done is answer at least one question. Marcel, not allowed. Neither is Atlas or Harara or Zushin or Paquito, which has been kind of a flex potential gold lane or EXP laner that's picked up in that second phase most often. Atlas a first pick, so is Marcel. And obviously Harara. So it leaves some things open, Gideon. What's your thought?
This is an interesting opener because I think
Let's
from the get-go, I think that JWay has already figured out, hey, we want to make sure that we can, start to alter some of these matchups. As much as Midnight is saying, you know what, the Belleric Atlas trade, CW is telling them, you know what, let's take it one step further, right? We're going to get rid of Hirara. Now, do you want Ling or Freya? This time they go for Fanny, but that just means that it's less likely for them to go for the double fighters.
So beginian sih ya.
Putting the pressure on. They don't need to pick the Ling right away. That could show up at a red 3. Just don't consider the long time to carry carries anymore. No more long farming. Go fast as well. Something maybe to make it comfortable at the center of the map. I mean, we've seen some surprise Selena, surprise early chose as well from both Vitality and Onyx. Whoa, they picked it up right away. They didn't need to wait until they went ahead and picked up the Eudora. I thought they'd want to pick up maybe one of their roamers already.
You don't want to play with your food because I think what may end up happening is they're worried about 2 bans or 2 picks from Aurora that would force them to have to change something in the EXP lane or roam before it gets banned out. And so they're prioritizing having the lane just to be safe.
You're killing it. You're killing it, Raina. You're absolutely right. And now instantly we see from Aurora's side, right? They're still going to try and fight for that tempo. And a lot of it is really going to boil down to how fast you can actually clear that mid wave. Now we have Selena probably going to have Season Hunter as well to kind of speed up the leash. So not only are they going to get that Fanny like extra fast coming out of that jungle looking for a gank, but at the same time, at least with the Selena, you have that vision of where they're going to move without having to commit too much.
Yeah, this is MSC 2026, not 2025, right? It's Kellera and Onyx going up against Fanny and Selena. I saw this last year already. That was the matchup that was getting referred to in the interview with Kellera, where it was Aurora then who were able to surprise Onyx Philippines at that time. Were they ready for this to show up already? Because it feels like you're just getting reminded of the ghosts of your past. There we go. I like that. Coming out early, Badang. So what I expected that might come out earlier, well, I thought it would be the Cho. This Badang with all the dive. Of course, we saw how great the Badang was up against the Fanny when it was picked up by Vitality against Falcons PH. Great pickup.
Yeah. I mean, so much has already been shown just from the intentions in the banning phase, right? Again, we've seen a lot of red sides not actually go for the keto ban, and not to mention that Midnight is taking the authority of saying, you know what, I will be the one who bans on Marcel. I will give you that free ban on the
sehari-hari di rumahnya gitu, nggak keluar, nggak jalan-jalan kemana gitu ke taman,
So now you have to look at the gold laners. Cho gets banned out by Onyx. You still want to consider the Moskov, the Brody, both still in play here. Both great against the Fanny, but then this Uranus, I think, is putting a big question mark for Onyx in terms of their overall damage profile, especially early on if they want to fight for the major objectives, because you have the Uranus there. Aurora, rightfully so, take out the Brody. I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a Moskov ban later on, so you're really dwindling down the picks that that would be great against a lineup of Aurora.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here, and I think even for Onyx, they understand that even if they do end up having to play against the Belleric, they can either ban it out now or look for something that utilizes concussive blast to kind of help them clear that wave. Because so far, based on what we've seen, Selena's kind of by herself right now, and the only other thing they have to worry about is single target lockdown.
Yeah, we saw one great combo from Vitality, the Badang, and the Melissa that is also still in play here for Onyx if ever they want to pick it up, because you know you're up against a Selena that would want to get close. Once that arrow gets hit on the Melissa, if ever, the rest of the team is going to collapse and they have the Badang with it. We saw that a team that's just rolling through with the Fanny up against a Melissa might not be enough. they will leave that open. They take out the Esmeralda instead.
I feel like they're trying to set up for potentially Harith here, right? They know that the EXP lane is kind of out in the open, and more importantly, they've got the Uranus as well. They just want to make sure that it doesn't overlap. I do want to see this Melissa, though. I am interested whether they want to go for red for Melissa or they're going to wait up till the very end once they got the final confirmation.
Could be until the very end. They could also be thinking of damage profiles and considering, are we crazy enough to pack a Granger up against a Fanny? We do need someone with a Sky Piercer, if ever, to start giving difficulties for that Uranus. But can you even start snowballing kills around that? Considering that there is a Fanny, that might be one of the conversations that Onyx is having right now.
It's early game stuff, but like, I'm thinking about the late game as well. Because at this point, now Melissa doesn't really have much contestation anymore. I don't think there's actually a quote-unquote winning matchup. Thanks to, CW getting rid of both Freya alongside with the forcing Aurora to kind of play, you know what, we got to start team fighting. But majority of the heroes don't scale, and there's the Harith.
They needed that to match up with the Melissa Minotaur as well. Very good at the initiation. We'll see if they have enough peel. And that's the conversation too going on the side. What are they going to bring to round out this lineup?
I think maybe an Alice would be their next best bet. Alice versus Uranus in lane, and then you also have the AoEs to mess up with the Harith. If ever, wherever the Minoan Fury is, that's where you drop your Throne of Ruin so that the team fighting is a little bit more awkward for Aurora. I do like the Harith and Minotaur getting picked last. It's one of the heroes that, despite you not having ladder reach, Minotaur covers a lot of space with the Minoan Fury that would make Melissa quite troubled but not countered.
Yeah, I think there's also an argument for, even Phoveus to a certain degree, right? Do you want to have a strong side lane or a weak side lane or something that is contestable? And it looks like they actually want to go for something contestable, right?
Interesting.
They want to fight, they want to engage, they have it all in this package within Sora.
Honestly, looking at the lineup, you can cover up the names. It would be hard to tell who's who. Except so far, Melissa has been great so far in this tournament that it's hard for me to lean away from the Onyx draft. Maybe it's really just because of the Melissa's record right now that I'm favoring theirs a little bit more. But don't get me wrong, Aurora has answers.
Well, this is going to be a matchup between the jungle and really between all the roles here, whether it's KAIRI or TIENZY or whether you got Kelra and Siggy Boom. It's a matchup between coaches and minds and maybe just the leading edge to MSC. Who knows what to play a little bit better than their opponents. Both teams have knocked anybody who's challenged them back down to the floor. One of them will take their first blow today. One will move on into the knockout stage. Let's get it started and send it over to your casters.
Thank you so much, panel. Here we go. This is the most anticipated match of the day. It's the battle for knockout stage. One whole match. Could be 3 full games of this incredible matchup to send us one team to the top 8. The last one.
I mean, Aurora has just shot into the limelight. And now they're going up against another huge, fierce opponent. Another favorite for this event. Can Aurora take them down, or will Onyx show that they are still champions in their own right?
Nah, itu maksud gua. Harus ternyawa sama ini. Onyx karena kita hashtag
First blood over to KAIRI. Maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew. That was very much TIENZY-esque, but not the TIENZY you would expect here after that match against TLPH, where we saw such a clean TIENZY. Getting a bit too feisty early on could work, could also bite you back in the butt. Emblems though, we gotta take a look at the checkups here. Bargain Hunter already, the points up together for both Minotaur and Melissa. It's also the Wilderness Blessing here for Rosa instead of what we've seen from Moreno, the Bargain, or sorry, the Bargain Hunter, or even the Season Hunter for a lot of different
reasons.
So even that earlier catching TIENZY, the wall just came out of nowhere, able to stop him, and KAIRI immediately capitalized on it. We just saw it once again to slow down Bagu, to if you're going to come into our jungle, be ready to possibly be taken out, and that is what Onyx has already shown Aurora.
We got to take a look at the bigger picture as well, though, for Aurora. They have the 2 lethal ignitions. One burst, one good arrow could send Onyx back a lot, but just have the counters here.
A lot of damage on a Keyboy. Brings him down to about 20%.
Mubak
But
taka,
KAIRI
mubak
maybe
taka,
looking for the
Kiboy,
re-engage
mubak
here.
taka.
TIENZY's there as well.
Balik.
Wants to dive in, not going to fully commit. They're going to kind of take things slow.
Akan Melisa lagi
No
kali ya.
purple buff just yet for
Aman
Kai's
banget sih
ability
ini,
to
aman
wipe
banget
a
sih
bit
Onyx
here.
harusnya.
TIENZY should be able to get it before.
Aman lah ini mah.
See Rosa here trying to maybe force
Ah,
a
tapi
confusion, but knows that it's a bit too
diganggu ini. Buset dapat ya si Rosa cok.
Very well done, but Lunar taking
Lunar,
damage.
mati Lunar.
Able to get the kill. TIENZY wants to engage.
Gua kalah.
Jadi pandang cinta susah.
Pegu mati harusnya Pegu.
Gets the kill on a loop.
Ya, wah. Bakunya.
Ya, master Kiboy.
Kelah nggak mati nih. Nah, ya elah. Tapi ini KAIRI nggak ngambil yang pedang yang satu lagi di belakang di bawah.
Mistake, I'd say. In those blades, he couldn't catch all three, and even couldn't catch two. Caught one.
Nah, lagi mana nih? Kau jadi bisa-bisanya nih.
Early on, it was TIENZY going in a bit too aggressive. Now the bottom lane, live view. All right, TIENZY doesn't go for the kill, but then it starts off with the purple buff being stolen away here. Kiboy as well wanted to go for the pick, but this is why the Minotaur is so good at making him miscalculate. You can see a bit of frustration there for Kiboy. The heals from the Minotaur, it gets bigger as you get lower.
Ini video call cok.
Team has now made their small mistakes and recovered from it.
Neng, gue salahin dulu Neng sama dia.
4 minutes in, and the first turtle has not been taken.
Tunjukin foto
Blade
gua
does get
udah
locked in
kelar
for
tuh.
TIENZY. Gonna be
Jadi
able to
foto lu ya,
do
Wok.
damage.
Kirim lo, mana lo,
Stretch,
Wok
and I think for a lot of
Oke, bro.
viewers, man, we are so used to seeing tank jungles
Ya, lu
that
kan
they
ada
usually
foto
just
gua,
don't
Cok.
retreat for their buffs.
Ada namanya Neng, namanya
Assassins
Wok
have their
Neng.
buffs. Purple mainly
Yang
is
bocah
more
Ya,
if
free.
you Roblox
Ya,
users
ngerti lah.
as well.
Joknya wok-wok
As
gitu.
Kai, I think you gotta be a
Hampir
little
cuma di medsos.
Tampol lo, kok tadi
Hampir cuma medsos ada nama wok-wok gitu.
all good. Aurora though, with those 2 kills up top, will be able to pick up the neutral objective for free. And now it's back to a level playing field. Oh, what an arrow there! Crazy.
Kira mirip gue Wok.
Segiboom and Kelra.
Gampang kena geng ini mah, cara mah aman.
The range on Kelra is almost matched, honestly. Segiboom's
Cuman ini
even
guys,
with being outranged by the metals,
Wah.
he's still able to kind of keep
Neng.
Ah, mati dah Lunar deh.
down on the top side.
Emang Wok kurang ajar dia.
Pucat kilo.
Ini agak bagus sih daripada
Wok kiri Neng.
Over to safety,
dia
another
nggak
kill
bisa
into the book of
kalkulasin
Honor.
kita.
energinya.
Monica just playing it so
Yeah,
slow,
Kalau
trying
yang
to
ini
really
bisa.
Read out Lunar's movements, and so far
Dia
they've done a good
penjomblo,
job of doing that.
penjomblo
Also,
aku nyari
once
cewek
again for
nyari
Rosa.
cewek
Just a bit of
goblok.
poke onto Keyboy, but it's all about
Halo,
that right now,
Ramdan.
Onyx. They know there's only one lane right now that they can really punish, right? In the mid lane, it's just the Minotaur and the Selena way
Oh,
too
BH kok bisa sih?
good at
User
escaping.
guys,
TIENZY
paling
got that one, I believe TIENZY did with the Retribution. KAIRI's Retri was still off, and now
Oh,
he goes for
gampang
the
kegocek ya.
TIENZY.
Bisa ngeliat.
Sans though.
Pucat San. Aduh, San.
Goes down. Aurora able to find pick after pick in there, constantly just testing the waters, pushing in.
Wah, diganjang.
Waduh, keranya.
Comes low.
Kerak. Oh, mantap.
Rosa doesn't have another air to fire off.
Mantap
And
siapa tuh?
Pagu
Mantap.
can't connect.
Ada bilangin kerang nggak gampang gocek.
Shouts for Aurora being
Gampang
number
kena
one
geng.
with another team and scrims, dude. They're so good at taking these awkward fights.
Cek bajingnya ke sono
Onyx
sih
built a
anjas.
composition that wants
Ini
to go
punya
in,
bajingnya.
that wants to just dive
Sama
straight.
lah kurang cek hancur itu.
Countering the assassin jungle as well with the Eudora and the Melissa.
Yoi,
Aurora
yoi,
find a way
yoi.
to split
Sini ya,
Onyx
guys.
up and take these individual 1v1s
Aman.
everywhere across the map. It just gets so awkward for Onyx
Welcome guys
composition to
yang
react to
TikTok.
it.
And it's all about the positioning for
Oh,
Aurora right
ini mah
now.
menang dong nih
Pagu
gua.
coming in, keeping vision.
Ya.
Them up, and then we have Rosa in the river shooting out
Aduh.
these arrows. One does connect onto
Pi.
Lupi.
BH.
TIENZY
Aman.
decides not to get involved.
Wah.
Pagu making his way up as well. Another arrow
Waduh,
comes that
Lupinya
way.
mati dah.
Kamu udah ada Cina-Cinanya ya dikit ya?
Boy.
Rosa now good
Ini
at
user
position.
jujur
They
aja.
claim
Gua
Halo,
the
user
turtle,
apaan?
and KAIRI has no
KAIRI?
way in. TIENZY
Kayak aman.
wants to find a target.
Mana
KAIRI's
si
forced
Pit
to
itu
finish
kayak
boys.
inian cok.
And now Onyx is backed off to the
Coba
jungle.
nggak ada tipis cok. Cuma tek.
Dapat satu hero.
An absolute beast. We saw them.
Kalau badan tambah auranya udah bagus ini. Tapi di asli tuh.
It was also
Lah.
with Rosa on Selena.
Lupi trying to defend. Big
Pucat kami dokter tuh.
Mana ada Cina, cinta Indonesia.
Pucat.
Ya, maksa sih jatuhnya.
Very low,
Wah,
but still
mati.
survives. But Rosa gets a kill on Assange. Rosa looking for more. Looking for another air to shoot
Cinta
out.
Indonesia kali.
Decides not to do it.
Cina,
Pagu.
ini menagih
And
sama
Rosa
Indonesia.
back
Ah.
off. It's TIENZY for Assange.
Nggak efek banget aura Turki nih bang. Jago banget cok.
Crazy skirmish, guys.
recall gets cancelled. Now Lunar wants to go for the cut.
Masuk mic loh ini.
KAIRI under the tower, not a safe spot. Does
Ini kan
have
sampingan mic nih tadi.
full energy, should be able to get away from this to
Tuh.
safety. But the tower will fall on the
Kedengeran
top
dong
side.
nih mic.
Again, it's Aurora just making these moves proactively around the map. Yeah, they went in under that tier 1. It was a bit of a mistake, but it was a risk that they were willing to take to push their lead even further. They didn't lose too much. You gotta remember right now that even if TIENZY dies, Lunar, or even Sigiboom, they're not gonna give out any bounties. It's all about Rosa. He needs to stay alive, but the others can die.
Let's go.
Dia pegang Fanny kan.
And Onyx are still behind. A whopping 3,000 gold behind. Kelra's not given space to actually farm out, and it's because of these arrows
jadi
again
pandang-pandang,
from Rosa.
Cok. Malu gua.
Not only that, but even when Onyx able to get a kill, they find TIENZY earlier. Aurora's movement on the map has been so crucial. They find both
Neng, ntar lu
offlane
naksir
towers.
gua, lu bayar
They're
gua
consistently
padang nih.
hunting for this
Lu
mid
bayar
lane
gua.
tower. They aren't only eating out or winning the skirmishes, they're
Tadi
winning on map
player
play.
Gadi ini ya, player Gadi Ando
Truly have become a whole new into this MSC.
It's all about defending the mid lane right now for Onyx. Damage control, trying to get space for Kelra to farm out. House claws built up by Kai. The Flask of the Oasis as well. The Orange Bell secured by Kai, his own, but he's still falling behind a whole level down of TIENZY. Onyx gotta look for a big set, but even then it's gonna be very, very tough for them because Aurora have ways to deal with it. You get a stun on Sigiboom, Rosa, TIENZY. Then you by Pagu, there's the healing as well that just keeps them alive.
I don't want to see the items on where KAIRI is in terms of gold compared to TIENZY.
Wih, agresif, Cok. Daripada Aurora agresif.
Ya, lebih mereka lebih hati-hati karena Onyx ini, Cok.
Holding his own actually ahead of Lunar right now.
Beda kalau waktu dalam PH mah
And those two can output the
damage kan lebih main aman banget nih. Onyx ini bisa agresif, Cok. Tapi mereka Onyx nge-prioritas main aman ini.
Bukan Onyx ya.
Apa? Aurora? Ya, Aurora ini emang lagi agak agresif dulu. Kami one-one aja.
Gas.
Onyx will be choked down even more. They're going to be forced to suffocate inside of their own base. And that's what Aurora are trying to do right now with a massive lead on Rosa and Sigiboom concealed to the mid lane. And an arrow.
Ish, ampun dah.
Lands. Does land. Loopy kind of walked into that one though, but TIENZY into the backside.
TIENZY.
Key boy, the wall does not come out. He's able to safely move. Loopy forced to dash away. Onyx positioned back into their jungle as Aurora takes over the Lord Pit. Watch for Loopy and Sands looking for an angle as well. KAIRI forced up to the top side to try to defend the tower. This could be the play for Aurora to burst down this Lord. TIENZY will get caught by Fist Crack. A lot of damage. Everyone piles on top of him. Get away. On now in a little bit of trouble. Saw from the backside. Taken out by Sigiboom. Zwan's forces dropped, and now Loopy will be straight down as well. Rosa finding that kill for himself as Kelra tries to pop off. Doesn't have it is hell in the land of Dawn as Keyboy tries to get away. But Aurora comes out on top once again. TIENZY goes back to
Tadi hadapan Aurora Turki jadi kayak ayam, Cok.
Minotaur sih palingnya.
Oh my god! The healing coming in from Pagu with the Minotaur and TIENZY with the cleanest cables to get away from Kai, who's hunting him down with the Finch Poise, even with a purple buff. And you can see that delay from TIENZY.
Lagi darah ngapain sih masuk-masuk darah?
Because he already used so much of his energy to use the Finch Poise to
ini kan waktu M7 ini kan si Rosa lebih respect ban apa nih teh celenanya. Kenapa kan respect bannya keren. Ya, celenanya Rosa itu kan paling ngeri soalnya nggak di ban, Cok, nggak di respect ban.
Kalah menang, Onyx kalah.
Shout out to Seer there, shout out to him, biggest Aurora fan in the building.
Menang.
Dan cari ininya, tinggal cari momentum kesalahan dari Aurora Turki ini.
Fight earlier, getting hit by the Fist Crack. No purple
Kalah
buff is
sih,
true.
harusnya kalah sih ini kalau lane by one sama Van.
KAIRI, TIENZY does not have vision on him. He's gonna go back to safety. KAIRI's not gonna force it. He's just, I mean, they know. Either one could probably, oh wait, no, TIENZY's like, let's do it.
Mampus,
Back to the mid side, a little bit of damage. They're able to take the tower.
An intense game of MLB.
Jadi pandang-pandang lah gue ini, Neng. Gue kenceng banget ini. Mancung lu, kapan lagi dapet cowok mancung lu, ya kan? Gue tau lu pesek neng.
Those battle spells just yet. KAIRI sent into the bottom lane again. 2 holy shields. Oh, it's down.
Saya taruh dimulai kan.
Very well done. Luffy takes a lot of damage, forces dash back.
Ya gue belum milih anjir.
Ya elah. Walah gelo.
Neng ini buat memperbaiki turunan bagus neng.
Aduh jadi jangan capek kan buat LPH aduh. Elah. Kita cuma vitality doang nanti jadinya.
Bagus kan buat memperbaiki turunnya.
Onyx has lost an inhibitor as another wave comes crashing down the mid. These arrows are
Kan lu putih bagus, gue hitam. Itu cocok tuh memperbaiki turunan kita. Bagus.
Gua menikah yang kasih si Sandora dia.
Apa.
Bikin jadi gini cok.
Dia nggak tampil dia.
Jadi nggak bisa apa-apa di misalnya nih.
Ntar ini yang kita operasi plastik cok. Untuk operasi plastik nanti memperbaiki turunan tuh bagus.
Aduh.
Mancung, plastik tuh. Ntar kan.
Ya, kena keduanya.
Pucat dah.
Di end kah? Di end dah.
Ya kan
Endak kan?
ini
Endak. Kayaknya endak.
Cocok tuh bagus.
Endak. Wah, dia nih mah.
What?
Gila Aurora.
Bener-bener.
Wah, gila ini mah. Ada respect band celenanya cok.
Iya, Serenanya sih, Serena sama Fanny sih.
Jadi pandang-pandang mulu.
Serena Fanny sih ini.
Selena dan Fanny itu respect band banget sih.
Tapi kuat banget ya
Jadi
TLPH
jam 8 tidur saatnya tidur.
Sama Nintim.
Apa begitu tiba?
2-0.
OBH kok bisa set ya?
Elah.
Wah nggak gendong nih berarti.
Kayak bukan uniknya.
Banget
Gelo sih.
Turki ya.
Ada Parsa nih. Tuker sama siapa ya Parsa ya?
Nah, gila permainan Aurora semenjak ganti coachnya jadi bagus.
Kayak gini sini.
Lihat diganyang ini.
Ayo lihat siapa yang tertawa paling akhir.
No, si Aurora sempatnya naruh trap. Tapi targetnya pasti ngincer Eudora dulu.
Ya karena emang jantung setiap tim itu pasti ngarahin ke mid lane-nya.
Walaupun
soalnya kan kalau trio mid yang gak jalan ya hancur.
Aha, batuk mulu.
Ya walaupun pas di late, pas di mid game
berobat minum OBH
MM-nya cok.
Aduh.
Sama linknya benar-benar gak dikasih hidup Aurora.
Saya nggak mempan obatnya ganti-ganti minum kawa-kawa. Ngajarin.
PR sih.
Kok parah?
Cuman BTR belum ketemu ini ya Aurora ya.
Belum
BTR.
Beda grup.
Iya belum ketemu. Coba soalnya yang
BTR mah paling bahaya mah cuma Falcon PH doang. Itu pun Falcon PH udah dikalahin sama BTR.
Iya makanya itu gue bilang Vitality kan lagi outperform kan sama Aurora nih. Ini kita lihat nih.
OBH kok bisa set. Ya menang lagi gue neng.
Kayaknya nanti mereka di M7 juga di posisi keempat.
Berapa menit nih ini?
Hilda level 1 beli Hilda.
Oh kali Kripai itu udah gimana? Udah paham belum?
Udah sampai mau gue ganti ya.
Mantap. Tuh.
Level 2 nggak usah, level 2. Level 2 nggak usah.
Balik. What do you mean?
Nyanyi terus. Nggak salah sih. Idi sebel banget, selalu wanita selalu celah dikata bro. Lumayan dibagal bangku mau. Apa? Dibagal bangku. Ya. Wah, link. Nggak mempan link lu mas. Menang lagi gue main game cok. No counter emang nih. Menang mana Bok? Tinggalnya menang mana? Onik udah menang? Belum?
Tidur lagi dia. Apa yang tidur?
Ini udah menang Onik apa belum?
Belum.
Detik berapa?
Ini juga bukan. Lain ini pendek. Bukan.
Kalau Onik. Wok, ini kalau Wok.
Aurora Gaming, because they have looked phenomenal right now, right? They beat CLPH.
Very phenomenal, yeah.
Very phenomenal. And now they're on course to actually getting a 2-0 win against Onyx ID. So, thoughts on Aurora?
Thoughts on Aurora? Actually, our preparation for the next season, every time we have a scrim versus Aurora, our scrims convinced me that as of now, TIENZY, best jungler, TIENZY.
Whoa.
Mechanically.
Best jungler.
Best jungler. All right.
Better
man.
than you.
Yeah.
What about you? Yeah. Would you
Better than me?
Wow.
Better than me. Yeah. If I will base on our scrims, because we don't do scrims with Team Liquid, Team Falcon. So for me, yeah, TIENZY.
All right then, man. Thank you so much, King Kong. It's always a pleasure to have you on the mic, man. Always great, always charismatic.
Thank you so much. Thank you
nice
so
hair,
much.
by the way. Good Oreo hair. You call it that.
Thank you so much, Sir Mirko.
Thank you so much, King Kong. And with that, Trex, I believe we're gonna throw it over to a segment.
Yeah, we're gonna discuss some confessions.
What confessions?
Let's see.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Yang ngomong belum mandi dia kata.
This is Confessions with Brigida. Brigida, I have been told that you are the nicest member of talent, so I've got to go easy on you. Is that just a... Is it all just a bit of... Is it fake, or are you actually?
I don't think so, or it's probably because I'm a bit quiet, honestly.
Okay.
So they probably associate with being nice, but at the same time, I think I'm nice.
You seem nice to me. I've known you for 3 days, and you seem lovely, which makes this even harder. Okay, I need to use my hand for this one. What does this mean to you?
This means a little, like when you try to use body language, right? You say, "Oh yeah, it's a little."
But does it not have reference to something in particular?
Yes, it does. It does.
Oke, dapat
It's,
tour.
I think,
Gas lagi.
referencing a birthday greeting. A
Grandmaster
birthday greeting
5.
photo I made with someone. Yeah. So I was making a pose. That's the
Ini kode
reference,
5 apalagi, Wok?
Chris.
But what did I don't understand why. What did this have to do with anything?
Same question. I don't know how it got so big. It was just a birthday greeting.
Lip, Bang Alip.
Right?
Ini Magic Chess rank kita turun kan ya?
Right.
Apanya?
Angkanya kan kalau
I heard Khalid has a new name for his ultimate as well.
Game 5,
What's
game
going
4,
on?
game 3,
Where are these
game 1
questions
baru
coming
epic kan?
from? No, he did not
Nah, kalau
change
MPG
his
balik kan?
ultimate name. It's still Raging
Kebalik itu efeknya lebih
Sandstorm.
panjang gitunya.
Check it again. Make sure
Ya,
you got it right.
tapi
Raging
hitungannya kebalik kan dari
Sandstorm.
1 sampai 5.
Ya jadi gini. Kalau di PT, kalau kita lihat greening di MCG gitu, itu lebih panjang gitunya ranknya. Soalnya kan ini kalau yang misalnya Mythic, itu Mythicnya metok cepet 100. Gak ada Mythic Honor.
Iya.
Nah, terus
Yang gue pertanyakan naiknya itu kalau hitungannya dari game ke epic tuh game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4 apa kebalik game 5, game 4, game 1 gitu loh.
Oh, game 1 sampai ke 4-nya.
Iya, dari game ke epicnya itu naik apa turun angkanya?
Ini jadi tergantung ke lu berapa di posisi berapa. Kalau misalnya top 3 naik. Kalau top 5, kalau top
Udah nggak usah bahas itu Bang Wip. Maksud gue tuh kan ini kan gue game 5 bintang game bintang 5 kan. Game bintang 5. Game 5 bintang 2.
Ya, terus.
Nah, kalau penuh bintangnya nih ke epic apa ke game bintang 4 dulu, game 4 dulu?
Game itu setahu gua tuh ada tuh game berapa tuh sekarang?
Game 5 bintang 2.
Game 5 bintang 2. Berarti ada sampai game 1.
Oh, berarti hitungannya tetap mundur ya? Tetap mundur ya 1 ke 1.
Ya bisa jadi.
Oke. Ini salah gue kira nih kalau gue bintang gue full, gue langsung ke epic gue kiranya.
Ya enggak, kalau lu rank jadi pas setiap rank lu berada di posisi top 6 atau top 7 ke bawah, lu minus itu turun.
Ini tuh mah jangan usah ditanya Mas, lihat aja history gue ya ntar.
Oh, coba sharing coba.
Lihat aja Mas, tenang aja Mas. Ini Denny Mas, bukan kaleng sarden.
Kata gimana Cok?
Ini Denny bukan
Lu
kaleng
udah
sarden.
ini belum? Udah cek poin lu belum? Reward lu belum?
Kagak, gue gak pernah restream, gimana mau ngecek, malas gue.
Lep.
Persetan dengan live stream anjing.
Lep mana anjing?
Nyerah lah dan jangan melawan.
Lep.
Apa?
Udah cek reward lu belum?
Hah?
Udah cek reward lu
Kagak
belum?
masukin.
Reward apa? Reward yang view gitu yang stream.
Ya, yang di ini.
Belum.
Kenapa perempuan kalau dapat kamera segini?
Belum
semua ada.
Itu kenapa tuh? Nggak, masa nggak ada alasannya, kocak.
Ada, tapi belum tahu kalau kata Stephen ya bakal dibagi, cuma kan skalanya kan itu gede, soalnya jadi bakal
bertahap ya.
Iya, bertahap gitulah. Jadi ada yang pasti, ada yang lab, ada yang lab legal, ada lab ilegal.
Iya.
Nah, contohnya yang gua kemarin di web group, labnya legal tapi kerasa ilegal karena dia nge-live MSC 2025. Padahal seharusnya MSC 2006. Nah itu tuh bertahap.
Mas Alip, kamu gawe nggak di kehidupan hari?
Apaan?
Kamu kerja nggak di real life?
Real life?
Let's go guys, traffic.
Ya freelance aja.
Kedua.
Freelance.
Jam kedua guys.
Freelance apa Mas?
Arsitek.
Oh, Mas anak arsitektur?
Iya.
Bangun gedung DPR nggak?
Tai. Bukan sudi kayaknya.
Nanya mas, aku mas.
Ya walaupun kalau gua rela kalau pemerintahnya bagus, ya gua rela. Tapi kalau pemerintahnya gini ya itu teh lah.
Berapa mas kali ini mas kali ngajuin bangun rumah mas?
Nih misalnya kan yang korupsi Kopdeks gitu, itu mah udah pasti dibangun sama anak teknik sipil lah.
Enggak kalau mas gue mau bangun rumah nih mas sama mas.
Bangun apa?
Bangun rumah dapat berapa budget?
Ini mah kalau ini ya, kalau dilihat bangunan rumah, kalau lihat gua desainnya perbedaan antara teknik sipil dan arsitektur mah udah ada perbedaan jauh banget.
Ini kalau dulu berapa kalau bikin?
Kalau apa?
Kalau gue bikin dulu, gue pesan dulu nih, gue mau bangun rumah.
Ya terus?
Itu minimal harga berapa?
Bahan. Maksudnya
minimal budget.
Budget. Tergantung. Ada yang di atas 50 juta, ada yang di atas 100 juta, ada yang 200 juta, tergantung. Tapi seberapa luas lahannya dulu? Luas lahannya. Tapi kalau luas lahannya sedikit, itu budgetnya dikit juga.
But then we jump back, right?
Kalau luas lahannya cuman
cuma di bawah 50 M2 bisa, tapi lu harus hidup kayak kosan Cina.
Ya gue mau punya rumah gue tuh nggak panjang nggak lebar, tapi tingkat ke atas kayak
ya bisa, tapi lebih mahal lagi. Lebih mahal. Jadi sistemnya gini nih, dan kalau lu bangun lantai, meskipun kecil tapi bertingkat, itu lebih mahal harganya.
Lebih baik lebar aja ya?
Enggak, bukan lebar. Tapi kalau bertingkat, misalnya kotak, tapi rumah lu bertingkat, lantai 2, lantai 3, lebih mahal harganya daripada lebar.
Daripada lebar mendingan lebar berarti ya?
Yang lebar, jangan yang bertingkat. Jadi gini, sistem di arsitek itu atau dunia arsitek itu kita menghitungkan dari luas lahannya, bukan dari bentuk rumahnya. Jadi semakin lebar luasnya, itu semakin budget yang didapatkan juga bisa ngebelin.
Dengerin orang arsitektur, Cok.
Point. Still going to be the Ling. Comes in at red 3.
Apa sih, Neng?
You're now going to be looking at the priorities for the
Nah itu berarti kalau bangun rumah dengan lebar berarti daripada tingkat ya? Bagaimana sih?
Lebih luas yang lebar.
Dengan lebar.
Dan yang bertingkat. Kecuali kalau budget lu punya cukup waktu bertingkat minimal 2 lantai lah, bisa persiapan gitu.
Budget sih kayaknya, budget gue kayak 200 juta dah nih orang yang segitu banyak. 100 jutanya kan bayar dapat dari
Ini dan gua kan di sini punya rumah satu lagi di Bandung. Nah, budget yang dipakai ini sekitar 200 juta lebih dengan 2 lantai.
Melisa lagi kan?
Itu lantai 200 juta lebih tuh.
Ya di situ udah terhitung. Sorry bentar.
Udah apa properti ya?
4 kamar dan 2 kamar mandi gitu.
Melisa lagi kah?
4 kamar banyak ngapain? Banyak tuh kamar cok anjing.
Kan ada gua, ada adik gua 2, satu lagi nih sebagai sepupu. Jadi ibarat kayak kosan untuk anak-anak dari keluarga kakek nenek ini.
Lah kalau misalnya gua mau bangun kos-kosan 8 pintu berapa budgetnya?
8 pintu?
Iya 8 pintu bangun kos-kosan.
Kita nggak bisa ambil konsep kosan karena terlalu sempit.
Nggak bisa menentukan itu ya.
Jadi kita ambil konsep yang kayak rumah tapi dengan suasana kamar dengan kosan gitu aja.
Ya, gitu. Enggak kalau bikin kos-kosan nih gue punya duit nih.
Nih, ini kan kamar gua ini lebarnya berapa ya? Apalagi 4 meter kali 6 lah.
Cloud. Claude Melissa.
Nah, ini kabar gua pemain gede gua.
Brody gak
They
sih?
play Ling, they play Eudora. I think they need a
Nah,
little
kalau
bit more
gue punya
tankiness
tim
and
misalkan
a
nih,
little bit more sustain would be
ya kan,
great.
nah, gue bikin kos-kosan 8 pintu tuh di lu budgetnya berapa?
Kalau 8 pintu, maksudnya 8 pintu dalam satu ruangan atau beda kamar?
8 kos-kosan, 8 kamar berarti dong.
Oke, jadi anggap aja satu kamar itu dengan luas 3x2 atau 4x4 lah.
Ya.
Berarti berarti 8 dikali 4 kamar itu sekitar 1.600 meter persegi lah besarnya. Nah, kalau misalnya berhadapan itu lebih bagus, tapi kalau lebar panjang kayak persegi panjang itu lebih ribet lagi karena luas lahan itu maju ke depan banget. Jadi lebih baik saling berhadapan lebih baiknya.
Oh iya.
Terus kalaupun mau bisa ditambah kamar mandi ya paling minimal 2x2 lah.
Tuh Neng, lu bayar gue 100 juta, kita bangun rumah Neng, nanti Neng.
Sekarang di portofolio. Harus kayak gitu.
Konsep dagang orang Padang Neng.
Nyantum ya.
Bayar. Kevin uang 100 juta bayar gua. Bangun rumah nanti. Apa?
Back-to-back win, a back-to-back clean sweep from TLPH to Onyx would certainly
Si Juno ke sih gua.
Itu pasti agresif anjir Aurora dari kemarin lawan LPH. Level 1 udah nge-press terus.
Tahu banget.
Kayak udah paham
gitu pokoknya. Gua tahu duanya Neng.
There's no weird healers on the field. I'm excited to see how Lunar decides to rotate. How much is he going to harass from the CXP lane?
All right, quick check on the emblems again. It's going to be Hunter to start the camera.
Neng, kita fokus game dulu Neng. Udah mau kalah.
But TIENZY in a little bit of trouble. Kibo will respond with a kill of his own.
Kleiningsen pakai palen.
Feels like a win for Onyx, and now KAIRI's looking for more. Dashes in the mid side, some good damage on Rosa. Pagu as well, but KAIRI can't get the finish. But still, they may have to go back after this lane. D-boy. KAIRI once more. Pagu falls, but Keyboy gets the kill.
Deja vu to game number 1.
Di expect itu pasti beleriknya kalau expect pasti langsung di backup sama Aurora.
Lumayan nih tapnya Onyx nih.
Nah, di sini Onyx udah mulai.
Nah, ini bisa nih. Kayaknya bakal bisa kebantai.
Gameplaynya nih.
Tadi ada palen kopi belerik.
Bisa sampai mid soalnya ini kayak tentang mental gitu loh.
I mean, overall, they're going to go back and forth. It's the same thing we saw last time. Like you said, last time it was 2-2 in the first 3 minutes. Gold sitting at a standstill. TIENZY, just like last time, takes a death right in the beginning of the match. Can he recover like he did last time? KAIRI, though, it's sad that those kills had to go into the pocket of Keyboy. 2-0 and 0 would have looked a lot better in KAIRI's hands, but still, a win is a win in the book of Onyx right now. Turtle is up.
Kita kejar kekalahan kita guys. Bentar Neng. Lu jangan fokus banget Neng.
Rosa staying alive earlier in that skirmish. He'll be able to get level 4 before Sans. Sans has gone to the XP lane, soaked in the entire wave, and still isn't 4 just yet. He'll get 4 very soon. But that means TIENZY will almost a steal. What a crazy SOD to be sending there. Sans steals the Wrath of the Dryad. Lunar again with a tempo in the bottom lane. Onyx on the turtle.
Yeah, Lunar's gonna try to make his way up. TIENZY's looking for a possible steal here. He's gonna try to open things up.
Tapi dapat satu itu.
Blaze does come down right next to KAIRI. KAIRI takes a bit of damage. Force the top side. But TIENZY also.
Mantap ya gambar kegocek ini, Cok. Gelo. Aduh. Banyak buat Cok. Karena tuh gabung kerak. Mantap, gelo. Itu loh Onyx nih. Onyx time.
They learned from their mistakes. It was an insane utilization of the untargetable by Kai again to react to Pagu with the Wrath of the Triad Flicker combo. Then he outplays the situation, gets away, and baits everybody into this skirmish. KAIRI with the retribution and the play. And now it's Onyx who are leading with tempo and goal. Great reaction though from Sigiboom. He did rotate quicker. Kelra was right behind him, trying to rotate over, and that's why Sigiboom couldn't stay for a bit longer for
Harusnya
Lunar
satu-satu
to deal
sih.
enough damage
Cuman kalau
over
bisa
on Keyboy, and then the dive
tahan
happened.
di atas menit 15.
At this point, Onyx has taken a decent lead. Still no kills into the pocket of KAIRI, but Loopy being 2-0-2 on this Uranus can be a problem. Yes, they have the hard lockdown with Pagu, they have the small stun with Rosa, but still it doesn't feel like enough to deal with a well-fed Uranus. And Loopy's going to start harassing into this jungle. He's going to start becoming a problem for TIENZY, a problem for Rosa.
Despite that win for Onyx, the lead is still pretty much non-existent. Just a 1,000 goal lead between the two. TIENZY still level in XP against KAIRI despite dying 2 times. And it now comes down to who utilizes the rapid drive better. Sans has been on it 24/7, always after getting that level 4, stealing the rapid drive. KAIRI with a jump up top.
Udah nggak ada ulti nih, mau contestan, kayaknya bisa sama Aurora sih harusnya.
Just to try to ward him off, Keyboy is there as well. The disengage is clean from Aurora.
That's a massive win for Onyx. They were able to bait out the Purify, a Blazing Duet, and the Tempest of Blades with the Retribution as well. The free for Onyx. But it's always awkward. Rosa.
Boy, trying to get
Udah menit 5 ini gua di menit 5.
Goes the wrong way. Well played by Rosa, but another utility gone. Flicker off the
10, 10, 11, 12, 13.
But Onyx doesn't just want the turtle, they want a little bit more.
Pusat. Mati. Wah, gelo.
Take out Pagu. KAIRI gets the kill and Loopy continues to zone Sigiboom and Rosa away.
Nah, kali ini dia udah pegang ini nih.
Sans rotates over to mid, but that is a Hilda. Lunar is still going to be able to survive right now as Pagu was
mantap tuh.
Perhaps no. Lunar gets away, SOD thrown into the bottom lane, but TIENZY still able to clear it out. Purple buff gonna be threatened now. Onyx know what they need to take, but they will.
Keyboardnya jauh.
Takes a lot of damage. Gets the kill, and now Aurora's gonna just. I mean, at this point, they just want their purple. You guys are in our territory. They don't want to fight. They're just trying to gain some ground on the map.
And this is where you get to see Rosa and Sans be a lot more vulnerable than in previous metas against tanks. If you walk up too aggressive, which is both their tendencies, you are going to be punished. This isn't the tank meta where you can actually just stay up front and then just escape. This is the assassin meta. You get caught, you're dead. Keyboy is setting up for something.
Keyboy looking for
Buset, gelo Keyboy.
KAIRI gonna be able to
Mantap, gelo.
Wah, the KAIRI to stack onto that piercer. In the mid side though, take a couple shots. Whoa, KAIRI goes down. Sigiboom able to get the kill. Tries to move in, but Kelra with an SOD into the back line.
Beda kayak kerjasama aja ini.
Keren guys ini warnya. Warnya keren. Antar 2 timnya nih.
KAIRI-nya udah dapet banget nih.
As they push Aurora back once again.
Oh my god. It's so beautiful to watch.
EWC.
Chaotic MLBB, but amazing nonetheless. Aurora trying to respond over by being proactive after TIENZY got picked off. But then again, it's Onyx improvising their way into a team fight win, just playing and threading the needles over these turrets, finding those skirmishes, and literally just brute forcing their way into a team fight win.
And that's what it's been for so many games. We saw it in the last series, SRG able to brute force their way in, and now Onyx showing that they can go toe-to-toe, play the same type of game as the others. Last turtle on the map, Aurora. Probably won't even be able to fight for this. They just want to go for their purple.
Nope. I think they're gonna have to give this away unless TIENZY finds a way to
masih menang santuy.
on the hands of Keyboy.
Tadinya dapat banget nih.
There's been a couple of times already where he's been caught by the Jin Kundo. Keyboy just has a way with the Cho whenever he's up against an assassin. And that's why TIENZY, the man who's been popping off all throughout MSC, is now 0-3 against Onyx ID in game number 2.
Yeah, Aurora can't really start these fights at this point. They have to kind of let Onyx come to them and look for the bait. They had to get Keyboy a little bit too deep, or Sans a little bit too deep, to where they can respond and envelop the enemy. Onyx, on the other hand, has been able to catch Aurora off guard time and time again. Loopy gonna take a couple shots, should be okay. Doesn't have the concentration right now, but still into the backside.
Linknya ditinggal,
does lay down onto Keller was able to backstab a lot of damage.
Tapi dapat itu.
Onto Lunar, KAIRI.
Tuh kan, dapat tuh.
Nice way the Dragon TNZ
Kan,
goes
tuh.
down. Every time Aurora tries to make a play,
bye-bye.
lands onto Pagu.
Kalau Blair udah mati.
They're able to get another kill. Double for Sans. As Onyx advances.
Buset.
Setting up the fight for his team.
Aduh, Keyboy mati.
What a place to give
Udah gak di-cover sama Lupi aja.
But Keyboy
Kalau
goes
nggak
with
di
Jeet Kundo,
ini
baits
berat
out the
juga
flicker
nih.
from Rosa, but finds the Jeet Kundo on Pagu. So at the end of the day, it's still a forced error. They're
Wah,
still
udah
able to
dipasang-pasangkan
utilize
sini.
all of their resources well enough to
Aurora.
punish
Satu-satu
Aurora and
sih
their
harusnya ini.
awkward movements.
Satu kali
It
lord
really
lagi.
comes down to these members playing as individuals. You gotta win those 1v1s. It's been a lot of 1v1s across the map in game number 1, but now Onyx have read it. They finally are able to adapt to the circumstances that Aurora have put them in. And Aurora, they're the ones who are struggling to even find a structure right now. That's gonna be their first structure in the game. Turret tier 1 down below, but TIENZY's a level down on Kai, about to be 2. And look at Keyboy in this bush. Sigiboom needs to be careful. May get caught out here. And I feel like so much is on the shoulders of Sigiboom right now with the game that TIENZY has had. He's just not able to fully pop off. He has been a target for so long. Holy moly. Sigiboom, on the other hand, still has the ability to scale up. But to be able to do that, you need Pagu, you need Lunar to be able to set something up for the team. I'm surprised Onyx aren't just blitzing the Lord right now, knowing that KAIRI is 3 whole levels ahead of TIENZY, and they have Moskov to play out on the side lane. But they're gonna take it slow. Aurora
Keyboy
are the ones
targeting,
holding
Edora
the Lord,
cakep.
but
Keyboy
look
dari
at Kelra
belakang.
up top.
Apa Keyboy masuk? Nah, kan dapet. Mantap. Ini kagak mati dari tadi itu jam reset dulu ih.
Link.
Trash lah. Wah, langsung aja, langsung lah. Langsung rusuh aja, rusuh. Pede.
Gak ada wave.
Langsung aja, langsung men. Aduh, gak ada wave nih.
But they gotta wait for another wave. It's Lunar, 4 seconds on the clock for Rosa. 8 for
Ayo.
Pagu. Can they bide enough time? Can they hold the defense? Onyx knocking at the door. Another wave of minions comes out.
Ada Blarik.
Pagu's there as well. Doesn't have a Wrath of Dream, but look at the big stun.
Aduh, mundur. Aduh, keranya api mati, cok.
To go another day as Lunar dashes in, gets pushed back. And Onyx has to run away at this one. That was a big move from Onyx. They got everything. Yes, good plays by Aurora, but Onyx stayed too long when the Lord was up as well. They could have backed off, went straight for the Lord, but instead they tried to double down on the end and they got caught. That's the thing. That's the beauty of this meta. Doesn't really matter if you're 8,000 gold ahead. One mistake can set you back, and it almost did. What is that damage? It's a whole 1,000 gold difference in the mid lane, yet Rosa was able to burst down these squishy members of Onyx. Oh, Aurora really wished for TIENZY to be up right there, dude. That would have been the dream for the burst to come through, TIENZY to respawn just on time, getting the pitch poised. But even then, Onyx still have an 8,000 gold lead. They have that far lane control, and they're going to try to burst this Lord. Even if Pagu had the Wrath of Dread in that split
Dapat KAIRI, okay.
he was still waiting on cooldown. All it took was a couple more seconds. That could have gone horribly worse for Onyx, and I think this is why they've been taking it slow. This is why they've been careful at their approach in these fights, because at any moment, the combo play is there. We're down to 12 and a half minutes, and Aurora still has some ways to respond. So now we got to talk about the wave clear. Honestly, not too good for Aurora. In a way, usually when you have a Ling, you can actually split these minions apart. You can stagger the waves just by clearing the side lane. But with a Moskov on Onyx's hands, with a 9,000 gold lead as well, don't really think that's going to happen. Onyx are going to be able to handle all 3 waves. So Aurora, they might have to lose all their base turrets if they want to survive in the game. right, Aurora going to be able to defend down the mid. They clear the tower, but a Lord is coming down the top as Onyx.
Gak bisa deh, gak bisa nih. Pipitnya kurang, pipitnya kurang soalnya. Ya gak bisa, udah bilangin. Ya kan, gua udah bilang gak bisa. Pipitnya kan udah declare cepet nih soalnya, jadi gak bisa.
Ya hidronya ada cloud gitu,
Ya.
kan dipaksa kan, harus dipaksa.
Webnya di tengah ini udah hancur, ini bisa di-game. Tuh kan, nah kan, langsung aja kerek masuk kerek. Aduh.
Wah,
Mantap. TIENZY-nya, aduh. Dapet cok.
Ya mati santet cok ya.
Wah, gelo si bomnya cok. Wah. Wah, gelo si bomnya cok. Bener-bener left putih cok. Momentum cok.
He didn't get the right target, didn't get the right angle. But look at this crazy move by TIENZY. I mean, attack been a lot, obviously.
Kalau
that was a clincher for sure, even for Sigiboom here, who had to walk past, following through the BMI. Back last second, 2 members down. Onyx now on the defense. Aurora back in the game. Trex, 10,000 gold leads in this meta. It doesn't really feel like the normal 10K.
It doesn't at all. Big SOD doesn't connect Aurora, getting their second structure of the game.
Oh my God.
At 15 minutes in and hanging on a prayer right now. But showing that at any moment they can still outplay, and Onyx has to respect it.
And now it's back to that slow build. It was Winter Crown earlier for Sigiboom. He sells it, gets the win in nature. Knows just how much.
Mereka kalian dapat informasi Gibo ini.
From Onyx when it comes to the physical damage. Kelra scaled up completely. KAIRI on the Hirara, a menace. Shut down, but still a menace. Not as many stacks on the Sky User, but that survivability of his. Now Aurora,
Hati-hati Gibonya.
do they read it out? Do they do housekeeping properly, right?
Oh, langsung dicek. Aduh. Kerak. Aduh, kerannya atau maju cok. Mantap kerak.
sama rapi guys.
Sama rapi. Ente udah matiin si Rosa.
Rapi cok.
Mantap, seperti dua.
Wah, ke end dong.
Gas aja, gas. Nah itu loh, midnya dulu.
Need you. You gotta get back to base.
Sok. Bisa nih. Nah, itu loh. Bisa dia nih. Wah. Bisa dia nih. Buset.
Webnya habis anjir. Webnya habis tuh bawa dulu.
Aduh. Webnya cok, aduh. Ya elah. Ya, sekali lagi enak aja. Buset. Tiap gol kan ini. Mantap. Kela momentumnya cepat banget Kela. Pahlawan selalu terakhir datang. Kela. Gila, ini Kela pada marahin anjir. Apa namanya teh? Langsung diprotes.
Ya,
Gelo. Mistake Reksan sama siapa sih? KAIRI cok.
Hampir kalah cok, anjir.
Gelo. Tapi jujur ya mungkin di sini KAIRI dan tadi ini banyak mistake banget, tinggal Kera apa jadi ini ya dikecil dengan performanya.
Trading off, Rosa comes back up, Sigiboom hangs on, but Onyx did not want to they didn't want to turn around. This is all or nothing right here. We're either
asli tadi Kera tuh gila cok. Pas lagi dia udah maju ke depan banget,
on.
Supreme,
The gear from 1 to 6
Emang
as
iya
well
loh, di
after that
standar
first
macam
turtle.
emang kelas.
It was Aurora playing on the back foot for such a long time. It's impressive, honestly, how they were able to turn things around for just a bit. Especially here. It just came down to hero plays after hero plays for Aurora to stay in the game.
That game was only, what, 18 minutes, something like that? It felt like a 25-minute game.
Dude.
It felt like that game had me on the edge of my seat throughout the whole thing. And I mean, so many great plays. Siggy Boom here, able to save the base. This is when they had a slight entry back in, but here's the end. Rosa up, KAIRI gets the immortality, Winter Crown's back, able to get to safety, iframes out of the shot, Keyboy Loopy re-engage, and iframes the Forked Lightning once again.
The SOD landed. We're going to throw it to the panel to dissect this game and break it all down.
Man, that was a fun one. ONIC tie it back up, and we go again. Best of 5s coming up soon, but best of 3s for now. So we turn it into a best of 1 to tell us what the story will be, who's moving on, and for a match that has about at least a minimum, if you win versus if you lose, $40,000 on the line.
Oh boy,
that's kind of the way it should go, huh, Rimmer?
Yeah, I love the show that we are getting. Yeah, clearly that was a one-sided on the game, but Aurora on the defense. But Keyboy went into this game with a mission, man. He wanted revenge, and he got it.
Here's some hot stuff. Honestly, here's some of the best Hiraras we've seen so far, the best plays that we've seen so far, and really high caliber decisions that are being made from both sides with compositions that, honestly, one mistake should have been kind of over for.
It was a lot of like base holding almost and continuing. Was this on in your mind more of the fact that ONIC was making a moment that shouldn't have been a moment, or where they needed to be more aggressive? Were they less patient? Was it just really good defense by Aurora, even though they should have died in some of those earlier moments? What do you think about those base defenses, how they kept going?
Well, I think a lot of it just really boils down to how you kind of envision your opponent, right? I think they understand that Aurora is coming in really, really hot right now, and if they drag the game out any longer, the higher the possibility that maybe they were going to drop the game afterwards. Obviously, there were some moments where maybe the most correct play was to go down to the Lord, but why risk it when TIENZY has been this close every single time to stealing away neutrals?
So just pushing and pushing, saying we got to end it now. This is it. We throw it all against the wall. It worked. I mean, it was great to see ONIC bounce back. And Rinmar, I know you got some plays that you've lined up for us in terms of how that game went. What did you catch when you were looking at game 2?
Well, I was looking at the draft first and foremost. Gideon and I had some very important discussions about it. Looking at the draft, of course, our priorities over the side for ONIC. We both really liked that the choke came out early. So the orders have been a little bit twisted, but then just keep in mind, all right, Gideon, I need your help out here. All right. You don't need to put your armor on me, but I like it. So
I like it too. It's great vision. Somebody take a photo of this. Smile.
So the show actually came out of the first phase alongside with the Hirara, and the pick that I really liked coming out of the first phase was the Uranus. ONIC knew that Aurora needed to pick the Ling at the 3rd slot here, and that's exactly what they did. Because if they wanted to match the Esmeralda into the Uranus, they can't. If they prioritize the Esmeralda over the Ling, they're losing the Ling, and then suddenly they're down on Assassin.
Satu kali lagi guys ya, satu kali lagi.
They banned out the Esmeralda later on. Now, I feel a little bit vindicated with my, I wouldn't call it hatred, but dislike for picking up the Claude and the...
Yeah, you do.
Eudora early
doesn't
on,
work.
especially with the
Tapi jangan sampai kalah, coba kalah ketemu
Gideon
PH.
made a fair point that it was the choke coming out early that was really good. You want to hop in real quick as to why you really like the choke coming out?
Because the beautiful thing about the Cho is that it forces a lot of gold lane matchups to be skewed in one favor or the other because of Flicker. Sometimes, especially when you're facing off things like Harith, or when you can get run down by someone like Claude, having Flicker is the make it or break it in that laning phase. So here, especially when it comes down to first phase Cho, there was a lot of value because you see Sigabum now has to take care of that.
Yeah, all right. So now let's go back to the first play that I want to break down here. This was like the first big team fight for turtle number 1, if I'm not mistaken. So this got stretched out, and you can see the difficulty here for Aurora when it comes to fighting, especially with the presence of the Uranus around. You see how much hell he is giving them with the movements that he's making in the fight, but then most importantly, the impact of Kiboy on the Cho. Those two together early on gave a lot of problems for Aurora in the team fights because of the single target lockdown of the Cho, the AoE that he has, and if ever Aurora miss their timing, miss their opening in the team fight, it's going to be the Uranus slowly punishing them with the creeping damage that he provides. And the final play that I would like to break down, if ever we don't get to see the really awesome final fight in the Siege, is this one. This was the dagger fight that solidified the lead. See, Kiboy, again, starting it out, marking TIENZY, marking Aurora really well, and that forced Aurora to respond. But with KAIRI holding the bush, he would get spotted out in AoE, but watch out for Sans coming in with the Valentina ult to get the kill there onto Sikibum, and then Kelro landing the SOD in time to join the fight and deliver the dagger. That was the win that solidified the lead and the win for
I hope it was Onic, otherwise we're here for no reason. It's a 2-0 Aurora. Just kidding. It's Onic. They tied it up. It's 1-1. And, you know, that was a great breakdown, Ramari. And also, you know, you mentioned Moskov and that's SOD. And the fact that he's played such a big role in this tournament. It feels like it's been the decider in so many different games, whether it's been the main thing or whether it's been that extra thing that just pushes them over the edge, especially with the Hararas, with the Chos, as this instance you said. Valentina worked out pretty well in mid as well and kind of like stabilized for them. And, you know, I just wonder, what do you think? The lane continues to go down in win rate. We see the Harara go up in win rate again, Gideon. Do you really think it's that matchup? I mean, other question, how do you enable the lane enough to where you start moving this around back in the other direction?
That's a great question. I think a lot of it comes down to priority, right? That's why we see a lot of these highly defensive plays coming out from a lot of teams who is like, oh, you know what? Because Hirara is actually so good at clearing these waves early on, especially at level 2, they look for these fights. So it's a game of rock, paper, scissors. It's either I invade, you defend, or I attack your mid lane, try it, make sure I get some battle spells, or maybe I trade junglers. Either way, it's about punching above your weight and getting as much of value as you can with as minimal discounts as possible.
Yeah, the tradings early on, especially for those picks, is getting really quite difficult. I think Hirara is just such a really great pick. The multiple iframes, just to get the multiple dashes. I know Ling has a slightly similar kit, but again, it's the difference in what happens if suddenly one of the main pieces you need around to help support the Ling. We think of Ling as an independent hero, as an assassin, but it does need some help as well. It needs some sandbags. It needs someone to help crowd control and peel for itself if ever it decides to finally join in with the Tempest of Blades. But what happens when the Hilda gets taken out early? What happens when the Bellary gets taken out early? It gets difficult for the Ling and TIENZY to start making a move of when to go in.
It feels like it just has a higher floor than the Harara, right? I mean, in terms of being able to execute it, I would say. I think I might have reversed that in the way that I was trying to explain it, but you need more elements to make sure your Ling is absolutely dominating the way that a Harara feels like. If she's a first pick, there's so many different ways that we're seeing lineups built to exploit what she does well, and she's getting the job done. I mean, you can't have a 75+ win rate without that, right? You have to be flexible. So it seems like maybe that could be a priority going into it in terms of, even though somebody gets Ling, somebody gets Harara, is it really an even trade anymore?
Yeah, I think it's the acceptance of, I'm going to play for the later stages of the game and Harara wants to play in the early stages of the game, right? It's very clear identities when these jungles have to actually battle against each other, because even so, there are some pros and cons, right? Despite Harara having 4 abilities at level 2, Ling can cross the map in less than 3 seconds, right? You're giving away pressure for extra strength when you are playing this Harara. So that's why it really boils down to that mid lane, and I think that a lot of teams have started to recognize right now, hey, if we can influence the lane with our picks, Cho, very good example of this, to force people to take out Purifies, I think then it starts to open your mind to what other options you have of what truly is strong side and weak side.
Yeah, so we might need to revisit the importance of showing up Cho a little bit earlier in the draft, as Gideon pointed out. For me personally, the type of mid laners that you have and the damage profile that you have, looking at the opposing EXP laner. If Eudora's up, I really don't like to pick it up if the Uranus is around, if the Barretts is around.
Yeah, Onic coming back from that first win. We thought Aurora was going to continue on doing what they did, early, quick success, and now Onic has forced Sigiboom, and the first time Aurora's coach, Midnight, to come up with another plan. This is their first loss of the tournament so far.
I think at this point, maybe they just go for the trade. They go for the Ling Harara trade. They gotta ban one of those options.
Hari yang pernah nge-live stream
pick
it
dari
up and then force the
cuma
other to play a
doang
different kind of assassin.
Exactly, because so far blue side first picks have been very interesting when it comes down to like whether or not you're going to get one of these assassins. So the two predicaments that we're currently in, the Hirara Ling, on top of the fact that Atlas, Beleric, and Valentina are still highly contended. Now that we're adding Cho to the mix one more time, I think now, especially with both of these teams who heavily depend on both Zigabum and Kelra, there's more priority for the supports to go up.
With the rivers being the map that we're playing now, you're gonna have to commit abandon to Freya at some point. You always expect with Freya in rivers to always join Turtle 1. That's a given. If it's not going to be the Freya, then it's a really fast rotating gold laner to see if they can build an early lead.
Okay guys,
similar
mulai
to the
traffic guys.
Claude that might want to join in, or a Moscow, you SOD
Okay,
in for Turtle 1,
langsung saja
and then you
flash
just
mid.
walk back right quick through the river as well.
Last game ya.
Well, the Atlas and the Marcel
Dopret ya.
taking down Fanny
Game,
as well.
last game.
Monica
Ayo, sebelum kita gigit, Cok.
trying to throw it all on the line here.
Yeah.
This is kind of interesting, right? So Onyx have respected, you know what, Fanny, Selena must go every single time. But then you come to Aurora side on blue. This time they made sure, you know what, we're gonna do exactly what you did in the previous time. We're gonna ban out the Marcel. We're gonna give you that last option to decide whether you want to do the trade. And yes, they do go for the trade. Hirara gets banned out. It wouldn't be too surprised if this is going to be a Ling and then trade for Cho.
Yeah. Onyx would want to get the Cho, and they have an option to go for the utility jungle if ever. There are still a lot of assassins.
Hirara di ban,
You could
tetap
still
lagi
consider
paling.
bringing back the Harley. But of course, as we discussed earlier, the Freya trade is active, and Aurora would rather go for the Freya. They
udah
play the flips. They have options for it. They don't need to rush showing it, whether it's going to go into the
Tapi
EXP or
kenapa
gold.
feeling gua ya? Feeling gua Aurora bakal cobain kayak TPA itu mid laner, mid Trapela atau mid Anggela. Feeling gua sih bakal ada gebrakan. Feeling gua sih ada gebrakan sih ya.
I think Aurora's gonna be crazy enough to go again with that Raphael in mid, Barrett's XP, Freya gold.
They could set it up. They could set up for it, but they need something that like hard skills in that jungle, and without the Harara early on, I think now they need something else to kind of fulfill that position. Ooh, Pack.
Ooh, an early Paquito. Now that's interesting. So I think they're also opening up their options as a flex in the gold. So if ever that Freya goes gold, then you send the pack on over, and then at least you get a fighter trade in the gold lane.
So that means the Esmeralda, Ruby, Trigger Fingers need to be there. So let's see whether we find any of those indicators in this draft. Then, if you're already getting rid of Zushin, I would have imagined that they would look for something a little bit more peely, right? Or at the very least, the Cho at some point of time. It makes a lot more sense now for Aurora than earlier, now that they've shown the Ling. But even so, I still think that there's a lot of value in it.
It also makes sense to take out the Jushin if ever you're going to be going for like a full dive, because you guys do not want to get like all crowd controlled up in the air by Jushin. So that might have already been a tell by Aurora that despite this looking like a flex, this could be a close to mid-range style of composition for Aurora. And yeah, here we go again with the Uranus coming out early. They get the Beleric. I wonder if they're trying to bait out and signal to Onyx like, hey, commit a ban into the Rafaela in the second phase. We did it before, we'll do it again.
It's a tanky lineup right there as well. A lot of front line and presence. We mentioned Rivers rotating will be on the docket.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is that they're trying to, I feel like they're trying to get in the head of Onyx, because within the draft lobby itself, they got Rosa to pick up the Uranus. So it's like sort of telling Onyx, hey, maybe you want to consider that this might actually be going to a mid lane, and then we're going to be pulling out a lot more surprises. So draft lobby in-game,
interesting
mind game stuff going on right now by Aurora, potentially.
Yeah, it's putting Onyx in a pretty awkward position, because last time they didn't have to worry like too much about certain things, and they were also actively banning out the Paquito. Now they kind of have to take it away to deny options, but now once again you get this Eudora and the same problems are going to occur. It's great when you're trying to peel away this Freya from you before her ult gets ripped, but even so, that pressure we've seen many times, you lose that out fast.
It is a question of sticking to what is good, what is available, and trying to make it work. But also, it's a question of how can we not get surprised. Eudora is certainly not a surprise, which means maybe Aurora expected this. You would have probably thought, okay, Eudora Ling available, so that's probably what they'll go to. But do they have an answer, something sneaky?
I'm thinking whether or not this could be a potential Kimmy angle as well. That's another
Uranus, Belerik, wah. Pairing gua midnya nih, midnya rasa aduh. Ada Rafaela, Angela.
Esmeralda, really good band here. And
Kena support
this is
round
an
gitu.
admission from Midnight. It's like they recognize that both sides could actually lead
Ada
into the
orang
double
support
fighters.
gitu, oke.
So now,
Jadi roundnya Belerik
that might
sih.
actually be a bit of a reveal
Oh,
for
udah
the
dipakai.
Uranus is already going. Because if you ban out the Esmeralda, it makes a lot of sense.
Oh,
The
yeah,
Uranus is
siapa
going EXP,
ya?
the Freya
Ini
gets sent to go, the Belleric gets sent to
Atlas
go, so
sih,
now you're
biar
just waiting for mid and
soalnya.
jungle. Because I was thinking,
I
I
love
wonder if Aurora
Donkey.
drafted something so...
Perlu TP mah Hylos.
Is it crazy flex that the Belleric could still go XP, that the Uranus could still go jungle? That's why I'm thinking, like, is Uranus jungle going to be up to speed to the lane? And then I realized, no, it's going to be way too slow.
Is Uranus, Rome, Belleric, XP, Freya, Gold an option?
Uranus, Rome, a little bit kind of funky.
Wah, gila Kocep. Mantap Kocep.
I love it.
Kocep bisa predik Kocep. Gila predik Kocep.
At least say, hey, recognize me, look at me, right? Get rid of the Rafaela. And now that you've committed to it, I want to see what the conversion is going to be at the end of the day, right? Because
Gila Kocep bisa predik sih. Ben Rafaela.
he shocked us in the first couple of days. If he's got something else in that
Berarti
pocket of his,
kita bintang gila sih.
I do like this. Double fighter's been talked about, but we'll see if that ends up becoming a reality for either of these teams. Still on that final ban phase for Aurora. What will they take away?
Oh, they get rid of the carry. That thick lineup is going to be a lot more. It's going to be real hard to get through. And now that they've already locked the Eudora for themselves on the side of Onyx, they don't even have the option of Gord to lean into after to try and deal with the frontliners. What does that leave us with?
Pocicita, Brody.
There's not a lot of
Body, Melissa, dan
as well.
saya nggak tahu dia mau dipakai nggak sih.
Just to like slow
Ya tadi lumayan bagus
after
tuh.
game number 1, I think that Keyboy
Barat
take a
pakai.
step back here as they get the Barats.
Yeah.
Berarti
I wonder, are they crazy
Barat
enough to send that Uranus to XP? You
Epi,
pick up.
Godland Pakwito dong berarti.
Belerik, oke, di sisi kanan Pakwito link
Berarti Pakwito Godland kau berdasarkan game tadi desainnya siapa ya?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Matilda
Iraranya siapa ya?
for either side. Really?
Irara lepas ya?
Oh, for the YSS.
Irara di band, Irara di band.
Wah ada Loi cok.
Barat
ada Loi gila.
Freya PR, yang PR apa guys? Freya-nya guys.
Interesting. So they
Siapa ya cocoknya ya?
pressure to be able to kind of, you know, if we're a
Tapi
little bit slow
Godland
on
aja.
the turn, the Loi is able to teleport
Jarum
multiple people at
Pilos
once to
doang
a
sih.
location.
Apa
Yes,
nih
it is
Kibo ya?
reveal, big whoops,
Pilos
but
doang
it's
sih
still a way to
tiranya.
kind of maintain pressure. Oh, I lose
Hylos
priority,
kah?
doesn't matter, I'm still there.
You know, this could be
Ampun
an
mau
interesting
mah
approach in a
tidak
different
sih,
way
tapi
of thinking
kayaknya bakal
for
susah.
Aurora. Onyx, you think they expected this one? I mean, final pick, they have a chance to respond, but
Ampun mau mah
first
tidak.
time we're seeing Louis
Lain Hylos.
YSS again.
Mana guys?
Cowoknya kayak gak bisa cuma.
This will be the
Not
sixth. We'll see if that changes here.
Betul yang bisa anti Loi nih. Minos Barat boleh lah. Bisa lah, bisa.
With the Eudora getting picked, knowing that the Uranus is still open, the YSS getting picked, knowing that it's going to be a little bit slower because there's the Bears on the other side. Oh, interesting choices, but with the Louis,
langsung saja last game untuk Onyx dan lawan Aurora Puki.
Well, it's going to be a flicker battle. This could be over in a flicker as well, because you see these two teams, how good they are, how effective these drafts can be. But only one is going to move on into your knockout rounds. One will still be alive and will join another elimination game. But for game 3, it needs no hype added. It's a big one. Onyx trying to take down Aurora Gaming. Let's send it over to our casters.
Nah, let's go guys, sudah mau mulai ya.
Soalnya Black Match
It's Mirko and Trent.
untuk LPA lawan NT7 mah udah pasti ketembak LPA sih.
And conclusion awaits us. The climax, here we go.
Sini guys ya.
I'm not ready for it, Mirko.
Sini apa di sini guys?
We got a Liu Yi. Midnight's either cooking or overcooked with this one, but so far he has been a chef in the draft. Let's see if this one is going to pull it off, Mirko. Any thoughts on the way this draft turned out?
Okay. Just against these very low-range targets, the Liu Yi makes a lot of sense.
Kata gua kan jangan kasih sih di Sangro
Dora nih. Like the Barats over. Everybody who wants to
ya gimana ya, kalau Dora tuh gampang kejebak banget.
Aurora playing around. and they have a very good front to back. If they can somehow get the tempo, which should be kind of like the win already, just based on the composition here on those side lanes, they can play around Rosa early on. So we'll find out. Again, it's the Wilderness Blessing with the Braves by Rosa. Even though he's on the Loyi, does a lot of good damage on Onyx composition, still gotta get that safety net. Tenacity's across the board as well.
Menit 11, 12, 13,
wondering if Aurora's going to try to capitalize and harass onto this orange buff.
Nah,
but Onyx already
agresif.
come and they're going to move
Again ya, lagi-lagi agresif ya. Wah,
TIENZY might want to get a bonus,
Ini
a little bit of damage on the Loopy.
Waduh gila ini poinnya cok.
Awal agresif.
Poinnya cok. Kata gue nih kejar kasih hero nanti Dora cok. Dikasih hero kayak tadi tangkep gitu, lunoknya.
Kalau agresif, gameplay musuh agresif.
Jadi bikin biar sisanya bisa agresif.
Kenapa diganyang guys? Karena
Buset gelo.
Gelo, KAIRI mengamuk bro. Tapi sana juga mati. Gini baru main BBB ya, tabrak-tabrak aja.
Iya cok, mental dari early tuh.
Apa itu bro, main nunggu-nunggu cok, meta-meta tank jungle gak jelas anjing.
Tank jungle, itu XP itu mah.
Halo Realme Bang, bang, menang mana bang? Satu sama bang, Onyx sama Aura Gaming sama. Ini game ketiga.
But it will be traded, so not the worst. Still really good for Onyx, but not the worst for Aurora.
Diganyang lagi kan, diganyang
Aurora
lagi
is not, you know, whether it's game
Korea
1,
udah
game 2,
join
or
nih,
game
Korea
3,
join
they're not
party
going to
nih.
stop their style.
Oh tuh kera, awas kera.
And that's exactly what King Kong was talking about in
Wah,
an interview.
KAIRI,
Watch out for that first minute or
Kari ambil objektif.
Itu di ulti bro.
Aduh di telepon cok. Gila
kali lo.
Ulti diganyang kah?
Gila langsung ditempel gitu.
Nice stun on a Loopy as well.
Stun. Kucing aja buka, aduh. Gak dapet.
Retri ya, KAIRI ya.
Aduh.
Wah.
Emang nih, aduh. Dapat di problem di Rosa dong.
Sigiboom with the rotation, similar to Kelra. Kelra had the instant rotation first, but again for Sigiboom, it's about waiting for those resources to be depleted by Onyx already from the rest of the team for him to come in as the main carry. 2 kills over, now the gold lead as well. They even got the neutral objective with that turtle earlier, so man, Aurora really cooking. Maybe that's how you make the Yi Sun-shin work. Every other team, they pick the Yi Sun-shin, they play around the Yi Sun-shin. Aurora like, this is the Yi Sun-shin, he's a support. he gets the turtle, he dies, then we kill you, and that's just the goal. You know, but honestly, this has been the start for TIENZY in all 3 games. Even in game 1, he got hit by Keyboy, died very early on. So I don't think we completely count him out. Yes, right now on a YSS, you don't want to have 2 deaths this early, but at least this time Sigiboom has something. They have other heroes to rely on this game. And I really gotta say, man, very underrated member of Aurora, right? Everybody talks about TIENZY, even Pagu at M7 because he was the newest member, but Sigiboom, just a constant growth from this man right here. From his debut on Aurora, actually from his debut at M6, he's now alone, but you know, never really out of the meta since M7. Thank you, Arfi. I like the fray. I like seeing
Oke gitu skillnya Dora enak dong berarti ya buat Dora ya.
Masalahnya Dora tuh gampang ke distract banget nih.
Pantesan ya Dora jadi ban-banan ya.
Tapi masih top pick anjir.
Soalnya skill covernya dia gak ada soalnya sih. Jadi bikin susah.
Sakit coy itu coy anjing.
Emang sakit tapi skill covernya gak ada. Tuh lihat kan.
Kalah lagi ke Retri KAIRI bro.
Nah makanya nih.
Ya, wah, perangnya hancur lah.
Ya kan, itu mistake-nya tuh.
Wah anjir bener-bener di press cok, Onyx.
Tuh lihat tuh. KAIRI kagak dikasih bab ini.
Apakah ini Bung yang tadi bilang raja lokal kita bro?
Lu kacaunya emang ada di mid-nya di kelar pick Dora.
Sakit banget tuh Rosa anjing.
2-1
ya iyalah kemarin si Kocep tuh kalau pick ini tuh Dora. Pokoknya Dora tuh bagus cuma
Sekarang MLB kalau
udah gampang banget ininya. Cara dia
Freya kan, PR dibilang Freya PR banget, Cok.
Tinggal dari start lagi.
Buset. Aduh. Iyalah. Ya, Aurora yang early sekarang malahan.
Really puts the boom at MSC right now with the Freya
Kalau udah
3-0
menang
and
ini
1 in a 2v1. He likes those odds. Just go straight.
Kalau misalnya Onyx kalau lolos, berarti besok beras lagi dong.
Another diversion, tier 1 and mid, tier 2 down below. They're moving, they're flowing, they're grooving.
They're in flow state right now. Aurora has achieved perfect flow state. They're 4K ahead. It's game 3. And normally in a moment like this, this is when teams start to crumble. But Aurora's just getting stronger. Rosa.
Mati dong
Able
Kairi.
to flick
mantap.
One more shot. KAIRI.
Skill 1. Mantap.
Doesn't have a flicker.
KAIRI should be able to get away.
He gets out. Wait. Oh, was it close? You thought that was actually over? Hey,
wait, no, that's Kimo.
Looking at how chaotic the game has been, how many flanks we had in the last game, I don't blame you. For a second, even my eyes deceived me. I was like, yo, is that Pazda? Is that Belric? No, it was Kimo just to conceal to help him in case the chase went a bit too far. But Aurora,
Wah,
4,000 ahead, TIENZY.
dibalikin dong Onyx. Udah ada short anjir.
Mantap.
Ya elah barat. Kiboy di situ Kiboy ya elah.
Aduh.
Ya Kaira aja mau udah nge-push doang cocok.
Sebenarnya main pet aja please push karena please push.
KAIRI maksa, wah.
Not even close, baby. Siggy Boom.
Lah ngapain KAIRI? Sekarang ngapain? Dapat.
Bro.
Dapat, Cok.
Dapat turtle untungnya anjir.
Dapat, Cok.
I don't know if that was worth it. He took the purple
as
well. They got the turtle.
Nyawa di
Kiboy mukanya mulai panik, bro. Kaira udah mulai emosi, bro. Mainnya, bro, jongkok.
Lebih ke ini ya, apa namanya teh? Pressure-nya aduh, segitulah. Pressure di early-nya.
Pressure ini sama Freya ini.
Udah ditambah Freya, ditambah Uranus, pulang.
Iya, gimana cari matiin tuh Freya tuh? Uranus masih mending megangin doangnya, Mas.
Iya, kalau mau nimbangin Freya mah ya tinggal pakai Brody sih.
KAIRI di press habis.
Dia main Freya ya pakai Brody atau mengalahkan di pit sama sekali.
Udah
selesai. Wah, turun dia. Wah, dia ngajar tidak.
Kalau Uranus ya bisa nimbangin mah ini ya. Apa ya? Kayak ujung lampu atau
Onik mainnya cuek-cuekan nih, gak ada ngobrol nih, lihat mulutnya dong.
Agresif 5-5-nya guys.
Tinggal nunggu mistake aja ini mah. Nunggu mistake dari Aurora.
Nggak takut mati, dia bisa berani TB-TBan gitu loh.
Ini TB-TB dong, Cok. Di game panjang ini, bikin game panjang nih.
Game panjang. Mantap Kiboy. Mantap. Ya aduh.
Freya-nya, Cok, dipegangin, Cok, sama Freya, Cok.
Kurang damage ini, euy. Kurang damage.
Ya, emosi, mainnya emosi, bro.
NK.
Kurang web.
Ya, di end dong ini dong. Iya, di end. 30 iya di end.
Ya elah. Ya elah. Ya ketemu TPH dong, lusa dong.
Wah, songong orang gaming gila, panas. Di taunting gendut, bro.
Tapi ini Mbappen, tapi playernya mangga.
Ente guys,
Beda.
TIENZY bener jago, Cok.
Wah, anjir gila Aurora mah, Cok, gelo.
Nggak ketemu TL kan kita?
PH itu sudah tempen itu berarti lusa dan
bentar, lihat dulu.
Lusa mainnya hari Senin. Ya ampun lagi berbeda nih.
Oh, nggak ketemu. Aman.
Ya elah. Tiba-tiba kepit bangsat.
Ketemunya Mas Langor, Onik.
Oh, Selangor?
Iya, Mas Langor. Aduh, berat juga lagi atas bawah ya. Bawah TL, atasnya Sangor anjing.
Oh, ketemunya bawah benar. Berarti
ketemu Selangor.
Tapi Selangor itu udah ketemu kelemahannya. Jargi juga, Jargi mah udah kelemahan. Ini tinggal dari di liquid di ID yang musik gitu kan. Aku udah tahu kelemahannya. Ini aja ini kayak udah ngasih lawan berat nih 2-1. Positif juga 2-1. Lamanya cuma 1.
Gimana nih, guys?
Lamanya cuma 1, pegangin Seram aja udah. Kan Seram atau si Innocent udah itu aja. Karena percuma.
Yes, terlalu kacau, guys.
Kacau di Onyx sih. Kacau banget sih. Kacau parah, cok. Malah kayak TTA gitulah. Asli dah. Menurut gua sih problem dari dapnya ya ini Dora sih. Setiap Onyx pakai Dora itu kalah mulu. Jadi lawan TTCPN mah ya heran sih lawan TTCPN mah. Kalau dari gua lihatnya setiap orang yang pakai Dora itu hampir persentase kekalahannya tinggi gitu. Oh, ini kalah dong pakai Dora. Terus ini kalah pakai Dora, kalah ini menang ini mah. Oh, tipe akun tipe abang heran sih.
Halo guys.
Oke, menang. Dora. Oke, saya menang muncul. Oh, dari gitu kalah sih. Dari ya sih. Kalau misalnya ini ya, misalnya Onyx kalau mid lane-nya diganti dengan Pexale ini bisa aja sih, bisa menang. Nah, Pexale ini mantap. Kalau bakal kawin Loi sama Freya tuh. Jadi gila-gila bisa kalah cuk.
You're able to clear it. Now, one of those reactions, I guess, especially in Game 3, was you bring out the Yisun Shin. Was that a reaction to something that Onyx were setting up in Game 2?
Lagi bro.
Burada şimdi Onyx'in
maçta
ikinci roundda yaptığı şey bir reaksiyon olarak şimdi seçmiştin 3. roundda, 3. oyunda. 3. oyundaki seçimine nasıl bir yaklaşabilirsin?
The Yisun Shin specific.
Çok fazla jungle kalmamıştı zaten. Ban yemişti.
Jadi kita kecewa banget untuk hari ini ya, kecewa banget ya. Astaga. Ya, terima kasih semuanya yang udah nonton. Sampai jumpa lagi di repliknya. Saya coba banget Onyx bisa kalah sama orang Turki. Wah, sedih banget semuanya yang udah nonton. Jangan lupa menekan sub dan like ya teman-temannya. Terima kasih semuanya yang sudah nonton. Sampai jumpa di
Kita main apa nih, Jess?
repliknya. Adios. Bye.